at the same time, understand, saying things are going so well that we can reopen, but things are going so poorly that we have to stop all immigration to the United States. So by executive order, Donald Trump claims he will suspend all immigration. He announced it last night on Twitter, saying, quote, in light of the attack from the invisible enemy, as well as the need to protect the jobs of our great American citizens, I will be signing an executive order to temporarily suspend immigration into the United States. Now, the White House was asked, how long is temporarily? What is the legal basis? What's the reasoning for this? No answers on any of those questions so far. And it may indeed actually not be legal. Now, as a practical matter, most immigration was de facto slowed down or stopped anyway, because we've got border restrictions and flight bans. So understand that this is all nationalist propaganda and possibly not even legal. And what I mean by that is that at the presidential executive order level, it's not clear a president can say immigration is just suspended. But it's a really great piece of red meat to throw to his nationalist supporters. In practice, if you shut down flights to the United States from other countries, it's hard for new immigrants to get here. If you shut down crossing at the northern and southern borders of the United States, it's practically speaking very difficult for new immigrants to get here. So realize that the policies themselves that prevent people from coming here, including tourists, have been in place for weeks now, which effectively has actually stopped immigration. That's not really what's at issue. What's at issue is that the announcement that by executive order, Trump is suspending immigration may not be a legal thing, and it may actually change very little in practice. So why is Trump doing this? It's because he wants to placate his base with hyper-nationalist red meat. The hypocrisy is stunning. And you only need to look as far, again, as Donald Trump saying, we're ready to open in a whole bunch of different states. We've almost won against the invisible enemy. Trump is fomenting protests that are demanding that we reopen. And yet he says things are so uniquely bad that I'm going to do something that has not been done before, which is I'm going to suspend all immigration for public health reasons because we are fighting the so-called invisible enemy. It's completely incoherent unless you understand that coronavirus is merely a filter through which Donald Trump can push his pre-existing nationalist ideas to fire up his base. We know that this has Stephen Miller's fingerprints all over it, much like America First and a whole bunch of the other nationalist nonsense that Donald Trump has been spouting. And then last thing here, and then I want to move on to the bigger hyper-nationalist picture. As always, with the things that Donald Trump tweets that he will be doing, sometimes he never actually does it. So we do have to keep an eye on whether Trump actually does sign this executive order. As of now, he hasn't done it. Let's now move on to the conversation of the ultra-nationalism that is being promulgated under the guise of coronavirus. So Donald Trump is using coronavirus to push a very nationalist agenda and to fire up the most rabid ultra-nationalists in his base. The latest example we already talked about at the top of the show, which is Donald Trump announcing on Twitter that all immigration to the United States is suspended. Trump tweeted last night, again, just a quick reminder, quote, in light of the attack from the invisible enemy, as well as the great need to protect the jobs of our great American citizens, I will be signing an executive order to temporarily suspend immigration into the United States. We don't know what temporary means. We don't know the legal basis. We don't even know if this is legal. But what we've known for a long time is that Donald Trump would be as ultra-nationalist a president as he could get away with, not necessarily because these are the policies that he believes in or that he actually thinks are the best policies for the country. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Doesn't really matter. But because from the start of his campaign, Donald Trump has positioned himself as the nationalist candidate, and it has worked to bamboozle voters into supporting him. If you go back to the campaign in 2015 and into 2016, it was China's killing us. I know about how to stop us from getting screwed on trade deals, even though he didn't, but it was very, very effective. We don't win anymore. No more Mexican rapists are going to be coming here. We're suspending Muslim immigration to the United States. It's all nationalist language. And from day one at his inauguration, that language of America first, referencing an ugly nationalist slogan from the mid-20th century. There have been endless examples during the presidency, but today I want to focus in on what's been done during coronavirus to push the nationalist rhetoric. And before I do that, just remember, hyper-nationalism, ultra-nationalism, this is a common element, for lack of a better term, of fascism. And as we followed throughout the Trump presidency, we have a number of different elements of fascism that are noticeable. Trump is not a dictator. Fascism is a form of far-right, authoritarian ultranationalism, often headed up by a dictator. It often includes police states and lots of things that we don't have in American society right now. But that hyper-nationalism is part of it, and Donald Trump is very much excelling there. So let's look at our list. Under the guise of coronavirus, we've seen the entire premise of the response from Trump be focused around China is bad and we are good. So we had early on Trump first saying China's got this under control. Once it became clear that they didn't have it under control, Trump very much reversed and was calling it the Wuhan virus. He was calling it the Chinese virus, and the rest of it, you all know about it. This was setting up the early stages of a nationalistic response to coronavirus. Then, of course, there's always some truth to these things. The virus did originate in China. Then it's we're closing borders, we're shutting down, we are isolating. Now, that was the right move. Every country mostly did it. But what we're talking about is the building rhetoric of ultranationalism during the coronavirus response. Then Trump started with, we've got to start producing everything domestically. We can't rely on China for masks. We can't rely on Italy for ventilators or whatever the case was that each product was coming from. We've got to bring all our production domestically. And of course, that's partially true now, which is that if we produced all of this stuff all along, we'd probably have somewhat of an easier time getting more of these items right now. But it's distracting from the real failure, because the real failure is not we should have gotten this stuff from American companies instead of foreign companies all along. You can debate that. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. The real failure was disbanding the pandemic response team, not strategically increasing stockpiles of these elements, not distributing these earlier rather than playing catch up in late March. That was the real mistake, and it would have avoided the panic. So sure, you can get them all along from the United States or from other countries. The issue is not so much where these items are produced. It's that we weren't stockpiling them and we were unprepared and late in distributing them. Then it became, we must open the country for liberty and freedom. It's a constitutional issue. This is America. We're meant to be open, blah, 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 blah. Fomenting the mass gatherings to protest governors putting in place public health guidelines, insisting that these crowds are behaving appropriately. Of course, the crowds made up almost exclusively of Trumpists, don't tread on me, Tea Party types, Alex Jones style conspiracy theorists, all very nationalist groups, Trump very much instigating and firing them up. And then now we get to stop all immigration. There is this phrase, never let a good crisis go to waste. The phrase has been attributed to Winston Churchill, I believe falsely. I don't think it's a Churchill phrase. I've seen it attributed to Saul Alinsky. I'm not actually sure where it originated, but it very much applies here. It's not been put in place more acutely than during the Trump administration, and specifically during the coronavirus fiasco. And it may actually propel Trump to re-election if we're not careful. The nationalist rhetoric, which very often confused people in the sense that they believed Trump was good on trade when Trump didn't really know anything about trade, but it got people to say, this is the guy that will bring America back, so to speak. It worked during his campaign. And we have to understand that it may well work for Donald Trump's own reelection. Ultra-nationalism under the guise of coronavirus, laughable at its face. Things are going so well that we should reopen, but at the same time, things are going so poorly, we need to take the unprecedented step of suspending all immigration to the United States. Completely incoherent. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter @dpacman. We have a just packed program for you today. Really glad you're with us.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to say thanks to two new David Pakman Show members today supporting our program, Peggy Johnson and Kathy Fleris. Peggy and Kathy, thank you so much. Also, a very special thank you to James Sobel. James is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. He's been with us almost 5 years. Consider yourselves invited to grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Daily, you get an entire extra show. Our members get an extra show every day that we do. We have to realize something. The debate about what to do with the country over the next 4 to 6 weeks is not primarily an empirical debate about science out in public. It is not about flattening the curve. It's not about looking at the case fatality rate versus the infection fatality rate or anything like that. The current coronavirus debate happening in popular culture is merely about who favors a let them die approach and who does not. And increasingly, we have to accept that Republicans are making clear that they favor a let them die strategy. Now, so far, it doesn't seem like the governors of the states with a lot of protests are being influenced by the protests. That's a good thing. But it does appear that a lot of Republican governors are starting to open things up. I'll tell you which ones. And it's important to understand that the flattening of the curve doesn't directly save lives, in the sense that when you flatten the curve, you still expect that over time, without a vaccine, the same total number of people would become infected. It saves lives by spreading that same number of cases out enough so that everybody can get the best medical treatment possible because the medical system isn't overwhelmed. And by virtue of making sure resources are available, it saves lives. Imagine 1 million infections in a week versus 1 million infections in a year. Many more people will die with 1 million infections in a week because many won't be able to actually get the medical care that would be appropriate. Either way, it's 1 million infections, but we want to spread those out as much as possible. Republicans are increasingly saying, forget about spreading it out, let it rip. We are okay with letting them die. Florida's starting to reopen beaches. Now, you might think, well, Florida must have the virus under control, right? Very wrong. Florida has nearly 30,000 cases. They're in a very clear plateau. If you loosen guidelines during a plateau, cases start going up again. Next week, South Carolina is set to reopen beaches and retail stores. South Carolina, for now, fortunately doesn't have that many cases, by which I mean they have about 4,500. But we can expect those to start going up once they reopen. The Georgia governor, Kemp, says that businesses like gyms, barbershops, and hairstylists can start opening this Friday, April 24. Theaters, restaurants can follow on Monday, April 27. You've got Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott saying businesses in the state would start to reopen next week through a series of executive orders. Texas has about 20,000 cases. So, of course, we can't hide in our houses forever. But this has turned into essentially a referendum on let them die because of the Constitution in some vaguely phrased terms, or don't let them die. Now, during the 1918 flu pandemic, there were instances of parts of the country ending quarantines early, and very quickly cases exploded. Look at Philadelphia as one example. We're already starting to see that. Look at Kentucky, for example. On Sunday, Kentucky had, on a percentage basis, their biggest single day increase in cases to date. And what's important to understand at this point, we've got to understand this, guys. Even if the case numbers are low, the percentage increase is what you want to look at, because the term going viral comes from viruses, and a small number of cases can still be associated with a large percentage increase. And next thing you know, you've got a rapidly increasing problem on your hands. Now, protests during the week have continued to increase. And not surprisingly, we won't know for 10 or 14 days. That will also lead to a spike in cases. We have Wisconsin. You might remember Wisconsin voted on April 7th. We are exactly 14 days from that election. And after leveling off and starting to come down, Wisconsin is now starting to see an uptick in cases. We'll know the full scope of that within another couple of days. This stuff is real. And, Trump likes to call it the invisible enemy. It is invisible in a sense, but you see the mass gatherings and then you see the case numbers increase. That's not invisible. So the strategy from Republicans is let them die to save the economy. And we have to recognize that a widespread pandemic will hurt the economy even more in the long run. There's a number of recent papers about this. That shouldn't surprise us, though. With healthcare, for decades, the Republican strategy has been let them die. We can give everyone healthcare, but it would cost too much. We can't afford to do that. So people that could be saved from a medical perspective are going to have to die because we don't want taxes to go up or whatever bill of goods they've managed to sell us. So we're fighting the virus and we're fighting the disinformation and we're fighting the irresponsible actors. There's a lot of fighting going on. And the numbers in another couple of weeks may look very, very bad for some of these red states. I hope not, but that's what the early indicators are showing us. A friend of mine recently sent me this story. Actually, a couple of friends sent me the story. A phrase that I've been using lately to encapsulate the money grab that is coronavirus for many companies and people is exciting new products for coronavirus customers. Trump often talks about exciting products coming out. Dr. Birx and others have referred to people suffering from coronavirus as customers previously, which is the way that they are fundamentally viewed by our system. And we have learned that the Trump administration has given a contract for distributing N95 masks to a company that is bankrupt and has no employees. And the contract is for way higher prices than masks normally sell for. The company is called Pantera. They say that typically they're in the business of tactical training and mission support for DOD, the Department of Defense. Pantera's parent company filed for bankruptcy in the fall. They haven't employed anybody since 2018. And yet, somehow, FEMA is going to pay Pantera $55 million for 10 million N95 respirator masks. That's $5.50 per mask. 3M, which is actually in the business of making N95 masks, charges 63 cents up to $1.50 per mask. Prestige Ameritech, that's another manufacturer of masks. They typically charge 80 cents a mask. That's on an order of 12 million. And now Pantera, which, remember, they're not a manufacturer, they're a distributor. They're essentially going to be playing the role of middleman. They have gotten FEMA to pay a ridiculous amount for masks. The administration is paying multiple times the normal cost of a mask to a company without a single employee that is bankrupt so that they can middleman a purchase of masks. This checks every box of a sweetheart no bid contract at minimum, all the way up to actual money laundering or some kind of kickback deal at worst. And we may never know. And a ton of money is being made through coronavirus. Trump, remember, eliminated oversight of coronavirus funds, spending $1 trillion of our money with different companies. Oversight has been eliminated. They decide who gets the contracts. And he talks about, states should get what they can. That causes states to compete against each other, and it drives up prices, which, lo and behold, ends up getting their friends these outrageously inflated contracts to produce stuff or even just to middleman some of these deals at great profit. These are mafia tactics. If we follow the money on coronavirus, It's ugly and mafia-like, and I've told you before, there's so much money to be made shorting stocks or dumping stock based on inside information, price gouging contracts to states thanks to the federal government creating these competitive environments for states. Everything is a grift. Everything is cheating. Everything is shilling and stealing and hurting just average people, many of whom voted for this guy. So, of course, we have to remove him in November. But beyond that, they've gone and eliminated the mechanisms that would even hypothetically allow us to have watchdog functions on what's going on. Now you've got a bankrupt company with no employees that is having a $55 million contract for these masks. Absolutely stunning and not at all surprising. As if we needed a real doctor to tell us that the protests against coronavirus social distancing were a bad idea, we now are hearing from top infectious disease doctor Anthony Fauci, who is saying in clear terms, these protests will backfire. These protests will slow down the economic recovery. Now, the answer, the response is, of course, obviously, but I'm sure that hearing it from a doctor will make the protesters take heed and understand the importance, right? Wrong. Protesters over the weekend were actually caught on video chanting "Fire Fauci." I played that video for you yesterday. Let's look at yesterday's Good Morning America on ABC. Here is Dr. Fauci saying it himself.
And finally, sir, we're seeing these protests crop up all across the country right now, including those protests in Texas and other places where they're saying fire Anthony Fauci. Fauci is wrong. They're resisting these stay-at-home orders from governors. What's your message back to those protesters?
Yeah. I mean, I think, the message is that clearly this is something that is hurting from the standpoint of economics, from the standpoint of things that have nothing to do with the virus. But unless we get the virus under control, the real recovery economically is not going to happen. So what you do if you jump the gun and go into a situation where you have a big spike, you're going to set yourself back. So as painful as it is to go by the careful guidelines of gradually phasing into a reopening, it's going to backfire. That's the problem.
Unless we get the virus under control, none of this matters. By reopening now, you will get some short-term economic benefit. There will be nominally businesses that go back online and start earning some revenue and start paying some taxes. Okay, but over the long term, the economics are going to be worse from reopening the way that these protesters want us to reopen right now. It's genuinely and truly sad that this is simply another political disagreement. It's just another political football to throw back and forth. The science is clear. The medical world is clear. Any premature opening is going to lead to a spike in cases, and in the long run, it will cost us dearly. Maybe we get 3 to 4 weeks of so-called economic productivity. But it's like the experiments about, I don't remember who did these, but there's these experiments with 5-year-olds where you go in and you put a cookie in front of them and you say, I'm going to leave the room. If you wait 10 minutes, you'll get a second cookie. And some of the little kids are more patient and they wait and they get that second cookie. And a lot of people can't and they just eat the cookie anyway. Tons of people are stuck on the idea of opening now without realizing that if we do this difficult thing, we can hopefully open permanently a little further down the road instead of opening now and then having to close again and then opening and closing endlessly until we have a treatment and a vaccine. So, of course, Dr. Anthony Fauci is correct, but understand that once again, it's Fauci and science on one side and Trump and these sycophants on the other side. And we're supposed to believe everything is just fine and there's no obvious conflict there, except that Trump recognizes things are so bad that he has to suspend immigration altogether to the United States. Fauci says do not open and do not protest, while Donald Trump said over the weekend, liberate Minnesota, liberate Michigan, liberate Virginia, and save your great Second Amendment. It is under siege. And remember that Trump also said over the weekend, the protesters are the ones being treated roughly and that they are protesting in a responsible manner.
Well, I think we do have a sobering guidance, but I think some things are too tough. And if you look at some of the states you just mentioned, it's too tough, not only relative to this, But what they've done in Virginia with respect to the Second Amendment is just a horrible thing. They did a horrible thing, the governor. And he's a governor under a cloud to start off with. So when you see what he said about the Second Amendment, when you see what other states have done, no, I think I feel very comfortable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, when you talk about these states, Michigan, Minnesota, Virginia, do you think that they should lift their stay-at-home orders, or can you talk?
No, but I think elements of what they've done are too much. I mean, it's just too much. You know the elements because I've already said.
Sir, are you concerned, though, that people coming out in protest are going to spread COVID to other people? They're congregating in ways that health experts have said they should not.
No, these are people expressing their views. I see where they are, and I see the way they're working. They seem to be very responsible people to me. But it's, they've been treated a little bit rough.
This is a direct contradiction. I know who I trust on it, but there are Trumpists who want Dr. Fauci fired for trying to keep America safe. You need only look at history to know what the right path is. Look at studies of the economic impact of the 1918 flu. In the United States, we have found that the cities that implemented the early measures and kept them suffered no adverse economic effects over the medium term. The short term was bad, no doubt. But the states that opened earlier, the places that opened earlier in the 1918 flu pandemic, did better in the short term, but much worse in the medium to long term. You've got to grin and bear it in the short term. You will do better in the long term. We can't miss the forest for the trees here. And sadly, the president of the United States is actually encouraging these protesters to do that. Dr. Fauci is clear. The science is clear. I don't know that we're going to actually end up on the right side of this one. We'll have continued coverage of this and other stories from today on the David Pakman Show Instagram page. If you are on Instagram, and I am, go to David Pakman Show. That is our Instagram account. While you're there, follow me at david.pakman. My urban garden soil has arrived. I am planting. I will be documenting all of it on my Instagram at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's a pleasure to welcome to the program today Rachel Bidekoffer, who is an election forecaster and analyst and a senior fellow at the Niskanen Center. Rachel, it's so great to have you on.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So let's get right into it. So I've sort of intuitively suspected for some time that at least as a strategy for winning elections, convincing people to change their minds about who they're going to vote for is less efficient than just finding people that agree with you and getting them to go out and vote. And you wrote a piece a little while ago where you are, as I understand it, essentially supporting the idea of a turnout strategy rather than a debate and change people's minds strategy being a key to winning elections. Am I correctly interpreting your perspective? And talk a little bit about how you formed this idea.
Yeah, I mean, you are, and it's precipiced on this idea of a changed electorate, right? So this idea that in the age of polarization, it's exceedingly difficult to get people to change their minds, and that we have a much better and more sophisticated understanding of electoral behavior and voter opinions than we did back in the days. It certainly doesn't advocate for an either or. I'm not a either or black or white individual in any capacity of my life or my research. So I'm not saying you ignore persuasion. I would argue it's probably most effective amongst that small group of pure independents. Even probably would argue its efficacy against, like if you're a Democrat trying to get an independent that leans towards Republicans to vote for you would be a stretch, let alone a self-identified Republican. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do persuasion at all. But until recently, Democrats pretty much engaged in almost entirely devoting their resources towards persuading, spending GOTV money and their ad strategy and their messaging and framing over this idea of convincing voters of the other party or voters that don't agree with them to vote for them. And I am arguing that they neglected to consider shaping the electorate in their image, the way that the Republicans have.
How have the Republicans done it, and what sorts of strategies work or can you use to do that?
Yeah, so the way that Republicans have done it primarily is through effective, research-based messaging strategies. So when you look at how a Republican run campaign talks to voters, like they kind of meet the voter where they are, and you can't say that Democrats are as good at that. And it's not a flattering place where the American voter is, unfortunately. Americans are not particularly civically minded or engaged. Even the part that is engaged in elections tend to be pretty poorly informed. So, Democrats tend to have an idealized version of voters. They tend to think that voters want a very wonky policy-based discussion, and hit them with these types of mailers that are, pointing out, well, Republicans want to do this with, abortion funding, and we want to do that. Whereas Republicans are talking to voters' emotions. And the reason that they do that, number one, is because people are better motivated by emotions. But number two, if you were talking to somebody who doesn't have a great understanding of policy, it's probably because they don't have much interest in it, right? And so if you are hitting them with these wonky, heavily word Latin policy appeals, they're going to tune out pretty quickly. You want to hit them in a way that resonates with them and conveys that information pretty quick. So Republicans really do certain techniques, I'm happy to get into like specific details about, that are much more effective at getting through to that less inclined, less civically engaged voter.
Now, my instinct is that this works better with some issues than with others, in the sense that there are issues that naturally lend themselves more to a more sort of visceral, I've got to do something about that sort of reaction. Is that also a part of it, which is figuring out what is a voting issue in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? I mean, to some degree, you can't. To some degree, you can't create salience, but I'll push back at that a little bit too, because I mean, think about Benghazi, right?
Yeah.
How many Republicans did you run into in 2016 that would point to, especially the ones that were like a little bit less Trump, like woohoo Trump, and they would say, well, yeah, but Benghazi, right? I mean, just the fact that they could name Benghazi as a main issue is a testament to how much you can actually push and mold public opinion and voter like salience if you are effective at it and you know what you're doing. Because
But I wonder, was the Benghazi refrain actually about Benghazi, or was it the emotion of being repelled by Hillary and simply finding something to say about it?
yeah, I mean, yes and no, but like, I mean, it's such a niche issue, but yet I still run into people who say, well, I voted for Trump and I had to because of Benghazi. I mean, like Democrats would tell you that such a thing would be impossible to do, right? So, so the answer is you need to have the right issue. It needs to be an issue that resonates with people, but then you need to talk about it in the right way. So like Democrats will talk about healthcare, but they don't make it about life and death. I mean, sometimes they do, and I think they're getting better about conveying, if Medicaid expansion doesn't pass, this kid with pre-existing conditions is going to die, right? That's how Republicans would talk about Medicaid expansion. If we don't pass this thing, you're going to die, right? And Democrats don't want to take it to that level of stakes, right? But that's how, Republicans, everything is life or death. If you don't, vote for a Republican in 2019 in Virginia, they're going to take your guns away. It's not, they're going to make modest reforms to the gun laws that make it so that you have additional hurdles to clear for a gun purchase. It's, they're going to take all your guns, right? And so it's a twofold problem that Democrats have. identifying the right issues, and frankly, sometimes they're decent at that, but talking about them in a way that for you and me, campaigns are not about us. Campaigns are about those people that don't give a poop about politics, about policy, and the reason is that nobody has explained to them how important that policy is to them personally, the stakes that those things have for them. And I would argue Democrats tend to make campaigns that are already designed to talk to voters that care about politics.
So using this model and applying it to the 2020 election pre-coronavirus first, and then we'll talk about maybe what's going on now. How would you have assessed the likely outcome of the election on this basis before the virus?
Well, so, I mean, if you're familiar with my research, I put my forecast out for the presidential election before the virus, months and months before.
Yes.
And then I posted an update based on the conclusion of the Democratic primary, which, for me, as a trained political scientist with an expertise in presidential nominations, knew was a mathematical certainty after the Super Tuesday contest. And so I updated my forecast based on the conclusion of the Democratic primary and the, an inevitability that Joe Biden would be the nominee. And I talked a little bit about how I could not yet account for effects for the pandemic and the economic collapse that's going to accompany it, but also said that I'm not sure that it's going to matter all that much. And in the forecast for Congress that I released tomorrow, so, shameless plug, my congressional forecast that's been long awaited and much anticipated is going to be dropped tomorrow.
Yes.
Hold on, getting interrupted by a kid, which is quintessential pandemic.
At such a key moment as well.
Hold on, baby. I'm on TV right now. The Congress forecast is going to talk. Okay, now we're a month further down the road, and like I anticipated, the pandemic has not moved a public opinion about Donald Trump at all, right? Like, we are a public that is completely incapable of responding to massive political stimulus because of polarization and hyperpartisanship. So when you ask me, is it going to be before or after? There's not going to be much difference, to tell you the truth, right now.
And where do you see it then?
Yeah, and that forecast, anticipates a very good election cycle for Democrats, given that Democrats and independents, especially left-leaning independents, of which there are a great deal of, and especially in this audience, I would I guess, because when we think about who are independents, there are disproportionately younger voters and they're disproportionately white, right? Demographically. But anyway, left-leaning independents and also pure independents, so people who don't lean, who broke for Trump in 2016, but my research predicts will probably vote in favor of the Democrat in this cycle. And I think the one area that the forecast might change a little bit is, I think that Trump's problem with pure independence has probably been compounded by the pandemic and the economic collapse, because he is not a great leader, as objectively. If you were to say, okay, how is Trump handling the crisis? And you laid out a set of metrics that you would want a leader to meet in terms of this particular crisis and the things that internationally, luckily, this is a crisis that we can do that with because it's a crisis that the world shares, right? So you have a set of objective standards that are put forward by health policy professionals, and the United States is failing very poorly, faring fairly poorly at these standards objectively. And I think that is going to probably impact that pure independent voting bloc a little bit in the election.
Now, in terms of Trump's approval not being affected, it does look like, according to the Gallup tracking poll, we saw the largest decline in approval between takes, so to speak, a 9-point decline, which we've not seen during the presidency. It's still within the same range, right? It's still not a new number that we haven't seen before, but the precipitous decline seems novel. But you don't really think that it's moving dramatically in a substantive way.
Yeah, so another advantage I think that I can bring to forecasting and election analysis is that I am, I believe, the only forecaster anyway, and like race handicapper that also doubled as an active and really experienced pollster. So I spent 5 years running polls, many polls. So I'm very well versed in polling methodology. And so it pains me to say that something has been going weird in the Gallup poll for the last couple of years, really, and I haven't been including it. I do a very different model than the traditional method used by Silver and many of the other analysts is to throw every poll into a model because the noise will get canceled out if you just aggregate them all. Whereas I am actually a very snobby poll digester. I do want more than one poll. I'm not big on one poll, but I also will not include polls that that have certain methodologies, that have low n sizes. Basically, if the poll has a low n size, I don't even look at the results of it. So,
yes.
I at some point will put out a guide to poll watching for people to follow, because actually it's just astounding to me how many really really big name people use polling data in a way that is actually statistically inappropriate. So, polling is interesting. But yeah, so when we look at Trump's polling data using, decent data, what we will see is that there was a 2 or 3 point rally around the flag effect.
Yes.
And the untrained eye during that week of this was like, oh, look, Trump has a rally around the flag effect. He's getting more popular. But a trained eye looked at it, mine, and said, oh, God, look at this. This is the most amazing muted rally around the flag effect we've ever seen in presidential politics. It's completely atypical. We should see a 10, 15, 20. I mean, really, for this crisis, this type of crisis, something that's completely externally caused, it's, what we would call without blame. I mean, at least in the beginning, before the public begins to realize, the decision making in the early process. External crisis started outside of the country's borders, something that we would have expected prior to polarization, a 20-point rally around the flag effect for. And the fact that he basically did not get one is a real testament both to how unpopular he is personally, but also to how powerful polarization and hyperpartisanship are in American politics right now. And, I'll be talking quite a bit about this in this congressional forecast that comes out tomorrow.
So on the radio, TV show, and podcast, we're going to go to a break, but we'll have our full conversation with Rachel on the YouTube channel.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So I'm still getting through my stories about the irresponsible virus disinformation that's happening each weekend, and a lot of it is happening on Fox News, and there's so much of it, it's taking me through Tuesday to actually get caught up on it. So I want to go through a little bit of Judge Jeanine Pirro's show from this weekend on Fox News. Here's Judge Jeanine asking, I know people are dying, I know people are sick, but what about the rest of us? We just have to stay home? Another example of embracing the let them die strategy that we talked about earlier today.
Sheltered in their homes who've been patiently watching this unfold have seen the data, and the facts change from day to day. First, there were 2.2 million who were supposed to die in the United States, and then it was 1 million. Then it was 500,000, then 250,000. And supposedly, mitigation was already taken into account in those numbers.
Okay, we have to stop. First of all, a judge using the word supposedly, come on, okay? And she's wrong. 2.2 million was the possible death toll if we did nothing. And this is a game that they're playing now to say, hey, we could have lost 2.2 million and now we might only lose 60,000. So therefore, Trump is a hero. 2.2 million was if literally nothing was done, which no president could actually get away with. It seemed like Trump was going to do nothing at first, but obviously he could not actually get away with doing nothing. It's a ridiculous bar to be saying we could have lost 2.2 million. Anything short of that is a victory by Donald Trump. Let's continue, though.
And we understand there are still many sick and dying, and density in hotspots are to be treated differently. But what about the rest of us? We want to go back to work, feed our families. And as the governors sit there and pontificate, we are the ones experiencing the reality that for every percentage drop in employment, there are 5,000 to 10,000 deaths occurring. Depression, suicide, domestic violence, child abuse, resurgence of alcoholism, drug addiction, loss of hope. Battered women locked at home with their abusers. Abused children not being identified or protected because they cannot go to school. I'll wear my mask, my gloves, and I'll keep my distance, and I'll do the testing, whether to determine if I have COVID or whether I have the antibody. But don't you even think about tracing or tracking or giving me a card. It ain't happening.
If you're wondering if she's drunk again, I don't know the answer. Judge Jeanine appeared visibly impaired on her show a few weeks ago. It's less clear this time, but she's certainly not making any more sense regardless. People are sick and dying, but what about us? The answer is you get to live, hopefully. You hopefully don't get sick or die. That's what we are going for here. And Judge Jeanine continues with her rant, and she does seem more unhinged than normal, whether it's alcohol related or not. I don't know, but very, very unhinged.
Your models are out of control. The economy is out of control. China is the one that's out of control. We're not going to let you destroy this country or our way of life. We've worked too hard and we fought too long to lose it to a Wuhan. That's what I said, a Wuhan virus that China knew about, openly lied about, said it couldn't be transmitted from human to human, and intentionally protected Chinese citizens from the virus, but allowed that virus to be released, putting the rest of the world at risk. You want to control people? You politicians want to flex your muscles? Well, start working on how you're going to punish, ostracize, alienate, and financially sanction and make China accountable for what they did to us and the rest of the world.
Of course, the economy recovers. Dead people don't recover. Judge Jeanine, who was actually a judge once, which is crazy, is ranting in a way that's not that different from the guy urinating in the subway station while ranting about the second coming of Christ or whatever. Then we get to the cherry on top. Judge Jeanine actually brings on a protester. This is a protester from Michigan, and praises the protester, I guess, for putting people at risk of infection. Take a look.
Debbie Dingell, who is your senator, didn't have nice things to say about you guys. And I was rather shocked. Here she is, a representative of your state, criticizing this peaceful protest. And it was peaceful, saying it was inexcusable. What are Michigan's reaction to her?
Well, I can tell you, look at Michigan, look across the nation. What we've done with Operation Gridlock and has ignited a fire that has spread across this entire nation. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Texas. I mean, today, New York, great example of gridlock, people rising up all across this nation.
All right. And, you know, a lot of people are very proud of you, Michonne, and what you've done. And let me just say, Debbie Dingell's a congresswoman and not a senator.
Of course, the issue isn't whether it was a peaceful protest. Again, they are just completely changing the parameters of the discussion. The peaceful nature of the protest isn't at issue. The public health risk of the protest is what's at issue. They called it Operation Gridlock. They are gridlocking streets and preventing patients who need care from getting to hospitals. And this is how the echo chamber works. We're seeing it happen in real time. Trump tweets about liberate Michigan, liberate Minnesota, whatever. Trump says protesters are being responsible even when they're not. And then Judge Jeanine brings on a protester and acts like they're doing some amazing principle thing when all they're doing is putting people at risk of getting the virus and compromising the long-term economic stability of the country. Remember, they're insisting that in the short term, opening will be good economically. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But what we know from the 1918 flu pandemic is premature opening is bad economically in the medium term. And here you see Fox News sort of pick it up and carry water, openly promoting and supporting the protests against social distancing measures on which we are all relying to keep us safe. This is the situation in which we find ourselves. It's not a bad dream. We can't just wake up from it. We're dealing with this in reality. Another element of unfortunate reality is that this morning Donald Trump devolved into a childish tweet storm, appearing to potentially even have a psychotic break of some kind, maybe under pressure from the coronavirus fiasco, and once again proving that we are at public health risk by having this man as president and at least nominally in charge of the coronavirus response. You know, if it's really Jared Kushner behind the scenes or whoever, it's bad no matter what. Trump is at least nominally in charge. Look at what the president has spent the morning tweeting. First, attacking news coverage on MSNBC, saying, watched the first 5 minutes of poorly rated Morning Psycho on MSDNC just to see if he is as nuts as people are saying. He's worse. Such hatred and contempt. I used to do his show all the time before the 2016 election, then cut him off. Wasn't worth the effort. His mind is shot. Then remember that yesterday, nearly 2,000 Americans died. Yesterday, the death toll was right around 1950. Trump insists everything is fine and tweets, quote, "It's amazing that I became president of the United States with such a totally corrupt and dishonest lamestream media going after me all day and all night. Either I'm really good, far better than the fake news wants to admit, or they don't have nearly the power as once thought." Then, as the official number of cases in the United States will pass 800,000 today, Trump tweets about his ratings, saying, quote, "I've had great ratings my whole life. There's nothing unusual about that for me. The White House news conference ratings are through the roof. Monday Night Football, Bachelor finale, New York Times. But I don't care about that. I care about going around the fake news to the people. Remember that the daily press briefings are some of the most lie-riddled public facing events that Donald Trump has done in his presidency." And then lastly, once again, Trump tweeting about these phantom approval ratings among Republicans. We never know where they're coming from. I think they might come from just surveys that Donald Trump promotes through YouTube channels, saying, quote, 96% approval rating in the Republican Party. Thank you. This must also mean that most importantly, we are doing a good, great job in the handling of the pandemic. Now, the truth is the opposite. In the last Gallup presidential approval poll, I told you about this yesterday, Trump's approval dropped 9 points since the last poll. That's the fastest approval decline between polls of Donald Trump's entire presidency. But none of it matters. It's all a question of what can his followers be convinced of. Nearly 2,000 people died yesterday. We're passing 800,000 cases today. Testing has not actually increased for weeks, and Trump spends the morning bragging about ratings and attacking Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, MSNBC hosts. This is not a president. Maybe someday we will have one. The voicemail number that you can call 24 hours a day is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's a here's a caller who doesn't care if the protesters die of coronavirus, but unfortunately it's more complicated than that. Take a listen.
Hey, David. I know this is sort of unpopular to say, especially with, knowing your views. But honestly, dude, I don't care if some of these protesters die as a result of their irresponsible actions.
I get it. The problem is other people will also die. I'm mostly on board with, if this is truly a sort of natural selection type thing, where if the protesters want to protest and they are the only ones at risk of getting sick and dying, at a certain point, it's like, okay, let them do it. Now, the problem is some of them are bringing their kids. Are their kids really able to consent to that? Do the kids really understand the risks? I don't think so. But if you imagine only the protesters are the ones that risk dying by protesting, at a certain point, I would say, fine, just let them do it. The problem is they become spreaders of the disease. And so while you are right, you were also missing that it's a fantasy to imagine that the protesters are only putting themselves at risk. That's the problem. On today's bonus show, we will talk about news that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is very ill after surgery. Yet another 2020 thing that is stacking up for a very crazy situation. We will also talk about what's going on amidst the pandemic in Italy with the mafia, and we will talk about the Supreme Court guaranteeing the right to a unanimous verdict in serious criminal trials. Very interesting and important. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Don't miss it. Get instant access by signing up at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call the meeting to order at 6:22. And is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none. Members of the public, Kate, I think we have you here for a specific reason.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so do you have anything for the public?
Nope, no items for the public.
Okay, and then Lauren, on anything from Lauren?
No, I'm fine.
How about you, Rich?
No, I'm in the background.
Okay, cool. Review and approve the minutes of the March 16th, 2020 minutes. So those should have been delivered in the package. Is there anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of whatever it was you just said.
March 16th, 2020, Peter? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor give a thumbs up, or do we have to say, oh, we have to roll call, right, Bill? Okay, so Laura?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Rick? Okay, I heard an aye, so it's unanimous, that part carries. I have nothing for correspondence. Was there any correspondence, Bill? No. Wow, moving right along to old business, equity, calendar for discussion. Laura, that was kind of your thing. Tell us exactly how you want us to deal with that, and how you want us to move that forward, or if you want to take a break and talk about it next meeting.
I think that what that agenda item was striving for, it was equity, but it was equity for all of our students, making sure that we had a definition of equity for all of our students in both that, met with both buildings. I believe. I will stand to be corrected, but if I'm racking my head, that is what I believe that was. How do we say that we're providing equity? And I think that we may have to put that on hold right now, since all of our students are virtual. I don't even know if that's, so how do I want to, I am not prepared to deal with that tonight, Mr. Chair. How's that?
No, we weren't, and I don't think we were going to deal with it tonight. I think the idea was you had originally, the state has a definition of equity, and we were thinking we wanted to have a River Valley's equity. So we still want to do that, or are we okay? Or
I would like us to do that eventually. I don't know that that is in the top 5 priorities that we have right now.
So then,
I'm a little more worried about the state equity issue than, making, I think we're probably pretty close here. I think we're fine tuning here as opposed to, dealing with some kind of grave inequities statewide, which may get.
So why don't we just put that off, and Bill, in the future, let's just note that we want to have a discussion on an equity definition for river valleys. Is that okay with everybody? Thumbs up? Cool. Okay. Website design, and this is something, Mark, you were big with before. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
No, I too am not prepared to speak on that tonight.
Okay, so do we want to make that a subcommittee? Is that a big enough project that maybe a couple people should work together on that to move that, especially showing my great ability with technology tonight?
So you'll be there. You'll be the chair, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know it's something that I'm not going to speak up. If somebody else has some ideas.
So I have zero time, as unlike all of you who I know are just swimming in time. But I am interested. So I would not be interested in chairing or being, but I would be interested in like I'm assuming Mark would be interested going forward. But again, I don't know that this is in the top 5 for right now either. Well, though maybe it is. I don't know with where we're at. You know.
I've started working on a temporary template that we can have to kind of unify all of our websites. I just haven't had as much time to work on it this past month as I thought I would. And it would be a temporary solution, not a permanent one.
I know last time we brought this up and we went a little ways. I know Rick and I had a little bit of sticker shock. I believe, I think we were thinking a few $1,000s, and I think Rick, I don't know if you remember, didn't he come up like 25 or 30 all of a sudden? Mark?
Rick, you have to unmute yourself.
Rick, unmute yourself.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. No, I think it was significantly more than we thought, and probably something we need to budget for in the future, a total overhaul of the site. I think we need to figure out what we want from it, though.
So a committee of maybe, a central office, our administration, a couple board members, and a couple staff members would probably be the best way to move that forward.
I'd like to have Anita on that committee.
Well, she could be a public, and then Bill, what do you think of that? Bill and Matt and Tammy, is that? Matt likes it. Tammy likes it. Bill, you good? Okay, so why don't we set up the next meeting, Mark? If you can just give us a brief under this website design, give us what you think you may be looking for money, and maybe like an outline of what you want to do, and we'll make it a formal committee.
Okay.
And give you like the summer, because I would think then, that would play into budgeting next fall.
Makes sense.
Everybody, thumbs up? Lori, good? Yep. Okay, thank you, guys. Next thing is the complaint policy with corrections. Mark, I think, had a couple corrections. Wasn't there a misspelling or something?
Yeah, complainant. Looks like it was changed from complaint to complainant. So this looks like it's correct.
And this has been approved, so we're all good with this. Public complaints, correct? No, there was discussion on B22. No, we approved
Right. This was warned.
Okay, so we have to approve it.
Correct.
Okay, here we go, Matt and Tammy. Was this posted in your building somewhere for everybody that comes in to see? How do we get around that, Bill?
Post in the buildings, and we put it on the website as a policy, that is warned. We do it at central office, but we can't not do those things.
So we need to sit and wait on this until the schools are open again?
No, they just have to be posted. You guys can wait, it's your call. The rules are different right now. I mean, we're following the same path as we normally would.
Tammy?
Yeah, it's posted, it's just no one can view it because the building's closed.
So is the board good to vote on this? Let me make a motion in a second that we approve it.
I'll make a motion that we approve B22A.
Second?
I'll second.
Rick seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mark?
Oh, we have to do a roll call, Rich.
Oh, roll call. Laura?
Yes, aye.
Mark?
Yes. Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Okay, wow, we're getting this really good now. So, Matt, I'm not gonna, and Tammy, you guys gonna have to initial and write it that we voted on it, okay? Next thing on the agenda is, there's a bunch of papers we were given about principal advisory committees. And remember, this came up as a point of discussion. Andy McLean brought it up at one of the one of the meetings to discuss the budget. This had been put into our articles of agreement when we had 3 different schools, and we thought it may be more necessary. So I guess the first question is, do we think it's necessary? And the second question is, do we want to follow the example that Bill's set up in the West River group? Laura?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Did I say something?
Well, no, I asked you. So what do you want to do with the principal advisory committee?
With the principal advisory committee. Principal advisory committee.
Or should we skip over this and come back to it in another meeting?
Let's come back to it at another meeting, I think. The
Mark?
principal advisory committee, this is for hiring.
No, the
teachers.
principal advisory committee was part of the group that Andy McLean brought it up at the meetings to discuss at when we did the budget meetings about a time where people can make suggestions to the budget.
Oh.
And it was in our articles of agreement when there was 3 schools that were going to come together. So there is some form of this at the West River group, but that was 5 different schools in the high school, and we're just.
So do our administrators have a way that they would like to have that happen? If they don't, then I am happy for us to take this up at the next meeting. But I think I would want to hear if there was a way that would be most helpful.
Okay, Mark?
I personally think we're small enough that we don't need this. I think we just have to warn the meetings, and I think now that we're holding them online, gives people even greater access to participate.
Rick?
I'm gonna be with Mark on this one. I don't think we're big enough to warrant it. There's not enough. I don't think there's enough people out there that are interested in serving on something like this, but I could be wrong.
Probably only if we say no, we're not doing it.
That's
then there'll be plenty.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, you wanted to say something?
I just emailed all of you, and Lauren, I emailed you as well, just the language from Article 17 of the Articles of Agreement, kind of the forefront of how this was brought up. I think the origin is really important to understand that this came up when you were talking with 3 different districts across 3 geographical regions. So even then, you were very prescient to say may want to do that. I tend to agree with both Mark and Rick that you guys have set up a system now so that you have transparency and you have the ability to participate. So I think it would be a redundant layer that would be unnecessary at this time.
Matt or Tammy, any comments?
Richard, Dwight's here too.
I'm sorry, what?
Dwight is here also.
Oh, I see him in the bottom corner.
I do have a comment, Rich. The only thing I would like to say is I would rather put energy in and time in seeing how we can work together to do more events between Wardsboro and Dover versus putting time into a PAC.
Matt?
I agree with both Tammy and Bill and everybody that's talked about it. I think size-wise, we're small enough that we can reach out to families. I think families feel really comfortable coming to either school, talking to the principal if they have a problem. And if they disagree, they have the ability to go to the board. I think it's I don't think it's a huge need right now. I don't see that yet.
Okay, Dwight, do you have any comments? We're on the advisory committee, halfway down in old business. Mark, can you unmute Dwight? Or is Dwight really there?
See a circle with a D on it.
Well, no, I know, but
He's muted on his end.
okay. Dwight, are you there? Can you say something? Unmute yourself.
Or use a chat box, Dwight.
There I am. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey, can you hear where we were? Dwight?
I think I'm having technical difficulties, everyone. You're coming in garbled. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we're talking to the advisory committee. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. So I think then for now, I agree with Tammy, and that's something that we've been asking for a while, is put more energy into doing more between the Dover and the Wardsboro building. So why don't we work our energies into that, and let's put that on the calendar. And Tammy and Matt and Bill, you just need to tell us how the board can help you with that. And why don't you guys include that in your principals report, next principals report, what you need from the board. Is that okay with everybody on the board? Bill and Matt and Tammy are shaking their heads. Rick is good. Bill's good. Mark, you and Laura? Dwight? Are you good with that, Dwight?
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
Dwight, if you're having trouble with your audio, try calling in on the phone number.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Okay. So the work plan was something that we've asked Bill to kind of put a calendar together. And I know he sent us a calendar. And I believe I printed it, and I can't seem to find it.
It's on your screen, Rich.
Okay. So did people get a chance to look at the calendar?
Are there any changes to this from last month when we spoke about this, Bill?
I can't remember. I don't think I made anything major. I just made sure that transportation and budget development were part of the goals. After your discussion about, parental advisory councils, I think I would get rid of district advisory council and possibly add, intra-school collaboration or something like that.
Everybody good with that, Laura? Mark, you good? I can't see Rick anymore.
Works for me.
You're good, Rick?
I'm good.
Dwight, you back? Okay, well, let's move on then. Board member appointment. Dun, dun, dun. Tammy, where are you? You're right there. Okay. So Tammy, how many did you? I know we put some advertising out. You had how many hundreds and thousands of people knocking the door down?
You mean how many people's doors am I knocking down?
Either way.
So we did have one person of interest, and she has called in. So I'd like to introduce everybody to Kate Rideout.
Now, Kate came to the school board meeting in Wardsboro right after the town meeting, correct?
Correct. Yeah, in early March I showed up.
Okay. So one of the things we're required to do as a board is the legislation changed or the rules changed a little bit when we went to Dwight, is that you as caller too? No. Is Dwight on, Mark?
I'm here. Whoa.
Okay, so Dwight, we're on the board member appointment. We have Kate Rideout from Wardsboro who's interested. Tammy beat her door down and dragged her to this meeting today for us.
Okay.
So one of the things we have to do is we have to consult with the select board in town. So last Tuesday, I was on a conference call with the select board and told them what we were doing, and that we had at least one applicant. We may have more. It wasn't, closed until Monday when we met. Tammy said the only one she's had, Bill and Matt, you didn't have anybody from Wardsboro contact you guys. So we've got Kate here. Kate did come to the meeting after town meeting and express some interest. And I believe, Kate, you said you won't run again because your appointment would only be to the next regular or special town meeting in Wardsboro.
So, yeah, so the appointment would be till the next town meeting, and then it would be an elected position after that point in time.
Yeah, and you would get the remainder of that term. You could run for an open term if you wanted to. And I think there's going to be some discussion, Rick and Dwight, and then you would be involved in that. We want to do the election in Wardsboro different. We went to the town meeting because that's what Wardsboro was used to, but you also had done it the night before school board meeting, before town meeting, the school district meeting. So does anybody on the board have any questions for Kate to ask? Anybody, Tammy or Matt or Bill?
Matt has a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Do you want to type it, Matt? Would that be easier? And I can read it and answer it? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, you're muted on your end, Matt.
Now you're unmuted, Matt.
Sorry.
There you
Go
go.
ahead. Talk, Matt.
It looks like it just reacted. Thank you. Sorry, it's that old machine. Kate, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for stepping forward, and would love to hear a little bit about you and why you were interested in the board. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, Rich, but since Kate and I have never met, I'd love to just hear a little bit.
Kate, tell us what you're interested in.
Okay, so I'm interested in the Wardsboro School Board, well, the River Valleys Unified School District, I believe is the appropriate name at this point, because I do have two young children in the community. I have my 5, almost 6-year-old Amelia, who's in kindergarten, and my 3-year-old Xander, who's just a couple of years away from entering school in our district. So that's why I want to just be a voice and, learn more about education system that we have available to us and see what I can do to help. And for those of you who are on earlier, you would have seen them because they all enter the room while I'm on meetings, and yeah, it's been fun.
I noticed you have a trap set up for them. If they open the door, the lamp falls over.
No, it's not rigged appropriately. I thought about that, but yeah. And I also have a furry family member as well who tries to come in during meetings too. So Ajax is also, they all do much better if I just let them in, sit with me for a minute, and then they go about their day. So that's how we've learned to deal with remote meetings and working full time from home in the time of a pandemic.
Dwight, are you set? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm here, and I'm really happy to see Kate that she's come forward. I know she's come to a lot of meetings. I've seen her knitting in the back, listening to what we were talking about. So you won't be able to knit anymore, but now you'll be on the other side of the table.
We can knit.
She can still knit. What's her name from Wyndham used to knit all the time in meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's still appropriate.
I'm sorry.
It was Madame Defarge.
Lauren, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Lauren, the paper.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I see Katie joined us, Your Honor. Do you have any questions, or just saying hi and seeing what's going on?
Just saying hi, seeing how everyone's doing.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Laura. I know you guys are really busy. Thanks for doing all that you're doing.
Hey, Carrie, congratulations on your confirmation today.
Thank you. Yes, that's good to know. I have a job.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get Kate a job. So with any, so what we would do is we would make an appointment. She wouldn't be able to do her position tonight because we have to get her sworn in and she has to sign some paperwork, like everybody does when they get elected. But we can make a motion, or we can wait till executive session if anybody has anything they want to discuss. Or we can just do whatever the board wishes.
I make a motion that we appoint Kate Rideout. Is that how you pronounce the name? To the open seat on the board from Wardsboro.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dwight got it in before Rick shook his head. I'll vote. Let's start with Dwight.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Kate. You're now the new.
Kate.
Hey, Laura, how are you?
Hi, Kate. Congratulations. I would need to get your email. You'll have to do some paperwork also for the central office in order to get a board stipend. So I just want to put that out there. Maybe Tammy could forward your personal email to me.
Yes,
Okay?
that would be great.
Thanks.
You know, this is like the what was it, the Hollywood squares, you know, like I feel like we should be putting X's and circles over people. Or the Brady Bunch. Kate, congratulations. Thank you very much. So our next thing is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So Bill did find out for us through the state that we do need to appoint 3 auditors. I was able to talk to one of them, this pastor from the Eastover Church, who's willing to serve. As difficult as it was last time, he'll be okay. If it's twice as more difficult, it won't be that good, because he said they had no meetings, they didn't do anything, and he's not sure why he's even there, but he's willing to serve again. The other 2 was the former teacher from Brattleboro up in Dover Hills and Randy Capitani. I did not get a chance to call them today. So does the board want to wait and do that at the next meeting? We'll have those 3 people, see if they're interested. If they are, we'll just appoint them. Yeah, cool. So does anybody else have anything other old business? If not, new business, we got the principal's report. We were submitted a written principal's report. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I was just wondering if Matt and Tammy could give us a little bit more detail on what's been going on the past month and how things are going.
Tammy, why don't you start, if you don't mind?
Sure. Really, we've been rolling out our continuation of learning plan, which we worked as administrators to develop. So the principals, as well as our director of curriculum, all worked really hard on that and getting it out. In addition to that, really, I've been supporting families, supporting teachers. I would say that, the teachers have made an incredible effort providing remote learning to students, as well as, supporting those families as far as, making sure that they have everything they need as far as internet access. We've, provided opportunities to meet via video conference, as well as individual phone calls to families of any children with, whom we haven't connected. Teachers, have really made the transition to distance learning well. And I really feel like overall, it's been a smooth transition. I would say more recently, we finally have gotten to sort of catch our breath, and we're feeling a little bit more comfortable in the new learning environment. And as many of you know, this week is actually April break, so families and students are taking a little break this week. And really, that's my update.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I think I was able to get my mute off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It took almost
We can hear you.
the entire time of Tammy's report, but that's the price I pay for video. I'd like to echo Tammy's report. It's been the same, pretty much the same in Dover as Wardsboro. And if we're listing things that we've collaborated on, I'd like to really tip my hat to Tammy, because we've collaborated, I think, at every step during this transition to distance learning. We've worked together on publicity for our parents. We've worked together on PD for the staff, and it's just really been a delight to have a partnership in Wardsboro, and certainly have another professional to bounce ideas off of and to work collaboratively with. So I'm very thankful for that. I think, like Tammy mentioned, the Dover staff, they started out of the gate, like a racehorse. And after the first lap, everybody was pretty tired. But I feel like they're settling into a groove now, and we continue to support families that are having trouble accessing, or I'm trying to provide technical support over the phone via video, and having people come in and talk through the glass at school. It's working pretty well. There's still a few families that are struggling to access, but that has really been the priority. So I think the families are very thankful. They're especially thankful for the food service and the work that the food service and custodial staff have been doing on that. And we're ready to get back to school in August.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Come on now. We're holding out hope.
Think positively. Rich, I've got two follow-up questions. That's okay?
Let Laura go and then Mark.
So I just because we were talking about this before the meeting, I just want to say this during the meeting, not through the schools, but coincidentally, the state is putting 2 hotspots down in, they're putting one Microsoft hotspot in Wardsboro. And I was checking in with Tammy if there had been any communication with her. I believe it's going to be at the town hall library spot. And we were just touching base on whether or not whether or not she knew about it and whether or not she might want to have some input on it. And we had talked about, I believe the arrangements were made with the select board. So I think that's, but I just wanted to say that during the meeting. I don't know if Tammy had anything else to say on that. And
No,
I
I
had more to
just,
say on activity, but
Laura, I just wanted to clarify. Did you mean town hall? Because you said library.
it said library town hall area. I'm not sure where, I haven't talked to Peter since I first, I got the news and I sent him, the chair of the select board, I sent he, and it was Reedsboro. I sent both of them an email and said, did you guys know about this? I didn't know about this. They did. So I believe they said town hall library area. Maybe they were trying to figure out what it was. So, but if you
Because the
feel
one
like
at
it would be,
the library already exists. We already have an existing one at the library currently. So if they're adding one, I would think it would be in a different location. But I'll talk to Peter and get the details.
That's exactly why I wanted to make sure we brought it up. Just
Perfect.
you had that info.
Mark, you're next.
So Matt, two questions. One for both Tammy and Matt. Do you have a count of the number of students that do not have internet at their homes at this point? Matt, you shaking your head?
Yeah, we have a count, and we're following up with those families directly. And in fact, we've been working a little bit with Laura on gathering some data around the district. And so the answer is yes, we have counts for that, and we're working with them individually. It's below 5 in Dover.
Okay.
So I feel a little bit luckier. We're actually, all of our families have internet service. It's just how reliable it is really the bigger issue here in Wardsboro. It seems like it sort of fades in and out depending on the day or the usage. I'm not really certain. Yes, so everybody fortunately has it. It's just whether or not it's working reliably. That's the bigger issue here.
Okay. And Matt, can you talk a little bit about how IB has translated to the online teaching world?
Yeah, it hasn't actually changed that much. The IB structure fits nicely into remote learning. The ability to be project-based also fits nicely into remote learning. We've had to reduce the scope of work that we can do based on what the agency recommended for time of day and for what we've heard back in response from families in terms of the amount of workload. But nothing has really changed. It's, we continue to focus on basic skills, and teachers continue to work IB units into their regular classroom meetings and regular classwork. It's just at a reduced rate based on the amount of time per day that we're able to provide instruction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard, you, if I might, I don't know if this is the place, but I do have a little bit more to offer on connectivity and broadband. I don't know if you want to do it here or elsewhere.
Why don't we let Bill make any comment if he wants, and you can follow up.
Yeah, I don't really have anything specific other than I would just tell you that Matt and Tammy have been phenomenal leaders during this extraordinary time, and their calm demeanor tonight is exactly what their colleagues are seeing on a daily basis, and that provides an enormous amount of consistency and stability that is really important. And so I would just give a big shout out to both of them for their leadership during this period.
Now, how come Tammy disappeared on us?
I think she just turned her video off.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having a poor connection,
you,
so I just turned the camera off. I'm still here.
I think it's family movie night in Wardsboro.
Matt, you got anything else?
If I could, I just would add that on this issue of connectivity, Bill's office has taken on this project to try to identify families in the district, and it really has turned out to be a big project. But the staff at the central office have really done a fantastic job identifying and mapping out those households, including staff, and really allowed us to actually, they've made all the individual calls, but it's really allowed us to dig in and see really which specific families are struggling to access. We got information about the ability for them to access at all versus, poorly. So we can distinguish those things. So I just like to thank Bill and the central office for the work they did on that project.
Okay.
Rich, can I ask a follow-up? It's Dwight.
Dwight?
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up on, that you guys seem to be doing an amazing job, and thank you for everything. My only question was, based on the connectivity and some of the other issues, is there any absenteeism? Are you finding some kids just aren't at all of the, school classes they need to be at? And are we doing anything to try to catch those kids? And also, are we keeping track of those who aren't attending?
You want to go first, Tam?
Sure. I would say that overall our participation rates are extremely high. On a daily basis, I would say all of our teachers are connecting with most of our students. If not, they definitely reach out to them, whether it's via a phone call or email. And I think parents are being extremely proactive. If their child isn't going to participate, we get a phone call or an email saying, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to make it today. So overall, our communication has been really fantastic, and participation, I would say, we have maybe one or two students, maybe once or twice a week, not, connecting with their classroom teacher. So overall, we're, I would say I'm really thrilled with the amount of participation that is happening at our school.
Just in terms of Dover, it's similar. We do have, Dwight, we do have some students who are not accessing because they don't have access. So they're finding creative ways. Teachers are accessing kids by phone or by FaceTime, or parents are taking kids to work. They're driving up and sitting in front of the school and using Wi-Fi. So there have been a lot of solutions to having the convenience of having the internet connectivity at home. But I feel confident that we're reaching all the families. It's not necessarily a one and done, like you reach them and it's over. I mean, this is something that we have to continue to support, and we continue to support daily. I don't know about Tammy, but we're constantly working with families to access the Google Classroom and send out their kids' credentials, and they're finding the phone app and getting that set up. And so there's a huge broad range of ways families are accessing, but some are getting printed out materials that they're picking up still because they don't have the ability to access the materials online. But those are down to one handful, literally less than 5. So that's going pretty well, I think.
Thank you. You guys are doing a tremendous job. I'm only hearing positive things, and just really, really, just a tremendous job. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and all the teachers.
Tammy, did you want to add something to that, or you came back online? Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want, sorry, turn that off. How are the teachers holding up now that we're, 5-6 weeks into this? And the staff, I'm just curious how they are doing personally. I stand corrected.
You want to go, Tam?
What was that, Kate?
We've completed 5 weeks. So we're going to start week 6 when we come back from vacation.
How many weeks is a semester?
18.
So you'll have a third of your semester will have been this way.
The teachers in Dover are, I think, again, I mentioned out of the gate, they were running hard and they were tired, and families were tired. There was too much work. I think they're finding a balance now after this period of time, and they're occasionally stopping into school to get materials, so I'm able to kind of check in with them. Everybody seems good. They seem strong. They're ready for this break, so I'm hoping everybody's taking this break and getting away from their computers and taking walks. But I think they're finding the balance with their family and creating boundaries with their students so that they're not Zooming on Easter Sunday, for example. But I think generally they feel pretty strong. They really miss the kids a lot. That I hear that over and over again. They miss the personal contact. They miss the face-to-face, and they're really just looking forward to getting back to normal so they can see kids and get them back in school.
Yeah, I would say at Wardsboro, it's very similar to the things that Matt spoke about. I mean, all the teachers are saying they would much rather fulfill their contract in the way it was meant to be fulfilled, which is, on a day-to-day basis, teaching the kids in their classrooms. Yeah. So other than that, I think they're holding up really pretty well. There's a little bit of anxiety about, what it will be like coming back after a little break. And then we've got about 8 weeks left of school after that. So we're trying to think of ways to make learning fun and engaging and exciting from now to the end of the school year.
Go ahead, Matt.
Just one more thing to add, following up on Laura's comment earlier in the meeting about how you all are getting more technologically advanced. That is also something I hear a lot from teachers, is just the amazing amount of learning that they've been forced into in the last 5 weeks with all the online learning how to run a meeting, learning how to keep kids engaged. Some of those things continue to be things that we're working on, but it has been true for teachers that they have learned a tremendous amount these last few weeks and are growing under these circumstances, which is pretty remarkable, I think.
Well, thank you to you and your staffs and all the great work that you've been doing.
You're welcome.
Laura, you wanted to follow up on something about technology or Wi-Fi or interconnectivity?
Yeah, I just also wanted to thank Matt for highlighting originally an issue that was going on with one of our providers, Bill for gathering all of that data. With my legislative hat on, I asked Bill and the superintendent in the other district I represent for that information. It's been a pretty high priority in my legislative committee for my chair. Like his number one thing that he cares about doing right now is making sure that kids are connected. I don't know that we're doing so well in that department, but we are working really hard. Immediate solutions in this type of a situation are almost always going to be wireless, I think, and we're seeing some wireless go into some additional wireless go into Wardsboro maybe, but that's not like having it at your home. So people are really trying to think about how to get these kids more connectivity. It definitely illustrates even more, the inequities that we see for our kids all across the state, and our staff and our board right now, so luckily we're all able to be on. So I also want to thank you guys for gathering that information. I think it will be helpful eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, you good or? Okay. So the only other thing, I was talking to Laura earlier today about something else and mentioned, I don't know if you folks saw on Fox 25 News, they're using school buses to make Wi-Fi hotspots. And the school bus pulls into a big parking lot and they have a big piece of paper on the side of it with the connecting code and stuff. And people that have more technology than me can go in there and you can go and hook up. So I didn't know if that may be something to do with their school buses, make them hotspots and move them around the town. And I'm not sure what is required to do that or what you need. But, we have a couple school buses that are delivering meals, I guess, maybe, but it was just an idea. Kate, watch out behind you. In case it was a murderer. Are we good with the principals? Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if this is for Bill, Lori, or the principals, but I'm just curious where our budget stands in relation to where you expected us to be at this time of the year.
So that would be me, right?
Probably.
So yeah, I just looked at it the other day, and I think I had given you a basically an up-to-date last board meeting, maybe last month. And I'm not seeing, there's no big savings, if that's what we're looking for. It certainly seems to be keeping track. I will say the revenues are probably going to be off even a little further. For instance, I just heard today that the Medicaid billing that happens is not, it's still happening with remote learning, but it won't be, you can't bill for a one-to-one when you're not actually having a one-to-one service. So there may be some reduction in some of the revenues on that. Food, we may have some increases in food costs there, but some decreases in some substitute costs. So those might balance each other out. So I would say, right where I thought we were going to come out for the end of the year is what it's looking like, within a 10 to 20% range.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Of the somewhere between 27 and 31, depending on the time of day that someone says it, money that's coming to the state for elementary schools, which I know is being distributed based on Title I. Any idea on how much we're looking at receiving?
So it's going to come to the SU, and it'll come down through probably the Title I, the grant funding. It's roughly about $281,000 for the SU.
Okay.
And then it will be distributed based on, we actually have a COVID-19 project code in all of the different databases right now. So any spending that's above and beyond what would have happened normally has been coded to that. So we're tracking expenses. For instance, when the SU was asked to create childcare for essential workers, we immediately coded all of those costs. It didn't last that long, but we coded all of those costs to the COVID-19 project code. So we're tracking expenses, and that will come out of there. The money, it will come down directly to the SUs. So it does not go to the Ed Fund. And so that is, it's another pot of revenue that will be looked at for grabbing back to go towards the Ed Fund. Trying to put it in simple terms of, I don't know if you remember, many of you were on the board, we had the healthcare recapture, where they, the estimated savings in healthcare due to the new healthcare plans, they reduced ed spending over a 2-year period by doing a healthcare recapture. And so I know that's been talked about. I don't know, and Laura could probably fill us in a little bit more about that, but I'm not sure where that stands right now. But we may see that 281,000 for the SU recaptured in a different way because this 31 million or 28 million dollars that you're talking about doesn't touch the Ed Fund, and they need it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, just something for everybody to remember.
Richard?
This year's budget is pretty well set. Most of our income is in. We don't have a lot of income stuff coming in, except for grant money when we even up. I wouldn't be worried about this year at all. I noticed when I just signed pay warrants. There was, we seem to be in a good position. It's until the legislature decides what happens next year, that's going to be the big thing. And we could spend hours discussing it, but until the legislature actually makes some decisions, we're not going to know what's going to happen. And it's, again, this year's are pretty much all set. Most of the money goes back and forth. We asked I think last time, Laura, you were at our meeting, we asked that we not spend any money, that we didn't need to spend, absolutely need to spend. Hopefully we're going to save a little bit of money on fuel, even though it's coming down, because the buses aren't going to be traveling. But the big thing is going to be paying attention. Once the legislature decides what they're going to do, then we need to be nimble enough to be looking at it and see how we adjust the budget that we've already passed. And that's going to be the important thing. I think more so than this year's it is what it is, and we're kind of stuck with it. Laura, do you know what they're doing?
No, no, I don't know what they're doing yet. I know that is definitely, that's been discussed in a number of meetings. And the other thing I was going to say is I was going to encourage all of us not to say they, but to say who we mean. Not to say they, but to say who we mean. I'm feeling very sensitive about us and them stuff these days. So.
And I'm not saying it bad. I just, the legislature doesn't know. I mean, they have as much of an unknown as everybody else.
It was not. It was not an attack on you, my friend.
Oh no, I mean, sometimes I'll say the wrong thing. Like, I didn't mean to. I'm not nervous yet. I'm nervous about next year, but I'm pretty comfortable about this year. Lori, is there any reason not to be comfortable?
No, I think that we'll finish out the year, like I said, somewhere in the vicinity of where I had thought originally. Unless they do something with this recapture for this year, and I don't know that will happen in time for this year. So,
and they would be the legislature, and specifically the Ways and Means Committee and the Education Committees making a recommendation. Oh, yes.
Okay. Is everybody okay? We beat that topic up enough. Mark, I think you brought that up. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just to clarify, this isn't a worry. This is just trying to get the information.
Okay. Now the dog's attacking Kate. Okay, so then if we're good on principles, let's move to Bill and the superintendent's report, which was a lot of information. Go ahead, Bill.
I don't really have anything to add. I mean, I'll take some questions. I'll capture the superintendent's report and the COVID-19 report, just to let you guys know kind of the landscape. I meet twice a week with all the superintendents from Windsor and Wyndham to talk through every issue that we're all going through. We're sharing documents, we're sharing concepts, we're sharing strategic approaches. So we're all trying to work lockstep together. We meet once a week with the Secretary of Education for an hour on Thursdays. He gives us a debrief of what's going on. We get guidance every single day in written form that we share with all the principals and the cabinet members. And then we take action based on whatever the guidance is. We meet once a week with our COVID-19 task force, which is our leadership team, plus the association, the nurses, the counselors, food service, just so everybody knows what everybody else is doing so we can stay in touch with each other. And just trying to keep things as normal as possible and routine as possible during a very unroutine time.
Any questions for the superintendent's report? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you,
Bill. Matt, one thing I missed during your presentation, I don't know how much you can say, but I don't know if everybody's aware of the situation you had up there with a staff member. Do you want to just, Mark, you have a comment?
I was waving at Dwight, who just showed back up.
Oh, Dwight's there. Hi, Dwight. Matt, can you give us a brief overview of what happened?
Sure. I think I sent out a release to each of the board members. We did have an employee have a medical emergency while preparing some meals on Wednesday of last week. And rescue was called. Deerfield Valley Rescue came to the scene. Dover PD, East Dover Fire was there, and the employee was transported to BMH and was released on Thursday and is home recovering. And the news is all good, and we are extremely happy about that. It was not related to her work in any way. It was not related to any of the work conditions. It was a personal medical emergency. And we're just really feeling fortunate that we were there to help her, and that she's recovering well and is ready to come back to work. Although I told her she has to wait 14 days because she's been in the hospital. So feeling very lucky.
Okay. Is there any questions for Matt? Okay, hearing none. Is there anything that I missed? Is there anything anybody wants to see on the next agenda? Mark, you had sent something that said go to meeting best practices. Did you send that to everybody, or was that just for me because I didn't know what I was doing?
No, I sent that to everybody. There's one small correction to that, which is the link on there to the meeting document. I mistyped that. It's only HTTP there, and actually has to be HTTPS. Hey, Cabernet. Sorry, dog and cat are fighting. But no, that's it.
So just how do we do an executive session now?
We are going to kick everybody out who doesn't belong in the executive session, and then come back from it. And anybody who wants to come back in can, but won't be the easiest thing to communicate about.
Okay.
So Mark, is there a waiting room?
There is. If people want to dial right back in after I kick them out, they can wait in the waiting room, and then when we come back from executive session, I'll let them in.
Do I need to wait to be sworn in to go to executive session? This is Kate.
You should be, but I think we can, and I don't see Bill anymore. Is Bill gone? No, Bill's there. Bill, we can invite who we want to bring into an executive session, correct? Okay, we can invite you in.
Okay.
Is there anything I'm missing? Because I think all I have is contractual issue. Yes, Peter.
How shall we know when to come back?
Well, I don't know if we're going to make any decisions, so I can just send you an email again, like last time. I have that technology.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody good then? Board members, just give a thumbs up if you're good. Okay. And I'm sorry, it looks like I'm looking off to the side, but I got a bigger screen in front of me and my computer's on the side. That's why I'm really not looking at you guys. So why don't we? Pardon?
It's your good profile.
Better profile. Thank you. Why don't we do an executive session for contractual issue? If somebody would make such a motion.
Rich? Bill just asked whether you want Tammy and Matt to attend.
No, as long as Bill attends, he can fill them in. We'll let them get off. Poor Matt is struggling down there in Guilford. Bye, Tammy. Bye, Matt.
Bye, guys. Thank you, and have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Did we have a motion?
I don't know. I'm waiting for one.
I'll make a motion that we move into executive session for contractual issues.
Okay. We have a motion. Somebody second that, please. Rick?
A second.
Okay, so we get a motion in a second. We should note in the motion that we're going to invite Kate into the executive session.
Got it.
Okay.
Bye,
Is there any
everyone.
discussion?
Keep safe. Nice to see you all on video.
Bye, Carrie.
So let me just let people know that on the contractual issue, Rick and I will let the board know, and hopefully we'll have some more information at our next meeting. And then, is there anything else before we adjourn, Mark?
Yep. Bill, I was just wondering where we were on the status of the couple of hiring positions that we had.
Sure. Matt has posted the positions. We've received over 10 applications, many of them local. So I would agree with the board's approach to contractual negotiations and investing in what you have invested in. I think that word gets around and people see stability and durability in what you guys provide in River Valley.
Great. Good to hear.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, Bill, I don't know, do we need to meet the first Monday in May, or what do you folks think? Do you want to put it off to the middle of May, see what's going on more? Do we want to maybe just have a written report from the principal administrators and see what's happening? I'm not sure what the board's thoughts are. Laura, go ahead. Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I think I'd like to meet it. It's helpful for me to hear from Bill, Matt, and Tammy about what's going on. So that's my opinion.
Laura? You're good?
Nothing.
Oh, Dwight's muted.
What's that?
Dwight, so are you up for meeting on May 4th?
Yeah, I'm available.
Rick,
it is helpful. I mean, the meetings are, I mean, I'm not sure how much more we need to do, or what other things we have to accomplish, but I agree the meetings are helpful, and, I miss you guys.
Now it really looks like that tic-tac-toe game, Rick, you all good?
Yes, that should be fine to meet. If we want to meet, that should be fine.
Kate, you're all good to meet?
I'm ready to go to meeting.
There you go.
Send me an email and just let me talk to Andy and see how you get sworn in. I think any notary can do it. Do you know any notaries over your way?
I think so. I think there's actually one up in my neighborhood. I'm up in the Sheldon Hills Mountain Farms neighborhood, so I think we've got one up here.
Okay, and if not, I could meet you over in Wardsboro, like post office there by the cemetery at the base of Sheldon Hill.
Yep.
So, and stay 6 feet apart. So let me check with Andy and I'll let you know what we need to do for you.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we're all set, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Just so everyone knows, it will be the same link for all of our meetings, so that won't be changing.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Mark, for us too. I really appreciate it. As you can tell, if it was up to me, we wouldn't be doing it.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved. It's what is it? It's 7:37 p.m. We'll see you is all on May 4th. Bill, and we'll get together the week before and Bill's done.
Welcome on board, Kate.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Good morning, committee. My apologies to you and to everyone out out listening to us on YouTube. I guess I read the schedule wrong. I thought we were on at 9:30. Apparently we were on at 9. So congratulations to all the committee that read their paper correctly. And shame on me. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment of silence to remember former Representative Bernie Jeskowitz, who lost his life yesterday to coronavirus. Bernie was a good man. So just a little bit for the committee going forward. After today, there really doesn't seem to be any reason for us to be meeting. We really don't have anything to do with COVID right now. And want to make sure that we're not putting any more pressure than they're already under to the administration. The two people that we asked if they would be able to come on with us today, this morning, are deeply involved in grant writing and other things, and so they won't be joining us. So we want to just make sure that we're working on COVID-19 for this month. I have asked Catherine to reserve a space every Thursday on these 2 time slots in case something does pop up that we need to deal with. Then we have time allotted to us on Zoom. So after today, we won't be meeting. Just keep checking your emails regularly, as you have been doing. And if something does happen, we'll contact you and let you know what's happening. So with that, we have Allie Richards, Trey Martin with us today from Let's Grow Kids. And I think what we'd like to discuss with you is the new dollars that are coming in from the federal government. I know there was some money they were talking about childcare, and how we can work together to maybe change this system going forward. So Allie?
Thank you very much, Representative. Good morning. Nice to see you all. For the record, Allie Richards, CEO of Let's Grow Kids, and Trey Martin and I are going to be tag teaming this. So let me just maybe do a quick introduction for you, and I'll hand it over to Trey and we'll go back and forth a bit. But I just want to say absolutely honored to have this opportunity to reconnect with you on this topic. We really hope that our conversations that we started earlier this winter will continue. And I think that what we're seeing right now, Chair, is that the conversation that you all began about the essential nature of childcare is pretty much becoming in stark.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was standing in front of Mike yesterday.
Amy is the host.
Tomorrow. I said,
Lynn.
hey, Mikey.
There he is. Say hi.
Mission accomplished.
We're thank you, Kevin.
We're live.
We're we're on YouTube, by the way, live.
I got my webcam.
Amy, are you able to give me co-host?
Yes, Mike, let me get that for you. Hang on.
Committee, can you please remember to mute yourself while the witnesses are speaking so that we don't get any feedback and any other interruptions that might be in the background? Thank you. Okay, sorry, Allie.
Not a problem. And I'm actually quite glad that Representative Dickinson got that webcam. That is going to be great
Mike,
for this.
I'll get that going for you, Mike. Hang on one sec.
Thanks, Amy. Okay.
So pretty much as an overview and intro, Chair, what you all have said about, wow, if we're going to think about economic development in a deep way for Vermont, the world is seeing that in stark relief right now. Childcare is obviously not a nice to have accessory. It's the backbone of our economy. I mean, we are really reliant on it. And that's one fascinating part about this pandemic crisis right now, is that we are seeing that. So I want to tell you a little bit about what Vermont is doing as far as what you said about the federal dollars and even state dollars, which is crucial right now. We're actually a leader in the nation, which is going to get to your point. It's going to be what will allow us to open this back up when the dust settles, to actually have a childcare industry. And we're learning deep lessons right now that can support this. But I want to hand it over to Trey first to specifically sort of address your first question, of how should things maybe be redesigned going forward. Then he'll hand it back to me to go into some more specifics.
Great.
Well, thank you, Ali, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Trey Martin, I'm the General Counsel and Chief of Strategy at Let's Grow Kids, and really delighted to get the invitation to talk with you today. You know, Ali handed this off to sort of address what we're thinking right now about the kind of rebuilding or recovery or, you know, redesign out 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months from now. And I guess that, you know, the first response that we have is that we are right now thinking about our work in 2 phases. So we're really in a response mode right now. Ali, when I turn this back over to her, she is going to tell you everything that we've been doing in terms of that response. There's a current crisis and it requires emergency action. We've been doing our part in that along with a lot of other people, and we're, you know, delighted to have the opportunity to tell you about it. I think Ali's also has some written testimony that she's done for, you know, the Human Services Committee that she's delivering later on. I will forward that to you all because it lays all that out in a written format so that you have it for your record as well. In the meantime, in the meantime, so we're going to shift to recovery at some point, to, you know, or maybe we should call it rebuilding or resilience or, sustainability. And we were already thinking with you about where we're going to be 1 year from now, or 3 years from now, or 5 years from now. But sitting here today on April 9th, I think we're still waiting, just like you are, to understand the state's fiscal picture for the rest of this year, what the picture is going to look like for fiscal year 22, 21, 22, and what that means. And I think we know a little bit about what the CARES Act has done for the childcare industry, but there's a whole lot of work that's happening in terms of the national response and advocacy to include more stimulus for the childcare industry at the national level in future packages. The amount that CARES Act provided was, I think, a couple decimal points different from what some of the national industry leaders suggested. And we think that what might come out of that, if they're successful in getting part or all of what they think is needed, is still going to be largely about recovery. Vermont has been way ahead in terms of taking care of this industry and pivoting to address current needs, but not throw away the future of the industry. Other places are not so lucky, and so I think a lot of the federal spending is going to be going to shore up losses, to shore up people's employee needs, or bank loans that people weren't able to pay back, or leases that they needed to be able to defer. We don't know yet whether there's going to be a national effort to really subsidize the cost of childcare for workers across the country. We hope that there will be, but we're going to need to monitor that closely. We will be back in touch with you, and we'll be talking to your colleagues in the other committee rooms who have an interest in that as well as that develops. Hopefully this is, I know you won't be meeting as routinely maybe in the next few weeks, but over the next few months, you will be meeting. And as we get to each of the kind of decision points and sort of timeline points of the response and the shift to recovery, we'd be happy to come back 2, 3, 4 times, over the coming weeks and give you updates on what we're seeing and hearing. We also started a conversation with you last month that's still very relevant. The PowerPoint that my colleague Sarah Kenny and I presented to the committee, and back it seems like about 4 years ago, doesn't it? But it was really only about 6 weeks ago. That's still really relevant. It reflects the best thinking that's happened in Vermont over the last 5 to 7 years. The Blue Ribbon Commission report, the think tank report that followed that, the work that the Business Roundtable did to think about the economic impact of childcare in Vermont. So that is everything that we presented there, I think, is still relevant. We do, in a future system, need to think about governance. We want to think about service delivery. We want to think about how we support the actual cost of care, not the market cost of care, but what it actually costs if we were to pay workers a living wage, or better than the living wage, a wage that would attract people in. We still need to think about training and loan repayments for those folks. And ultimately, we want to be able to shift this to a conversation where this is part of the way we address our demographic challenges and our growth challenges in Vermont. And again, we will continue to do that. But right now, I think it is clearer than ever that this is the connection between employment, between family welfare, between the welfare of children and the future lives and productivity they're going to have, is that this is critical infrastructure, right? I mean, the fact that, colleagues in this building or in the building you would be in, as well as the administration, are doing so much to support the childcare industry right now is because we won't be able to get people back to work without it. At some point, those closure orders are going to be rescinded, and people who are able to return to their jobs are going to want to do that. And we need to be able to just flip the switch and get people back, get kiddos back into childcare. That's what we're really working on right now. If we do that well, we'll also be in a position over the coming months to think, okay, we've bought ourselves some time. What's the stepwise process we need to go through to address the governance, to address the service delivery, to address the actual cost of care? And we're very hopeful, I think, like you are, that the feds are going to help us to at least make a down payment on that. Block grants. I mean, to the extent you all are passing messages up to our counterparts in the intergovernmental structure, giving states some flexibility around that would sure be helpful. Tying it to big federal programs like Medicaid or other sort of HUD-related programs that do block grants to states who are ready to move in a certain direction and need some flexibility. That would be what Vermont would be looking for. Not something that's formula driven and can only reimburse certain costs. Of course, we're trying to help our providers understand those federal programs right now. Do they go on unemployment insurance, or should they use the state's stabilization program, or do they want to use the Families First Act sick leave, family leave provisions, or is that somehow, does that not work with the stabilization program that Child Development Division has stood up? So I think Allie can talk a little bit more about what she's seeing in all those programs, but one example of something that we're doing is a webinar later today at 1 o'clock where providers can call in, and we've gathered our consultants and our lawyers, and they've been happy to join us on these webinars and answer questions from childcare businesses. What do I do about making payroll? What do I do about bank loans? What do I do if I need to defer costs? So that is kind of the reality that we're facing right now. And it's even more complex than that. And so why don't I, before going further down that, and maybe people have questions, but if not, I'd like to let Allie really flesh out the rest of that work, because she has spearheaded that for Let's Grow Kids over the last, 4 weeks, I guess, of pretty intense effort.
Great. Thanks, Trey. So I think we do want to open this up for conversation soon. So let me just lay out that context for you. First, thank you really greatly for your second question of how can we help? And so I think to address that, I'm going to quickly, as Trey said, just give you a little bit of color of what this response phase has been. Then I'm going to go to sort of the pivot of, if we're reading our tea leaves right now, what does the sort of future start looking like a tiny bit? So first, we found ourselves in a very unique position of being on the ground as sort of a private, nimble partner, and have been totally working hand in glove with the state of Vermont on this response mode, sort of filling gaps, being a conduit from the field, and employers and parents up to the state and feds actually, and back. So we were sort of thrust into this and happy to do it from the beginning. So what is this? What do I mean by the response for childcare? I think you probably all are seeing from your constituents and from following this, two key components. One is basically supporting childcare to do emergency childcare for essential workers. It's been an incredibly important part of our response. And then two, making sure that the childcare industry survives this crisis. So Trey touched upon this, just to give you a sense of that. And this is what you all were getting, into with us this winter. As you now know, this industry is so fragile that usually they've got maybe 1-2 weeks on their margins that they could operate through something like this before going bankrupt. And I'm not trying to be alarmist. The National Association for the Education of Young Children did a survey, and the childcare industry would lose about 50% of their businesses within 2 weeks of this crisis if there are no measures to step in and support the industry. I have happier news for Vermont that I'll get to at the end of this, but that's the situation. So those are the two key components. A, can we actually dust off and reboot our economy when this is over with childcare there in existence? And two, how do we support these folks who are actually doing childcare right now for these essential employees? So we've been in a position to support both efforts. So we've been sort of overall a translator of very complex guidance that's coming both from the state and from the feds, digesting that guidance and pretty much refreshing sort of accessible language for all the different groups, parents, providers, businesses, and that's all on our website for Let's Work Kids /coronavirus if anyone's curious to take a peek at what that looks like. But we've been really focused on the essential workers. Just so you know, one of the first things we did was we created an intake form for all essential workers and 211 extension 6. So it's the Help Me Grow call center. So the form and the center to basically have a public intake. Are you an essential employee? Do you have childcare needs? Let us know. And then we send that right to the state. We use our infrastructure that's already in place, which is a great sort of scenario, and through a referral system, and they match up families with childcare. So you all know, to get a flavor of that, 1,037 workers to date have used the tool, with 1,661 children needing care for both school age, so it's up to grade 8 and 0 to 5-year-olds. And that's heavily happening including school age in the 0 to 5 private childcare system, which also includes after school programs as well. So the after school, groups are also very involved with this. So that's a huge piece of this response. So in the meantime, we're making sure that those that are asked to go on the front line as childcare providers and businesses that are doing this work, and they're doing it well, they're doing it with all the supports and health guidance they can have. So we've been working completely with the Department of Health on what's the latest guidance to do this childcare safely right now. We've been doing webinars. We've been supporting them actually getting supplies. And this is a small tweak, that just so you all know, right now we're actually sourcing thermometers, masks, gloves, toilet paper, sanitizing supplies for these childcare centers that are doing childcare right now. They can't get these supplies. They're out of these supplies and they're doing this work. So we're trying to get the State Emergency Operations Center to add them to their roster to be able to access these supplies, especially masks and gloves, which they're not able to get right now. So we're sourcing them and literally delivering them all directly. So that's just to give you a sense of what the emergency childcare looks like. But honestly, the state is doing a fantastic job. Everyone's really doing their absolute best, and they're standing up programs that would have taken years, months at least, in normal scenarios to do. And we're happy to support that. The other thing that we're doing, just so you all know, is we're actually partnering with the state to do an informal system of care. Some people aren't comfortable in the normal childcare congregate setting right now. Some people can't swing it for a variety of reasons. So we're actually starting to work with UVM medical students who are already fingerprinted and background checked, and helping support get them into homes of essential workers through this childcare. So that's just to give you a flavor of what's happening right now in this field. That's a huge part of it. But let me pivot to sort of the punchline, which is, what about those that are closed? And even those that are doing essential childcare, they're only doing very, very small amounts of kids. What of this industry and this profession? Is it going to exist? And I have to tell you, Vermont is the first and only state to date that has said, we will not let the childcare industry die in Vermont, and created a stabilization program, which is one tool in the toolbox. And it is the absolute best in the country right now, to basically say, we're going to step up and continue your pre-K payments, continue your CCFAP subsidy payments, no matter whether you're open or closed. And we're going to pay 50% of your tuition for families, and families can pick up the other 50. Now, we know this is still a hardship on many families. The good news, such as it is there are many options. First of all, if families say, I've lost my job, I don't have income, I can't pay that, the state will pay 100%. So in other words, these programs are held financially harmless through this crisis. And they also have, as Trey mentioned, the ability to just, mothball their program for now and go on unemployment. We're supporting them through a weekly webinar with HR consultants, doing a lot of this work pro bono to help early childhood businesses navigate these, unemployment benefits, paid family leave, and et cetera, and what is the better choice for them and their bottom line, so they can pop up open. We also have an emergency fund that we've created. We know there are going to be financial gaps through this, so lots of Vermonters have said, how can we help? And they've been asking to give money, so we stood up an emergency fund, and we're also working with the Vermont Community Foundation, VCF, just so you all know, who is doing a wonderful, more generic response make sure that we aren't losing basically major pieces of our industry and our society here in Vermont during this crisis. The final thing I'll say is this quote from, let's see if I can find it here, of a child care program who has said, "I feel incredibly valued and so appreciate living in a state that is helping providers by covering their lost income due to mandated closure from COVID-19. We will have a stable childcare system when we return from this mess, which will help folks get back that work that much faster." And that's to your point, Chair. You know, we can't do recovery without childcare. And so, you know, I want to just mention there's a state and national sort of plan that you all can be part of. First of all, you can make sure that we can get this funding, you know, that the state has promised, both from probably federal and state sources, to ensure that we can stand, you know, behind this recovery plan, so that we can just literally flip the switch and go back to functioning when this is all over. The second thing is there's national momentum, and we're emerging as a state leader of that, to see what we're not going to just, you know, band-aid the system anymore. Like, we have to fix the system. And I think there's going to be a big national federal policy and funding push for that. And I could see Vermont being a really key leader in that. We're already starting to emerge as such with some other states that are doing really good work on the ground. But then there's also a state response, and you already alluded to it, Chair, which is there's going to be stimulus money. How can we put ourselves in this great position to really fix the system in a way that we need to? And one example is, you already started seeing our agenda for this year, you know, the IT system, for example. We have a dinosaur antiquated IT system for childcare. If we would have had the new system that we were looking for one-time funding for this year, it would have made the response so much easier. And it would be the sort of, it seems so simple, but it's the foundation of building a modernized childcare system. And so that's a one-time funding thing that we could start looking at together creatively in the coming months, and the time is right to see if that makes sense for us to signal we're serious about recovering with childcare as a cornerstone of this rebuild. And another example is the wages. You know, you all started working on that with us. Basically, it's this idea of people are going to be reshuffling themselves and their employment when this is all over. And if we can say we're committed to childcare as this key piece of our world and our economy, you know, and you started seeing wage supplements to recruit people into this field as we're doing this rebuild, this reshuffle, it would be huge, absolutely huge. So those are just some ideas to tease us. But as Trey said, it's too soon to really dig that deep into that conversation. Thank you so much for the time. I know that was a lot of information. I really appreciate the ability to debrief with you all. A lot has happened, as you can tell, over the last couple weeks.
Well, and three punctuation marks to put at the end of that is, what, you know, first is that I have sent in the testimony that where Ali really lays out the response activities. So I sent that to Amy and the chair and the vice chair for you all. Happy to have you look at that. Second, if you'd like us to be in touch, you know, as we continue to work and identify some of those opportunities, we'd be happy to develop something more specific to this committee's question and sort of say, okay, here are some of the opportunities that we see coming down the pike. In the meantime, as Ali noted, I just want to emphasize and ask that you all understand what is happening, and so that you can support your colleagues and help them think creatively about, you know, how do we make choices within the CARES Act, that $1.25 billion, or how do we look for opportunities where, you know, it has to be new spending and sort of new programming. It has to be related to COVID-19, and it has to be spent this year. We'd be happy to help think about some of those opportunities, and Ali just mentioned a few of them that we've already talked to you about. So I think with that, we have plenty of time left to have a conversation and hear questions and try to respond.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Trey. So committee questions, remember, raise your hands, and don't forget to put your hands down after you've asked your question. Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ali and Trey, I just have a question, because we're looking at unemployment rates that are going to be maybe 10 to 20%, and parents have been put in the position of being their home educators of their kids now for anywhere from kindergarten up to older ages. So, and it's unlikely that we'll have a rapid recovery in all sectors. So our unemployment rate is probably going to remain fairly high for a while. So the demand on child care centers is not going to be as great as it was even 2 months ago in terms of the number of people or the looking for employees. I'm just wondering if you are thinking that way and systemically or strategically as to what that looks like over the next 12 months, over the next 24 months, as to a change in the demand at that level.
It's such a good point, Representative. The main thing I would say is, first of all, we're really not seeing that. A lot of the reason why parents are in some cases happy to continue to pay this 50% is because they know they need that childcare spot when this is all over to go back to work. So we haven't started to see that yet, but I do agree with you. It's smart to project out that things will probably change over the next few months. The other piece of the puzzle is we've only been meeting the need 50% of the demand for childcare across the state. So these folks have wait lists, 7,500 kids deep. So I actually don't believe it's going to show up. That lack of demand will show up in the day-to-day operation of childcare businesses like it would in other industries, just because we're so under, the supply currently. So I don't believe it will shake out in a way that we're going to need to plan for as far as the business model, if that makes sense. But it's a very, very good point, and something that we've not fully turned our attention to, as Trey said, as to the recovery phase yet. We're still deeply in the response, but it's a very smart point for us to start thinking about.
Mute myself here. Other questions, committee? I think one of the pieces that came from the federal government was in community block grants, and it was a pretty small amount of money that they sent to us. But I did see that childcare was specifically named in there. Is that something that you all have been looking at and trying to figure out how to apply it to our centers?
Yes, and Trey, you can jump in here. I believe that, as Trey mentioned, the childcare industry, sort of writ large in the country, asked for, a denomination that was 100 times larger than what ended up happening for childcare in the stimulus in the CARES Act, and so we ended up getting, I think, $4 million, Trey. I mean, it was a pretty small amount of money given how much we're going to need to support just the stabilization program to keep the industry alive in Vermont. So I believe, Chair, that money will go directly to, this would be a question for the Child Development Division and AHS, finance office, but my understanding is they're certainly going to braid that federal dollars right into any other emergency money that they're using right now to just basically first and foremost do the stabilization grant. I will say the beauty of the stabilization program is that it's a very clean, comprehensive injection of funds into the field in a way that holds them financially harmless, as opposed to this tapestry of inefficient, supports that many other states are doing. So it's really the best in class as far as, I know it's still complicated, but people are already starting to, get the guidance and start to sort out what they're going to do as a business for childcare business. And this is really the most comprehensive plan. So it's a funnel of any state and federal dollars to directly to these programs. It's just not enough, so we'll be finding other sources.
But to underscore Allie's initial point is the money that came to the industry in the CARES Act is it could either cover the cost of emergency care and supplies and the health needs of those centers. There maybe would be a little bit left over to support the stabilization program, but it's not a comprehensive funding source to get us all the way to the end of even this response period. So again, that's why, future federal action as well as, other creative thinking at the state level are just going to have to happen. $4.3 million is a few weeks of stabilization or less if you have to divert that into emergency childcare costs.
So this leads to a very, very good point, though, Chair, which is the expansion of childcare financial assistance that's happening right now is best practice. It's what the sort of national best practice, has prescribed, and we're one of the few states that are doing it. It's also what the Blue Ribbon Commission and all of our ground, work over the last many years on fixing sort of this industry problem has said. And so we're getting an interesting flavor of what it could look like truly stabilize and and have this industry fly into the future right now. It's an interesting sort of dimension of this month.
So, but I understand this money came through so that it's in the community development block grants, and there's generally municipal applications that have to be put in for that. Is there some type of waiver or some different directives from the Fed on how they get this money out?
I don't think we know all the guidance yet from Office of Management and Budget. They were hoping to get that out by the 13th, which is the beginning of next week. So it has been. I mean, when you read carefully between the lines, or even what's on the lines, when the Joint Fiscal Office and others, Commissioner Gresham are talking to the appropriations committees, that they're saying that we're operating in a real dearth of guidance right now, or with a real dearth of guidance, and so they're counting on that. It could be a place, though. I mean, we have been looking at that too, or I've been looking at that too, and wondering, is there a way to for Vermont to kind of more creatively direct that money towards projects that people agree are the kind of high priority projects, as opposed to waiting for which applications come through the pipeline, which sometimes that's a great way to let the market drive need. But then the people who are best at putting applications together are the ones that are, on the receiving end.
Well, and I think it's going to certainly slow the way the money can get out quickly, because if we have to wait for municipalities to put in applications, and then we have to have the board hold hearings on those applications and make decisions on them, I think it's really holding things up instead of speedily getting the money out. So.
Absolutely. And again, that's why I'll point to the stabilization program. Part of the sort of genius of the state's response to childcare is they're saying, you know what, we're not going to have these thousands and thousands of small business have to wade through that process exactly like you just laid out, Chair, of applying for a grant, trying to figure out if UI is right for them, trying to figure out if it's a mix of the grant and UI and paid family leave. This is actually this one sort of shot deal where between parent tuition and the state support, it's a really clean and easy way to basically ensure A, that these businesses stay open, but B, to not have all these folks become unemployed. To your earlier point, Representative Kimball, the one part that we're not going to add to unemployment right now is through early educators, because you have to keep your folks on payroll. And to your earlier point too, Representative, about parents homeschooling, these folks now, the early educators who are still on payroll because of the stabilization program, are actually working with families. They're doing story times, story circles. They're supporting families and sort of coaching them through behavioral issues, helping them get routines for their kids at home. So they're actually doing quite a bit of service for these families while they're still on payroll and frankly, open as K through 12.
Okay, we have Jean and then Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On another topic, prior to the pandemic, there was talk about the business community rallying with some ideas on funding. And that conversation, I think we need to continue to have that conversation even while we're getting through this pandemic. Are you talking to the business community at this point? Where are we with those thoughts?
Great question. Fantastic question. It was one of those projects that we felt would be absolutely, able to move forward. But I have to say, Representative Sullivan, we have paused that for the moment, specifically as to the funding sources, because I think we all are very much, waiting on the uncertainty of what our fiscal picture as a state is going to look like. I mean, hearing, about the loss of revenue, I think we are going to need to let the dust settle a little bit. However, to your point of calling this meeting today, frankly, for all of you, we have to also at the same time be smart and not be flat-footed when things kick back open. Positioning things like childcare, things that we've now seen are absolutely necessary through this crisis. Having a plan of action ready. So we can really move swiftly with state and federal dollars. So I think it's going to be a bit of a dance, Representative O'Sullivan. I think it's going to be a, a very careful threading of response and pivot to recovery when we start to understand that. But all that is to say, our business partners are still with us, and they're starting to, lean in different ways, how, like, ideas of how might we use stimulus funding to set ourselves up to have that conversation, quickly when the time is right, as opposed to thinking through, specific funding sources right now. But I'd be really open to your feedback. You all are seeing this closer to the ground than we are, on when is it appropriate to start that conversation back up again.
Well, that they're consistently part, that the business community is consistently part of your conversation now is very important.
Yes.
And yes, and you'll get the committee support on this because this is a vital part of economic development.
I greatly appreciate that. And just so you know, I have to call some of them out right now. Fully distributing, here's an example. They've been involved through the business roundtable, they're involved on the ground, and all of a sudden they are the only folks with product, janitorial
Wow.
product, toilet paper, because they held on to it to be part of the emergency response because they knew this was going to happen. And they've chosen to prioritize emergency childcare as one of their clients right now. So they are physically, personally, breaking open pallets and repackaging them and delivering them to childcare programs right now. To quote them yesterday, I want everyone to know you have a friend in childcare down here in Foley, right? That's one example. Twincraft, Michelle Ash actually just joined Let's Grow Kids board. She feels so passionately about this manufacturing up in Essex and Winooski, and they just started changing their manufacturing to do products to give emergency childcare. So just an example, businesses are seeing this, even now more than ever. We've actually had a close business partner called us the other day and said, I've always understood what you are doing, but it was a little bit abstract. And now I really get it. Not do I just get that we need a better system that's not so fragile and sort of like poorly thought through, but we also, need public funding support to actually have it work, which was really an eye opener, I would say, for us.
Well, that's right, Ali. And I think the only other thing to emphasize is that we've paused that conversation, but only for a couple of weeks or a month in order to kind of get our feet under us and understand what are the new opportunities and pathways that we should be moving down with you all and with those partners, and thinking about the goals that we had, which, as you said earlier, they haven't changed. But we may have to take a slightly different route to get there.
Yeah. Jim.
Hey there. This dovetails right into Jean's question, I think, and that is, I was wondering if you and Allie and Trey were thinking on a grand scale with respect to the architecture of how the child care dilemma that we have would be designed, and whether or not it would make sense for it to be a part of the Department of Education. Now, that may be a really big question right now, but it's something that I've been thinking about.
We're right there with you. and we don't have an answer, and it's not for Let's Grow Kids to make that decision either. That's a administration plus legislature plus industry conversation about how to get that right. But there are states where 0 through 5 is part of a sort of K through 12 system, and it's all it's not necessarily socialized or free from 0 to 5 or even at the pre-kindergarten age, but I think like New York City is working on something like that. And there are other places where this is purely in the human services agencies. I think I said, Representative Carroll, when I was in the chair a month ago, that one thing we do know is that it's complicated to have joint oversight. In Vermont, people have learned to make that effective between AHS and the Agency of Education. But one of the models that comes out of the think tank report and out of the Ribbon Commission report is to unify that governance, and move it forward. And we may need to rethink some of that structure in the future in this state. How do agencies oversee some of these core functions? Just as part of a new reality we're all going to be living in. Nobody really knows yet how recovery has to look in order to address what happens over the next 6, 8, 12, 18 weeks.
I just want to add, I so appreciate the insight, Representative Carroll, because that's exactly right. It's on all of us together, and certainly not Let's Hear Kids, alone, or even, to lead that piece, to look at the lessons we've just learned and see if we're going to have a reshaping, frankly, a total reshaping of some of this stuff. And, the fault lines that this is showing are real. And the first fault line, I mean, the first sleepless week of work where we were just all trying to sort this out together was, whoa, what happens to the childcare industry? Do you close it like you close the schools? And they were feeling incredibly disrespected in the first announcement of schools where childcare was just ignored. And it was ignored because it's a private industry, in most of, but it's a hybrid public-private industry. And it was really inappropriate to let, that go unsaid and give no guidance there because, each program was going to have to make their own decision on the best interest of the public health that they were juggling, their families' needs, their kids' needs, their bottom line. It was a mess in the first day, right? And so what was the big difference? Childcare is this sort of complex public-private market, 0 K through 12. What is not, is a public good with public funding. There was never a question, certainly lots of hardships there on the remote learning, continuity of learning, but never did anyone waste one moment of time worrying or thinking about the financial money flow, and sorting that piece out, right? So huge lesson right off the bat there about one was a public good and one was not, and set them up in totally different positions at the start of a crisis like this. And then I would say globally, because we all are seeing this in such stark relief, those who are being called upon as essential workers right now, including childcare, early educators, don't have health insurance, poverty wages, can't socially distance. It's really a broader point that childcare, fits right in the middle of, that I think we're all going to have to make sense of together when this is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, do you have another question or?
I apologize. I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Lynn?
Yeah, I think that was an interesting issue that Jim Carroll raised. My understanding, after we passed a bill years ago for pre-K, that was one of the major stumbling blocks is the whose jurisdiction is it? Is it Department of Education or Agency of Education, or is it the Agency of Human Services? And they apparently sort of share it, and it's been just a stumbling block in doing anything that's resolved this whole issue of pre-K. And I'm wondering if you guys have had any input into any of that, and does childcare fit into that? And because that is a real sticky situation, and no one's ever been able to figure out who is going to take jurisdiction of this.
Great point. Yeah, we've been very, very involved in those conversations in, House Ed and House Human Services over the many years, and in discussions with superintendents, special education association, and others, building bright futures. It's been a big conversation. And I will say the good news is Vermont was the first in the country to have a universal pre-K bill for 3 and 4-year-olds that actually was tied to a real funding source. And guess what it did? It raised the quality of pre-K to an incredible degree. The vast majority of people that are offering pre-K both in the schools and in the private settings are 4 and 5 stars, have licensed teachers, and are getting great outcomes. And 75% of 3 and 4-year-olds are accessing publicly funded pre-K in Vermont. So the good news is access and quality. So it actually did exactly what we hoped. Your point, Lynn, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The sticking points have been on the administrative minutia, which sounds like minor, but it's major, in some cases, and can, really get in the way of a very good program and get in the way of what's most important, which is getting kids what they need here. And so it's a continued discussion. I will say it was a major policy shift. So it's been a couple of years and things are quieting a little bit, and the real issues are coming, to the fore. There were thousands of issues before. Now I'd say there's like a list of maybe 10 very important issues that still need to be sorted out, and some are as minor as contracting procedures, and some are also fingerprinting procedures, right? So there's some administrative pieces like that are really difficult, and I think we all need to work them out. But agreed, I mean, it could get swept into a larger conversation about perhaps we just going to look at this whole spectrum of education in a different way now, and think about it more like a public good, and then restructure the governance and regulation of that. I mean, that could be a major societal transformation that comes from this pandemic. Always look at my lawyer to make sure I didn't get over my skis here.
Well, and you didn't. I mean, that is what we talked about that a little bit a month ago, and it's certainly the right answer is that it's a very complicated question. We're right in the middle of it, Representative Dickinson, and that's where we want to be, because it's, you know, when I talk about the future of this industry, governance is the first thing that I think about. And you know, I have some experience on the inside of state government, and the places where there was shared oversight of key programs, especially regulated programs, were the places where the biggest pinch points happened, where, you know, the regulated community can be really negatively affected by disagreements or different stances or even just different viewpoints on an issue. And you know, we don't have to go down the road of where those could be, but we want to solve that. We really want to make this much clearer for the providers. We want to make it much cleaner in terms of the way that it's funded, so that families have a simple copay. And then there's all those other things that Allie and I keep saying. We need to make sure that every family can afford it. We need to make sure that the workers have the support they need to get professional development and really grow as teachers and you know, lifelong learners themselves. And they need to be supported with benefits and you know, pay that's at least, you know, sort of equivalent to what they'd make teaching in a different level. I also jumped out, and so I think, Allie, you did a great job answering that question. I wanted to thank everybody. I know Allie can stay on, but I am going to have to drop off here. And had just a previously scheduled meeting that I couldn't move around. But we are really happy to be with you, and we hope that we can check back in 3 or 4 weeks, and then 3 or 4 weeks after that, as things get a little clearer. We will also keep you posted with developments, Representative O'Sullivan, sort of, you know, what happens with our work with the business community champions. And if there's any of that we can help put in writing, you know, if Amy lets me know, or if any of you send us a request, we can get back to you with sort of more delineated responses.
Thanks, Trey. We appreciate your time with us. Is there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Allie, thank you too. Oh, Christy does have a question.
There we go. Allie, thanks. When we talk about perhaps migrating the childcare into a public entity, similar to what the school programs are, how do you envision the administration or bureaucracy of such a program? And as we've seen with our school districts, we're trying to consolidate. We're trying to merge administration. I'm looking for, what do you think the administration of such a program for childcare would look like?
Oh boy, such a good question. And, you know, I'm just going to say this is purely conjecture on my part to answer your question, as if you all are starting to sort of, you know, dream about this now. You know, it's coming from basically being involved with years of collaborative processes. You know, we did a 1,000-person summit to think through this 2 years ago with Building Bright Futures, and then that led to a smaller think tank of partners, both public, private partners, thinking about this, and it all came from the Blue Ribbon Commission originally. So a lot of what I will just muse on for you on that is based on some of that stuff. But you know, a big example, one thing is, this is a public-private partnership, and there is some strength in that. You know, if it's truly supported in a way that gives, that values this profession, and as Trey said, you know, make sure that parents actually can pay what they can afford and not more than that, and actually give salaries to folks to value them and their professionalism. You know, it can be a public-private partnership, which is much less expensive, right? You know, instead of being a completely compulsory, you know, extension 0 to 5 of school that's completely paid for, instead of say 10% on a sliding fee scale of parents paying some tuition, you know, it becomes a exponentially more expensive program, just to put that out there. So the public-private partnership piece is not terrible, and it's best practice in the United States, and there's probably a way to get there that would avoid all the crises we just went through in this pandemic. This, you know, keeps supporting the industry. Now that could be overseen in a variety of different ways. You know, the reason why I think people go to education is because it really is education. I think we have to get through the stigma of the fact that this is babysitting. No one who does this knows it's sees it as babysitting. It's true or early education. And so I think there's a real symbolic and important messaging piece that comes to the education, which I think people are drawn to for that, and it's for good reason. A lot of folks have discussed a new entity, but have been worried that they don't want to spend all their time and political capital and money building a new entity, say like an early childhood department. So those of us who want to move this very quickly are a little wary of that, but there have been ideas of how you might do that in a really efficient way. In other words, you might you might start an early childhood fund. That's a one-stop shop for all these different things, and that cleans up all this. Is it ed fund? Is it not ed fund, et cetera? You know, so, and that's been on the docket for years for these early childhood sort of discussions, an early education fund. And then from there, the oversight could be dual, or it could be a new entity. It could be a quasi-judicial, you know, almost like the VHCB of early childhood, because it's a public-private market. You know, you could sort of quickly stand up, say, you know, a kind of VHCB type of entity that supported sort of the regulatory, you know, side of that. So there's lots of different options, Representative Morris. I just wanted to sort of tease it for you a little bit on what the conversation has been like over the years, because, you know, you could just go into one agency, you could sort of force collaboration in a more concrete way. You could go to a public-private entity to oversee it. And, you know, I think you could do a lot of those things quite efficiently. We have models in other states that we could look to. But anyway, it's just sort of some ideas for you on there are options to do this in a more streamlined way.
Right. And one of my reasons for my question is, as we're seeing down here in Springfield currently, the cost of the public education is so extreme that the citizens in town, in their infinite wisdom, decided to vote down the budget. So they just look at the numbers and they get exasperated by the amounts. And so I just was trying to get a feel for if this would be a standalone program, and if that's what you're looking at or envisioning, and or if it would go into the public sector and would be subject to the voter discretion.
Great question.
Any other questions for Ally? I think what I'd like to do later, sometime this summer probably, as we're understanding where we're at and where we might need to be going in the future, is maybe have a joint hearings with education and with health, human services. So the three committees, that'd be really interesting to have 33 members up on the screen and along with you and others to see how that would work. But I think that if we are going to make changes in this system going forward, that we all three need to be working together with you and with the administration. So I think, you know, I'll talk to the two chairs later. It's not a pressing issue right now that we need to jump into. We have much more pressing needs going on now, but to keep this in the back of our minds, and please touch base with me, Ally, you know, in the next few weeks if you have new information. I don't mind bringing the committee together to, you know, hear from you and others about what's going on out in the world that we're probably missing because of our ability to, or lack of ability to get out. So thank you for all that Let's Grow Kids is doing, and what you've done to keep essential workers able to have their children taken care of while they're taking care of us.
It's our pleasure. I really appreciate it. And thank you for that. We will absolutely, I think it's a wonderful idea to have a joint hearing. You all are pros at the Zoom already. I think it would go beautifully, and it would be a really important conversation, and we'll keep you apprised certainly of any updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Really nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Stay healthy.
All right, well, we've got 8 of us. It's a couple minutes after 7. I and call the meeting to order. We do have BCTV recording this, so we're live. Any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Nothing? Okay. For board norms, normally I'd say look in front of you, but no, just remember to be respectful, try and stay on task, respect the agenda. You know, these meetings have been working pretty well for me in work life. So let's hope we can get through this one. Oh, just a little bit of housekeeping. There should be on this, I think everybody's in on a computer from what I can see on the panel here. There should be, if you hover over your name, a more, and on that more, you can raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you can unmute yourself and speak when you need to. So that being said, members of the public, if you're here to just observe and speak to something on the agenda, we'd ask that you do it then. If there's something else that you're here for, now's your chance. Anything? And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, so emergency closings, F32, we warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye. You have to do a roll call.
Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy? Again, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne. You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye.
Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My
see.
internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike. Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
a
already,
list
I had
down
already
the-
said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. There, we had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling called humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing on others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting. And with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually. Nice work there, Scotty. That people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the middle schools, where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th grade has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it as in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on them what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects: PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess the final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes, and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we
You're
go.
unmuted.
Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up the high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. People are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it, but I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent, and I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I think you said it better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out that I see just copied as a board member that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job. And thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you, because I've had multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
You did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me, but you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the House, of the 150 members of the House, to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. The work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate, and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities, the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully, it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the Ed Fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
True. VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And you know, it's very clear. He says, you know, it's not policy, it's just facts, and this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with
Just call.
VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda. Oh, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was
Nice one,
the
Bob.
discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, you know, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. If there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, some which calendar we wanted to use. And you know, there was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. You know, what's the pleasure of the board? Mike?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, you know, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, you know, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan, or, you know, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And you know, then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, you know, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication, and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do, and you know, go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously, we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, and then this chasm of we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time. And it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. No, I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to cut the costs that we currently would be spending.
Well, I think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So I mean, that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. Mm-hmm. But in terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state, that these things are being done.
They absolutely are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money as we refer to it, will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, you know, that means you can't, you know, you might be spending more on, you know, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you can't, you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for them, for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to have to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Board.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to 1 teacher/principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting? Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really...
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
Okay, and if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, You could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the third week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the third Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail?
Trish, thanks, Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
There a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it, that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, you know, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All
Ken.
right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish. We're out of executive session and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye. Be safe.
Emily.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Bye.
everybody.
Tom's going to be the technical side of the operations, and I will be more of the agenda side. So I will formally call the meeting to order. It looks like at 7 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, everybody. And pursuant to the changes of the open meeting law, we will be doing this with application. Everybody's online. BCTV will record it and post it onto their cable network and we'll get it posted onto our website like we normally do. And then the only other thing I was going to add is, for the most part, we'll run the meeting like we usually do. That we'll have just discussion within the board. If it's there's something that's pertinent and we see that there's someone who wants to make a comment, then we'll try to get those people involved as much as possible. But then we'll save any other kind of discussion and open comments for the public concern at the end of the meeting. All right, and so I guess first call would be any additions or changes to the agenda? I do have a couple if nobody else has some, or anybody?
I've got one.
Okay, Paul?
We got a letter today in the red box talking about the Arts Council. So at the end, I can make a quick comment about that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I do have, there's a couple that have just come up that Terry made note of. There is one overweight permit request, and then there are 2 liquor license requests. So we'll put those on. We'll put those on at the end, I guess, as item number 7 and 8 and 9.
Hello.
Oh yeah, Jackie.
Can you hear me?
Jackie
Yeah,
would
hi.
like to add an item.
Yeah, I don't see the raise my hand feature, so I'll just raise it the good old fashioned way.
Yeah, okay. And I apologize. I should have, obviously you're on the meeting. We'll bring yours up as part of public concerns and which will more or less be at the same time. I'm assuming that's why you were raising your hand.
Yeah, I would just like to inform folks about the new monthly e-newsletter that I'm starting.
Okay, we will certainly add that. I think that's going to be beneficial for a lot of reasons, a lot of people. Okay, is that anything else? All right, thank you. So the next item is to approve the minutes from the March 24th Select Board meeting. Any comments on that? Or if nothing, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Anything else to change? Hearing none, I'm losing track of the right terminology, but all in favor of approving the minutes?
We're going to raise a hand or say aye.
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 I guess actually this is another point, and I've taken this as a learning point in the last meeting that I attended that actually had 9 voting members. So it'll be a little easier with 5, but let's leave it to say, because we do need to record, not who voted yes, but how many voted yes. So let's leave it to say that if anybody opposes, they shall speak up.
I'm abstaining.
Any opposed? I'm sorry.
I'm abstaining because I wasn't there. So.
Okay, any opposed? So I hear 4 affirmatives and 1 abstention. All righty, thank you. On to the next thing. Next 2 are actually 2 separate items, but they're more or less the same. Approve the timesheet for the town office, listers, highway, transfer station, and approve the select board orders. In the past, we've typically moved them to the end just for a matter of convenience, I guess, rather than hold up the whole meeting. As of now, as of our last meeting, we voted to authorize myself, and if I'm not available, Andy, to approve the select board orders and the pay orders. And so I'd like to hear if there was any comments on any of those, and we'll take that into consideration. And then, if not, nothing opposed or anybody, no objections or anything to anything, then I'll sign off on those. Any comments on the pay orders?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I just put my hand up. I don't know if it shows up on yours. I've got a couple of questions, but I can put them off until we get to the actual end of the session.
Okay, are they related to the, I mean, I guess if they're specific to some other item on the agenda?
Not to the pay orders, but to the, the pay orders. The invoices that we've gotten in on.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's hear them now, I guess. I think that makes sense.
You want to do them now or at the end?
Well, hear them now.
Okay.
That's where they are on the agenda. I think we can follow the agenda, and there's no reason to push anything to the end.
Okay, then I apologize for not putting them in the late additions to the agenda thing. I'm not sure where you'd like to put them for choreography.
Well, if it's specific to a pay order, we'll take them now.
Okay, first question. You and I talked the other day about having a porta potty that was outside, and the conversation was whether we wanted to continue or not. I just found out, because I was not aware of this, that it's $90 a month for each of the 2 porta potties that we had. I know that was in my computation. Another item is, I'm wondering about the, on the water bottles, when we get the water, we're paying for the deposit for the bottles, but I don't see any credit for when we give the bottles back. And on the same thing with the bottles, we're showing rental for 2 coolers. Now, all this stuff probably could be clarified with 5 minutes of Terry, but I found this when I'm going over at home and she wasn't available. So I'm putting it out as I reviewed them, there's some things that caught me by surprise.
Okay.
So Paul, with the bottles, I mean, they're charging us a deposit every time?
It appears so. They charged it on this last one, and I saw no responding credit for giving them back, because I've always thought it was a one-to-one exchange.
Yeah, one-to-one exchange. So I do the same company, so it's a one-to-one exchange.
You'd think. But I saw them charging us the rental. And I thought, well, let's take a look at that. Maybe it hasn't been happening. Maybe it's an oversight. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's the mission. I can bring that back. I'll bring that back to Terry tomorrow just to answer those questions.
Yeah. The other question I had is, does the town pay excise tax? I know we're tax-free in some regard, but how about excise tax? Specifically on our gasoline, fuel.
I have no familiarity with that at all.
So that's a question I had as I was going through there. Surprised to see us paying taxes.
So that would be tax on the stuff that we get up at the garage?
Yeah, the gasoline, well, our trucks, gasoline.
If I had to guess, I would say we shouldn't be paying tax on it.
I would think, but it's still showing up on there. So again, this will probably be cleared up with 5 minutes with Terry. I spotted them. This is the first time, I don't know in how long, where I've had the time to sit down and go over those things. Usually we're in such a rush that I just glance over, but I took this time to look at it a little more.
Well, I guess being the person tasked with approving the pay orders, I will take that back and run it by Terry and make sure that that's all concerned, all covered. And if there's any further concern, we can address it at our next meeting, or have Terry take it up with the vendors.
Sure. And then the other thing about the porta potty that you and I discussed earlier, I didn't have the amount that we were paying. We're paying $90 a month. That was a surprise to me. So that maybe ought to be figured into our conversation. When we get to that conversation.
Our conversation, just to familiarize everybody else, was whether or not we still wanted that there at the town office. Obviously, we want the one at the transfer station. But the one being at the town office being one of a more public, it does get cleaned on a regular basis. There are obviously lots of concerns about those things these days, and there's a lot of public locations that have been closed down for the coronavirus concerns. Our quick discussion was that it made sense to keep this because a lot of people that are transportation, the delivery people, the drivers, there's a lot of, we felt there was a need to continue it there, but that was a quick overview. We never talked about cost. I think we've already decided that we're going to pay for it, so I don't know if that's a factor in any decision right now.
Yeah, my only thing.
Up. Anybody? Nope. Sarah, you have your hand up? Nope.
I can say with like the rec committee, when we were doing the ball field, it's $90 a month. Yeah. And so, I mean, that's pretty much the going rate. And we're using Best Septic.
Yes.
Yeah. There's C&J too, are out in Londonderry, but they're not as responsive. Or J&J, I forget what they're called.
But getting it requoted if there's a concern about the cost. I don't know how that compares.
Yeah.
I think our main question was whether or not we wanted to continue offering its availability. Any comments on that? It's not an agenda item, but it does concern an invoice.
And when we were talking about it, when we were thinking about it, the concern I had was that it was, except in the summertime when it looks like it's a lot of tourist traffic, in the regular rest of the year, it's an awful lot of tradesman traffic. We're the only public bathroom between, I think, Rossonville and the Riverbend Market. And so that we get a lot of people coming through using it. And I'm able to observe that because it's right below my window. And I'm able to see that a lot. But most of the traffic in the summertime is tourists. So it's one of those things it's got good points and bad points, and the cost of it into the discussion.
Andy, you had a comment?
Yes, every year this comes up and we always vote to leave it there. Not that that makes any difference. We could always change it, but we've always decided to leave it there, and we're usually happy with the service.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take this. It was not an agenda item, so it's not really up for discussion, but I will bring that back to Terry also to maybe just see if the cost is in line with what other people are charging. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So hearing anybody else, any comments on the pay orders?
No,
Yeah,
I looked at them. I thought they were okay.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I think this is a good opportunity that all of us can actually sit back and digest them a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that comes and goes out the door. So on to the next item here. We have, I guess the next item, and again, similar to last week, I don't want to, it's the updates and actions on the COVID-19 situation. Don't want to get too bogged down in all kinds of details of stuff because there's a lot of things that we really don't have any control over. So I'd like to kind of focus this conversation on things that we can make a change, that we have purview over and what people are hearing out in the community. I will comment on the first one just as a quick update, and Paul can chime in then too on the office and other town operations. Currently, the office is staffed by one person, alternating days, Sarah for 2 days and Terry for 2 days, while the other person works from home, and that seems to be working fairly well. Most of the stuff that needs to take place, short of going in and researching land records in the vault and that kind of thing, but most of the things can be taken care of over the phone, email, questions answered, things like that, and that's why we kind of decided that to at least have one person in the office. A lot of the other functionality of the office can be taken care of online through NEMRIC for the pay orders and things like that. So any other comments on that, Paul?
I'd just like to ask Sarah if she has a thought on that, since she has to live it.
Yeah. You have unmute.
You gotta unmute. You're muted still.
I can't hear anything. It keeps out. Like
Heard maybe 5 words of.
The question was, Sarah, how is the remote working for you as far as getting what you need from technology and getting into the systems and services that you need?
I'm sorry, I still didn't get any.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Well, we can take one and see you want it to work.
Greg, I just have, it's Jessica. I just have a quick question on terms of town operations. Just from what you said, is it the case in Jamaica as of now that non-employees are no longer, so for example, a lawyer who wanted to do a title search for a real estate transaction, they could not spend time in the clerk's office doing the work that they would have to do to clear title. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is
Okay.
true. And that actually has been much more clearly defined. I mean, I'm not an expert on the governor's executive order, but I believe that's been much more clearly defined in the executive order, that is considered non-essential.
Yes, that's correct. And for towns like Jamaica, where our records are only in hard copy, that's the net result. I just wanted to make something that was said just in the description now. I thought maybe it was those types of appointments were still being held.
No, right.
Okay.
They're not, and probably if anything, we should make that more clear. And that'll be something that we can follow up with
Right.
Sarah.
Yeah, I don't know if Sarah's getting requests, and if she is, it might be helpful to her that we make that a little more clear. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. Paul, any other comments there on office operations?
I just want to make sure both of them are finding it's working out okay.
Right.
We've only had this is the really the second week where we've tried this 2 and 2, and I want to make sure both of them are satisfied with the way it's working.
Right.
And I'm not sure Sarah's tuned in anymore. I don't know if she can hear us. And
Sounded like she was having trouble with the audio, and that right now
looks like
it's that her camera's not working.
Sarah, did you turn your camera off? Can you hear us better now that you've turned the camera off? It's bandwidth. That's bandwidth on her end. Yeah. Well, I can say too, something Greg, we talked about this just to throw it on the film. I talked to Lou Brusso about the listers computers. Instead of upgrading them to Windows 10, we're just going to wipe them. They don't need anything on them. We're going to wipe them clean. Obviously, we got new computers for Sarah and for Terry, but we're going to wipe them clean, load Windows 10 on them, and then I'm going to do the one I have here at my home, bring that in. We'll give that one to Micah. Then we're going to get Micah's machine. I'll wipe that one out, reload that, and we'll give that to the other listers. So, and I think that's it, just the 2 machines there. So we should be good to go. Hopefully, we can get it done in the next week.
And everything else I've heard. Sorry, I was going to say everything else that I've heard from Sarah and Terry is that using Nemric in the cloud is working very well. It supplies us with, more. It's going to give us all the updates we need, and more security and things like that. So it seems to be a win-win.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to the timing of everything, I haven't had a chance to go in and look at the new machines. And I know Terry got Office 365 loaded on them. We probably should look at some antivirus or something. But I again, now that the office is closed, I didn't get a chance to go over there because I was sick prior to the lockdown. So anyhow.
Okay. The other one specific item that I wanted to bring up regarding the COVID-19 was, for starters, a big thank you to Chris and Karen, and I know a number of other people were involved with trying to coordinate, organizing and coordinating a volunteer program for the town. That is up and going, and it's fluid, like everything. It's evolving. But a big thank you to those guys, those people, to pull that together. The one thing I did want to get out here on camera, and hang on one second, there's really 2 portions of this. One was to seek volunteers, people, Jamaica residents, to assist with non-COVID, non-health related issues, like driving food or checking on their neighbors or bringing people to their normal doctor's appointments and things like that. Reach out to either Chris or Karen. Their contact information is, or Charlie Peck. Their contact information is on our website, and we're working on some ways. Tom and I were just talking on how to make that information jump out a little bit more. Right now the website is very chronological and not necessarily organized by topic. And then the second half of this is calling everybody who may be watching this on cable, that there is assistance out there. If somebody needs some help with anything, to call Neighborhood Connections, and they can connect them, the need for help with the people who can assist. So I don't know, Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? And again, super thank you to you guys for helping with this. I think it's still there. Yeah.
He's here.
No, that's it. That you covered it pretty well.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, thank you again. And for sure, forward information, give heads up on either, you know, anything where there might be some lacking, you know, whether we're not getting the word, there's our need for more assistance, that kind of thing. So
okay, will do.
Great.
Hey, Greg, Sarah's back online now. If she wanted to talk about how the working from home is going, she says she can hear us now.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, Sarah, one of the questions we were just going over, you know, the operations of the town office and the fact that you're in there 2 days a week and Terry's in there 2 days a week, and just looking for general comments of what's working, what's not working. Are you getting, I mean, you don't have to get into every little detail, but just quick overview, or are you getting demands for things that we're not able to provide, or people wanting to get in, or any of those types of things, I guess?
Hello?
Oops. Yeah, don't want to put it on the spot. Maybe, I mean, the technology, I mean, it seems like the internet connection is not always so good all over the place. Like, you know, funny that we didn't know that, huh? Okay, well, we can bring that up with Sarah and Terry, get that kind of feedback. And then I know there's a lot of other things that are going on. I mean, there's you know, the government doing updates every 3 days a week. The things that are changing. I know recreational facilities have, you know, a lot of trail networks are closed. The state park is open. The Army Corps properties are open. There's no facilities, obviously, and people should be adhering to all the distancing rules. Not traveling far from their homes for recreation. You know, if you can go walk in your backyard or down your street, that's better than going to these popular trailheads. That came up. I know there is a lot of concern with rental units still being in operation. Some just anecdotal observation is that those seem to be kind of winding down. If there are people observing that there's still rental units or hotel operations that are still going on, to contact the non-emergency state police office. I do have that number here. I'll try to find it somewhere, but it seems like that's kind of, you know, tailing off a little bit too. But don't know what other people's comments are and you know, or what they're hearing. We want to direct that, you know, people's concerns, the town's concerns. As a board, we're not always able to do everything, but we can usually point people in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I can say in town here, there are some people who are here from out of town, but I don't know the situations. And it appears like I know one of the Airbnbs up here, the people have been here for a month,
yeah, and I think
longer
that's
than
acceptable.
that.
Yeah,
you know, so maybe they've just kind of they're just stuck here or whatever, you know.
Sorry.
No, and then
people are staying in one location. That's good. I mean, it's the back and forth that's really not good. It doesn't matter if it's an Airbnb or in their second home, but if they're staying here full time for the next foreseeable future, then that's great. That's fine. Any other comments?
Andy here. Just one more resource. The Sheriff's Department, I know it was already in place already, but they are encouraging elderly shut-ins and self-quarantine injured or ill community members to subscribe to the Are You OK program. All you got to do is call the Sheriff's Department, and there's no number on this press release, but they'd be willing to come check on you whenever you need it, or give you a call. And then at some point, I would like to ask our fire chief a question about something I heard that other towns are doing concerning people who may be infected with this virus.
Yeah, I think now's a good time, if that makes sense, Bob.
Okay. Just if this could be to Bob, I saw that in some towns, a person at their own discretion or I don't know if we would encourage it, but that they would tell the fire chief of that town that they have tested positive for COVID-19 and that it is to be kept confidential. Do you know anything about that?
I do in a way through the emergency management direction. Most everything, if anybody checks out positive, it usually is going through Rescue Inc.
Okay.
Since we only assist Rescue Inc. at the time. So in that case, we try to keep clear as much as we can with our personnel, only to assist. Rescue Inc. is to report any cases of positive testing and the results. If we hear anything back, we can let the town know.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I guess anything else, Jessica? Anything to add on just discussion or any place where we could help that you're hearing?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. In terms, not at this point, in terms of volunteering efforts with respect to COVID-19, is that your question?
Well, in general, COVID-19 volunteer efforts would be one thing. I think just we're kind of all ears out there, and we're all observing a lot of things, and different people we know are coming to each one of us individually and expressing concerns, and
Right.
a lot of that is just to be somebody to listen, and then but also point people where they can find help.
Right. The one kind of request concern that has been percolating, and you and I chatted about it briefly, was that there's an increasing number of individuals who are second homeowners in the geographic area of Jamaica, as well as neighboring towns, but within Jamaica specifically. We're seeing that through increase in numbers of PO boxes being rented, caretaking services or prepping houses and taking care of houses. There has even been a couple of requests from locals to go to New York City or area homes to pack up stuff and bring it back to Jamaica, which was sort of interesting to me. So the one thing that you and I had talked about that I had seen in Win Hall and some surrounding towns was a reminder, a gentle or friendly reminder to people who are relocating, which we understand why, but that they self-quarantine for 14 days.
Absolutely. Yep.
So that was the one thing that had come up.
Yeah, and that is a super, every little place we can remind people to follow the guidelines for safe distancing, quarantining. The recommendation is 14-day quarantine if you're moving from anywhere. It doesn't need to even be hot zones. If you're making the move and you're intending to stay in Jamaica, we welcome that. We ask that you quarantine yourself and that you're in your family and that you stay. Not that you're going back and forth every weekend.
And then just in addition to that, if there's, I don't know, maybe we could talk to Jackie about whether it's maybe in the update or in her newsletter or wherever it might be helpful or gentle to remind folks. And then the other thing was whether Andy or Tom had heard anything just from their connections to the law enforcement community, and if there was anything worth mentioning. That was the other question I've kind of heard.
I haven't heard anything from the law enforcement. I don't know if Andy's the liaison now. I can also put something on the website if we think that makes sense on the Jamaica website about the quarantining for 14 days. Again, that's a very friendly reminder, but who will go there, who will see it, that's the bigger question.
Yeah.
So, but I can definitely do that. I can do it after the meeting. It'll take me 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think all those information pieces are worthwhile. After a while, there's so many of them though too. And Andy
Right.
and I were talking about that. You got to be able to sort through them all and what's important to each individual, and just us posting it on our website doesn't immediately solve the problem. But just more hands and eyes and ears out there, we can hopefully help.
Right. It's more if someone were to see it, if someone were you know, now basically relocating or had recently relocated, and we're familiarizing them, looked to the website for something and saw it. If they hadn't been being strict about it, it's like one more little thing that might, to reinforce. That's,
Yep.
It is no panacea for sure, but yeah.
Super, thanks.
I could just add that there's a lot of law enforcement out. State and our sheriffs have been around a lot. There's a lot of people not necessarily driving, but they're walking on Route 30. To just, I mean, I think I'm getting out of our scope here a little bit, but I've just an observance I've made when I am out on the road, which isn't very often. There's more people on the road than cars. And just as a select board member, back to what we were just talking about, our second homeowners or our residents they're all, you know, U.S. citizens, nothing we don't know. We welcome you to come to Vermont. I don't want to come across as being on the select board and us saying, these second homeowners whom I'm friends with some of them and I work for a lot of them, and that it's just the same thing. I've been hearing, we hear so much coming down from the governor's office, over and over again, that what Greg just said, self-quarantine and all of that, but it's not really being enforced. And if it is, if it's like like a blatant, like a thumbing their nose at the idea of that, then you can call state police, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel obligated to call someone. It's a really touchy situation for me as a board member to talk about, but we're all in this together, and if I had a second home here, I'd get here and stay here if I was coming from New York City. But I have some empathy for these people, and at the same time, I don't want to get sick. I don't want you guys to get sick. We want to be able to keep running the town and this thing to settle down. So.
Yeah, and I think most people generally are doing it in the best interest of everybody. They're trying to keep their family safe. If they see an opportunity to move their home in Vermont, that I mean, certainly it's welcome. But to stay here, quarantine. I mean, we're all part of the same community. So.
Understand, but also understanding that the facilities here are probably less than what they would be where they live most of the time in New York or New Jersey or Boston areas. So, I think that's important too for the people to be aware of that the hospitals here don't have the capacities that they have down in the city. Mm-hmm. So, if we do have a spike, our resources are going to be depleted quickly. So, something to think about. I will also reiterate what Andy said, because obviously I've been working from home now for about a month, and there is an increased police presence. In particular in the village, I see a police car drive by 3 or 4 times a day. So they are monitoring things and they are around. So.
Yeah, so if someone observes something that they seem to think is a little out of whack, definitely give them a call.
Yes. Yeah, they're here.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. There's no real actionable agenda, although we'll take all these pieces and just try to facilitate the communication of them through our website and in the future through our email coordination that Jackie's helping to pull together, on a separate topic. But all right, well, thank you. We're now move on to the item 6 on the agenda, and Paul was going to give a quick little update of what's going on now with the emergency management plan, and take it away.
All right, thanks. I sent the current updated the local emergency management plan to everybody on email. As I sent it to Wyndham Regional Commission, they reviewed it and sent it up to the state. The state will review it, send it back to Wyndham Regional, who will send it back to me, and then we'll adopt it with the expectation of adopting it around the end of the month, 27th. We've got until the 1st of May. We have 2 weeks of public comment starting today. We put some posters around town. Public comment comes in either through snail mail or email or any comment they want, any conditions. Stop us on the streets if they can find us. But the idea is to give the public a chance to take a look at the emergency management plan and discuss it with us. And then on the 27th, which will be our next, I think the 27th is our next meeting, we can adopt it, assuming the state likes what we did. That's kind of where that is. But I sent it off to everybody, so you should have it in your email boxes.
Super, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments, anybody? Tom?
So Paul, I mean, will there be, because the town office is closed, will there be any notifications to residents that, other than if they didn't watch the meeting tonight, that, hey, we'll be looking at this? So should we have some posters we hang at the post office and the Karen's?
We have.
You do, okay.
I personally put one up in the transfer station, and I believe Sarah put them up in the other usual places.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, where at Karen's? Because Karen's closed now. So is it?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you could put it outside on the bulletin boards outside, or still. Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot of foot traffic there anymore. So
that's a good point. I don't know the answer to that. That's where we've historically done it. But you're right. With a rope across it, that may be difficult. Mm-hmm. We do have it located on the town, our office bulletin board outside, and we have it at the post office.
It's at the post office. Okay, great.
And we have it at the transfer station right there by the compactor.
Perfect.
And is there something on the website too?
I believe so. I think we mentioned Tara. I said we've lost Sarah, but I think that she put it on the website. Or maybe I sent it to you. Did I? Be aware that the management plan itself, I'm just sending out. This is the draft for people to take a look at it. And the final will be after we approve it on the 27th. So it's still a draft, but it should be fairly easy to get a hold of.
Okay. Sarah's indicated that she has posted it on the website.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
On to the next, we have an overweight permit that has come in for David Che's excavating. Terry has informed me that they've paid their the fees and whatnot. It is for their full fleet that was shared out there on the shared drive. So I mean, to me, everything looks like it's in order there. I don't know if there's any other comments, or I'll take a motion to approve this permit. Oop, Tom, you're on mute somehow.
I'll make a motion to approve the overweight permit for David Chavez Excavating Inc.
Second?
Yeah, okay. I raised my hand, but it didn't unmute. Yes.
See a few hands. So Paul seconds. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like five in favors. Thank you. All right, and the next item, there are two liquor license renewals. There is one for the Three Mountain Inn, and there is one for D&K's. I guess, I mean, unless we have any discussion contrary to this, I mean, we could approve them all at once.
Well, so the Three Mountain Inn is actually 2 licenses.
Correct.
And then D&K's is the 3rd. Yeah, because they have they have the bar, and then they have the beer and wine.
Right. So Three Mountain Inn is actually, right, as Tom said, 2 different permits, one for beer and wine, and the for which is their and then one for the more of the spirits.
Right. I'll make a motion.
Okay, sorry.
I'll make a motion to pass the 2 liquor licenses for Three Mountain Inn.
Second.
Second by Andy. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So unanimous approval for the Three Mountain Inn for their licenses. The next one was for D&K for a second class permit, which would include the sale of beer and wine.
I'll make a motion to pass the liquor license beer and wine for D&K.
Second.
Second that.
Second, Andy got in first. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. Any opposed? So we have unanimous approval on that too. Thank you. Moving right along, there was, the next item was, I think, Paul, for the Arts Council.
Yes.
So
we
what?
had a letter that arrived at the town office. I found out about today. I would have told you earlier. I did not see it. Terry told me about it. Someone named Miller, I believe, wrote a letter to us thanking us for contributions we made to the Vermont Arts Council. He said very few towns actually do that, so he sent us a letter thanking us for doing that.
Wonderful.
That's essentially what it was. So we're being thanked. But I don't know. I didn't recognize his name. I believe it was Miller. Perhaps Tom knows him. I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
That was nice. And this is something we passed as a appropriation?
Some time ago, yeah. Yeah, I think we gave a donation to the Arts Council. I think they sent us a letter sometime back.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the Vermont Arts Council, I believe.
Not the Jamaica, right?
Correct.
Right, as opposed, yeah, for clarification. I don't recall whether they were on the appropriations either. Certainly, we should send him a thank you for his thank you, in appreciation of his, recognition, I guess.
Might be a good idea. Now that Tom brings it up, it might be a good idea to find out if we actually sent them any money.
Sarah says it was an appropriation. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wonderful. That's great. Nice to be recognized.
And yeah.
And nice to support those types of organizations.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is we'll go to Jackie for just a quick update on what you're working on.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes. Well, first I'd like to thank you all for your civic duty as select people. I really appreciate all you do for the town. I'm just trying to help get information out to, first and foremost, residents of Jamaica, but beyond anybody who has an interest in Jamaica as to all that's going on here. As you know, there's lots of ways to stay connected. We've got the Jamaica Facebook page, and a lot of organizations have their own Facebook pages and such. There's Front Porch Forum. There's the website, which is great for people to go to. But I find that a lot of times people don't seek out information. And it's nice for folks in a community to have a newspaper, a resource to get information incoming to them. So, so I've decided to create a newsletter for the town of Jamaica, which I've told Greg about, and Tom, and Bob Stomsky. So I'm really happy to do this. And basically my intention is to get information out to people who have an interest in this community. And I'm going to be doing that on a monthly basis. So the first issue of the Jamaica Journal will come out on May 1st. And it'll be a monthly e-newsletter, and it will basically provide people, residents and people of an interest in Jamaica, with information as to what's going on. I've reached out to 13 different organizations in Jamaica to gather information in order to help me make this useful and valuable to folks. And I've gotten some response. Thank you to Greg and to Bob for offering to contribute to the newsletter. Basically, it will provide information on what's going on in all the different organizations in town, but then as the subscriptions grow, as people sign up for the newsletter, they can also contribute. Individuals can contribute, businesses can contribute. Basically, it's just, it's basically just a forum for people to share their information as to what's going on here in town. So I'm excited to start it. I appreciate everyone's contributions. Tom Tolbert, my boyfriend, and I just created a link on the town page so people can sign up for the newsletter. And I'm welcoming contributions from folks. Basically, the deal will be get me your information by the 20th of a month for publication on the 1st. And on the 1st of every month, I will shoot out this newsletter to everybody who is in our database. And the database is through MailChimp, which is free. We can send to 2,000 people for free. And we could do that. I plan on just doing this once a month, but you could do it up to 4 times a month if you wanted to. So I just wanted to inform you of my intentions and to ask for your support. I've already gotten the support of Greg and Tom and Bob, and I've reached out to, like I said, to the town of Jamaica, to the Arts Council, to the library, to the school, to the state park, just wherever there's any information that we can share with people in our town. I'm happy to share that in this fashion. And I'm even thinking, with the coronavirus, obviously, so many things are shut down, but there's still a lot of information to communicate. Like, is there going to be a green up day? Is there going to be a whitewater release? With the school, these poor kids, aren't going to have a great graduation, but maybe we can recognize them in some way. Obviously, their parents receive information from the school, but it would be nice for the townspeople to see the graduating class in some way.
Jackie, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Are you going to also be taking in maybe like artistic submissions, or is it just news?
No, that would be nice. I see it as a work in progress. I was thinking, if there could be a gardening tip for the month of May, with gardening, everybody wanting to garden right now, that would be great. Or maybe there's a video of the month of, with the Arts Council not having concerts. Maybe it's an opportunity just to showcase a local talent just to build community, basically. Right. That's the big goal, is to build community and to share information to get people engaged.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Thank you. I know
exciting. Yeah. Thank you
hearing
very
these
much.
comments that we need more information, and not that we need more information, we need to disseminate more. And I say we, not necessarily as the select board of the town or town governments, but more as a community. So this is a true full-on community effort on this one. Thank you, Jackie.
And
yeah, let me just add that if somebody wants to contribute, they should send a little blurb, press release, so to speak, to jamaicajournaleditor@gmail.com. That's the address. And then if they want to sign up to receive the email, go to the town page. It's going to be called the Jamaica Journal, and it's for everyone's use and information.
Tom, do you have something?
I was just gonna say, yeah, this is an opt-in thing, so we're hoping that people will go out to the site and sign up. And we're gonna also try to be getting the word out, maybe with some posters and such at the post office and when Karen opens back up, just to try to get excitement around, signing up, because the more people are on it, the more community that we have. So thank you, Jackie, for doing this. It's really great.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Yeah, Andy.
Unmute.
I was just thanking Jackie.
Okay. Excellent.
Thanks. Happy to do it.
Yeah, well, great. That moves us on to public comments. Any other comments? Bob or Chris. And John, welcome to the meeting. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, if I may, Greg.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. Go ahead, Bob.
Just so you know, I attend a weekly meeting, which is usually on a Wednesday. It's with the Vermont Public Service, Public Safety Department. They keep all the fire chiefs and EMS people up to date on what's happening throughout the state, as well as I get tons of emails that come in. I know Paul does as well. We're starting to turn the curve a little bit, but again, in our areas, we could still see it still continue on. And again, it is coming a concern of people using the state park. I hate to go back to this subject again, but I went down last weekend and I had noticed there was several cars down there and people walking around without the face masks, even though the governor has now ordered everybody to be wearing face masks when you're outside. I did bring this issue up at the meeting. Hopefully that the state parks and recreation take note, and maybe they can put somebody down there, a park ranger, just to notify people as they go in that they should use precautions and stuff. It could have a big effect on our town if anybody comes down with this virus. So, it's an issue with the fire department. Also, we've also keep track of availability of personnel on the fire service and the EMS. We report in weekly if we've got anybody that we know that is out sick. I do have one person. We have two EMTs and two EMRs, that's emergency management responders, that are on our staff. And now I have one EMT that's out of service. So again, that puts a little bit more of a strain on us, but as long as the state knows about it, there's plenty of mutual aid assistance around the area. We all have these mutual aid agreements and stuff, and this is why they were in place for any services of any type. So with that being said, I just want people to be cautious again out there. Adhere to the governor's requirements and recommendations and stuff. The other thing I want to add in as well, people have been looking at burn permits, and I know Stuart is the forest fire warden for the town of Jamaica. I'm his assistant. And with that being said, there has been some directives to come down to prevent people from burning until further notice, until the coronavirus, but they're leaving it up to the individual towns to manage that. So there might be times that Stuart and I will put permits out. If it's raining out, it's probably the best time than when it's dry periods where it dries out faster. So again, just to make people a heads up that right now the state is asking for a ban on burning, but again, it's going to be up to the locals to whether they decide to issue permits or not. The reason for that is, again, you're going to tie up personnel from all departments. And if you've got people who are sick in your division, then you just have to rely more on mutual aid people. And again, you may get quite a few, you may not. So I just want people to just be heads up out there to use common sense out there and be cautious. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, certainly everybody should call the fire warden as far as getting a permit, and be aware that they may err on the side of being conservative. I mean, certainly the virus is a respiratory illness, and it's typically in the spring. I mean, not today, but typically it's fairly dry in the spring, and all those reasons. So thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Yeah.
It's Andy. I don't know if he still goes down, but there's been a Vermont state game warden stationed quite a bit more the last couple of weeks, but for some problems in the park before the suggestion or the whatever the governor's directive of wearing some sort of mask outside, there was some garbage getting thrown around, and he was down there every other day I noticed him coming in quite a bit. But that was another thing I wanted to mention, that where I have been walking around my house, that there's been more garbage thrown on the side of the road. And if you would like me to, I could bring that to the sheriff's department their attention. But I don't know why that's happening. It's happening all over the place. But So I've noticed a lot more cars than that down there. One time, me and my wife were going to bring the dog somewhere, and we didn't go because there was probably 15 cars down there. So we didn't bother. But they're not, they don't intend to close that park right now, so we can still use it, but you know, at your own risk, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of great places to go for walks, and even if
Right.
it's just on the back road somewhere, you know, don't necessarily gravitate to these very popular locations. It's not the only place to go.
I've got a question as a resident. Sand sweeping in the village. I know that usually happens in May. I know we're a little ahead of the game this year, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that was a point I meant to ask Keith about that today. I know that I think if we get into line sooner than later, my guess is that's probably considered non-essential. I don't know if those guys are out there sweeping, although you can make an argument it's for cleanliness, but we need to be bringing that up. I mean, we are ahead of the game, and let's stay that way, I guess, and get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal now, especially with, you know, you want to be opening windows and such, and it creates a lot of dust. Obviously, the last couple of days it's been raining and it's been okay, but yeah, it gets pretty bad. And the town looks bad with all the sand on the roads and the sidewalks and stuff. I know they swept off some of the sidewalks. They actually swept in front of my house. But yeah, I'm just bringing it up. If we should get in line at very least. And
that's a
date
super
scheduled.
reminder.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, John, I saw you trying to chime in.
No, I was just about to say thank you for welcoming me to the Planning Commission. And I actually did have one question. I don't know if this is the appropriate time for it, but I did notice that as you come across Depot Street and you head towards Jamaica State Park, there is a pathway to the right, and that now has private property signs. Is that private property through there? I thought that was just a continuation of the West River Trail.
That is private property. The West River Trail really is a right-of-way, an easement. It's not generally owned by the organization of the Friends of the West River Trail. Here on the northern section, we are quite lucky that most of the West River Trail exists on public property already between the State Park and the Army Corps of Engineers. In the southern section, it's a little different with some owned right-of-ways, but that landowner has always been open to usage of the trail, but not really in a public way. And I don't know now what's kind of led to that posting, but it is private land, so obviously they have the right to do that. I don't know much more beyond that, and I'm speaking a little bit more from the hat I wear for the Friends of the West River Trail versus the select board, but it is something I could look into a little bit more, but it is private property.
Well, yeah, just to follow, if you come in from the street side, I think it's Gillfeather Road, there is a sign there that says no motorized vehicles, and it says Vermont Conservancy. So it is a bit confusing because you enter on that side and you think you're, you know, I guess part of the trail or something that's maintained by the Vermont Conservancy, and then you get to the other end and you see the private property sign. So
right,
so you're trespassing when you're walking through there.
Yeah, generally it is all public property. All private property through there from the Jamaica State Park down to French Bridge. There's 3 landowners in there. The one on the furthest end where you're referencing to does have their property in a Vermont Land Trust conservation easement. So that's where that signage comes from. It's not literally part of the Friends of the West River Trail, but they do have their property as in a conservation easement. So again, you're absolutely right. It is somewhat confusing, but hopefully that defines it a little bit.
Well, thank you for that update. I appreciate it. And again, I'm very excited to be part of the Planning Commission and adding my my 2 cents or whatever I can do to help make Jamaica a much more beautiful place for its residents and for all the tourists that come in here, and as well as a second homeowners.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comments, concerns? Super.
I'll make a motion to adjourn then.
And I welcome that suggestion.
Second that.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you all.
Aye.
Thank you very much. A very nicely organized meeting.
Yes.
Before we go, we should thank Tom for
Tom.
his technical
Yes.
expertise.
Thanks,
Yes.
Tom.
Thank you,
very
Tom.
much. Thank
I'm
you,
glad-
everybody, for
Amazing.
I'm glad I could
getting through
I'm glad
this.
it worked as well as it did. I think it was pretty smooth. I mean, we had a few glitches with the bandwidth, but other than that, it worked fairly well. So yeah,
Yes.
you're welcome. Glad I could do it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thanks everyone for gathering. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, we apologize for getting started 8 or 9 minutes late. We've just been waiting for the commissioner to be able to join us, having a tiny a video issue, and we thought it would be most helpful for us and for anyone watching to be able to both hear and see the commissioner. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Yes, and he's connecting to audio. All right.
Yes, okay.
Welcome.
I'm back. Thank you.
Great. So, Commissioner, we've been holding down the fort here while you've rebooted. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were hoping, the speaker and I had spoken with the governor. We knew that you guys were going to be announcing some new efforts to help ease the crush of UI applications and the new federal program. And today was the day that made sense to have you come on and give us some updates. So I think if you can begin by providing the broad overview of what, where you see things now, what the new strategies you hope are going to achieve, and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Absolutely. So first, for the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner of Vermont Department of Labor. Let me just first start by saying thank you to everybody on this call and even the members that are not on this call. I think I personally have received tremendous support from each of you in terms of just patience and understanding, but also in wanting to help and letting me know that you're here to help. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We certainly, like you said, have had a crushing few weeks here. We've processed about 65,000 individual claims or opened claims. And then the number of weekly benefits we issue grows each week with that. Our biggest issue right now, if I were to ask each of you, I can imagine that what you're hearing from your constituents is that they can't get through to the department. And they can't get through because everybody's trying to get through at the same time. The reason they need to get through to us is because about 1 in every 2 claims, so about 50% of the claims that are processed have what we call a stop payment issue attached to them. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It's a checks and balance as part of the federal program that this happens. And so during normal times, it works well to make sure that people those people who are truly deserving of benefits are getting benefits. But in a time like COVID-19, it just quickly overwhelms the department with a number of claims that have issues attached to them. So from that perspective, we have, well, at face value, the symptom everybody is seeing is that they can't get through to the call center, they can't get through to somebody to talk to them. The root cause of that issue is because there's an issue on their claim and they're not getting paid. And so we've got a number of different things that we're working on, strategies we're deploying to really shift our focus to clearing issues, which will in turn lessen the number of people who have to actually call or contact the department. Because the more issues we clear, the more people will get paid, or the more people themselves will be paid. So we've done a couple of different things just in the past couple of days, and we've got a couple more coming on. One is, you've probably heard me talk about soliciting proposals for a third-party vendor solution to provide additional call service. On one hand, this will bolster our call service. On the other hand, what it does is allow the vendor to provide the tier 1 service while taking our most experienced staff that right now are on the call lines 8 10 hours a day or whatever, and redirect them to issues clearing. So we can immediately say, we're going to take the 25 people or 30 people who are answering calls right now, we're going to turn them over to clearing issues. And by doing that, the call volume will drop. So there's twofold with bringing on that vendor. Another thing we're doing, and I announced it today, is, and this is voluntary, but asking people to go to an alphabetized calling and filing schedule. Unlike other states, we're simply just asking this to balance the load out. So what happens is, for instance, the first day you can file your weekly claim is Sunday. And our system, on Sunday, you can imagine everybody tries to file and the system crashes. So what we're asking people to do is, whether you're calling the claim center or you're filing a claim, we're just trying to balance that load out over the week. If someone calls and they don't have the right last name for the day, we're not going to tell them no. And we're not going to tell them to call back a different time. This is purely voluntary, and we're simply asking the public to help us so we can better help you. The other piece is, we've started to launch these special teams, we're calling them, and they are just work groups that consist of some workforce development folks. They consist of some tax department folks. They're going to consist of some additional folks from DMV eventually. And again, their focus is going to be on those issues clearing. So we're training these staff up to be able to remote into our mainframe, take a batch of issues, and be able to clear those issues. So again, our number one priority right now is issues clearing, because that's what's causing people to have to call. The biggest concern right now that I have is the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which we're talking about rolling out over the next 2 weeks. There'll be a phase 1, which is the application process. Then the phase 2 is the actual claims processing and payment process. But as soon as we open that door, I mean, we're probably looking at roughly 40 to 50,000 additional claims that are going to come in from independent contractors, sole proprietors, and so on. So that's my biggest concern. Just again, because all those claims will again have issues attached to them. So making sure we've got the staff trained and committed to doing issues clearing will keep the volume on the lines down. So that's kind of a brief overview of where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we do have a number of people that we're gearing up, including some staff at the governor's office, to be able to access our mainframe and clear constituent issues as they come in. Many of you have emailed me and copied one of my assistants, Amanda, and we're having Amanda get trained in how to access the mainframe system and clear issues, so that we're not just passing them on down the road to someone else to clear, and that should help with timeliness as well. Just so people know, there's the $600 we get a lot of questions on. Those payments started going out this week. I think in total, and I'll pull up the number here, in total we have issued about 41,000 payments, and to the tune of about $25.8 million. Again, we update that on a daily basis, but we're also tracking how much we're putting out week to week as well. Again, those numbers will rise just as initial claims gets processed and people start filing their weekly claims. But that will increase our, just so the committee is aware, our trust fund balance as of yesterday was 486.6 million. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, Commissioner, can you begin by the third-party vendor solicitation? Can you just say something about the timing of both the selection and then when it will actually help lighten the load for the department?
Yeah, so we're expediting it, although, you know, there was question early on about do we do a sole source bid or a expedited bid process. To make sure we were eligible for FEMA money, we did have to go through a bid process. And so I believe that the bid request will be going out today, hopefully, if not first thing Monday, but I think we'd like to get it out today. And then we'll look for a few-day turnaround and selection. I do know, you know, one of the bidders is likely to be someone who already provides call center service to the state of Vermont right now. So that may be an expedited process depending. I think we would love to have a call center stood up. So part of it is the contracting, which is, you know, relatively insignificant. The other part is the technology piece. And then the third piece is the education and training, or the rules generation for the logic, if you will, for how the call center staff will process claims. But I think we would like to have something up for the week of the 20th.
And then one last one before I open it up. When you described trying to train some of the people either in the governor's office or some of your more policy staff in how to address some of these cases, it raises the question for me of the large state workforce who are working remotely, some of whom have work responsibilities which have died down because people aren't filing permits or doing a lot of other things. Can you just say the extent to which the normal labor staff has already been supplemented by additional state workers before having to turn to an outside vendor?
So it's gone up and down over time depending on availability. It also has to be people who have access and are knowledgeable about computer systems. And I would also say that in ideal circumstances, it's helpful to have somebody who has unemployment insurance knowledge. So for instance, part of the reason tax was so appealing to us to reach out to them was because many of the tax professionals that are over there came from the unemployment insurance division. I think we can continue to lean on state staff, and I think we will, to get through these issues clearing. There's only so many people we can ramp up at any one time, so you'll see more of a phased approach. We also we're seeing again that shift from the people who are handling initial claims calls, which have gone down, now switch to issues clearing. So I think we'll continue to reach out to state staff. There's a couple different pieces that run into this. One is they have to be trained, they have to receive some type of security training from the department. They have to have access to our mainframe system. They have to be trained on our mainframe system. They have to understand at least a little bit about unemployment insurance to be able to clear these issues. It's not rocket science. It's just, you know, it does take a little bit of time, especially when everybody is also remote. So now you're also doing a lot of it virtually. And I think we're also, I'm not concerned. I think we're just trying to be mindful and very deliberate about how we give people access to our mainframe system, which also holds a lot of confidential information. So we are also trying to pull on groups of people who already handle personal identifiable information in their regular jobs already. So that's why you see DMV folks and tax folks are really been the first ones we've leaned on.
Just in terms of scale, though, how many additional people have been brought to join the normal Department of Labor?
Sure. So we probably ended up with around 20 to 25 people through GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. We then added somewhere between 8 and 10 DMV staff. We'll have another 9 tax staff that start on Monday, and we have 17 workforce development staff that started today. That's on top of essentially taking every other function that we do in UI and dedicating our full UI staff to both calls and issues. So some of those are focused on typically on the tax side or the auditing side. Those people are shifting over to claims and issues clearing. We have some of our finance staff, and we also have had some additional workforce development staff from the beginning who came from UI. So it was really easy to just give them access again and get them working. So I would say we, in total, we probably have close to 50 or 60 people who are working on this, and we'll continue to add these specialty teams ongoing.
So if committee members and Marcotte and Sorokin, anybody who has questions, just if I can visually see your hand, I will take it in order. Senator Ballant, then Johnson, then Sorokin, then Long.
Commissioner, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely. I have to apologize. I think I have an email in my inbox that I owe you a response on. So.
That's all right. I know you're putting out fires. In addition to not being able to get through, the other issue that we're hearing about is the issue of the Social Security numbers. And so many people are saying, I filed all the paperwork, I thought everything was fine. Then I got a letter saying my claim can't be processed because they can't find my Social Security number. And so I'm just wondering, I've been telling them that it's a glitch in the system because it's happening so much, it can't possibly be particular to that person's Social Security number. But I'd love to know if we could get a little bit more information about why that's happening and how quickly that will be resolved, if you know.
So yeah, so there's I don't know if it's a glitch. I think what we're trying to discern, because it happens a number of different ways, is that so if someone is determined to be not monetarily eligible and then they try to log into the system, it's not going to have them in the system. That's one thing. If they have an issue on their account, they're not going to be able to log in with their Social Security number. So I think part of what's happening is it's not that the letter they're receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the letter we're receiving is that your Social Security number can't be found. They're getting a letter that says there's an issue on your claim. And then I believe what is happening is they're going to the claimant portal and they're trying to log into the claimant portal, and it's saying, we can't find your Social Security number. And at least that's what we're hearing. And part of that is because their claim is not fully processed yet. So again, that's where if we can clear some of these issues, then they populate into the system and they start getting their weekly benefit amount, and then they can log in with their Social Security. So it's not, that's what I'm hearing is the biggest issue right now.
And that's why they need to speak with someone to clear that up before they can get to the next step.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. One of the special teams that we're starting on Monday, so the GMP number that people are calling, we're calling it a supplemental number. They were originally getting predominantly, I need to open my initial claim and I need someone to help me do that. Now they're getting a lot of, probably 60% of the calls they get are, I need to reset my PIN, or the system's not recognizing my Social Security number, or something like that, right? People are just dialing every number they can find. Yeah. So we've got a group of 12 or 15 that will start on Monday on the GMP line, where the GMP folks can literally pass those people on. But when you dial our supplemental line, it'll say, to open a claim, press 1, to reset your PIN, clear an issue, get the status of your claim, press 2. And now we've got people who are able to handle that issue there. Okay. We also, what happens is we've got other issues and we divvy those out to the various teams of people, and they literally start calling the people on the sheet and say, I see, for example, one big issue we get is if your last day of work was Tuesday of this week and you filed your initial claim on Wednesday, then when you go to file your weekly claim the following week, when we ask you, did you earn any wages day by day and did you work any hours day by day, people are just either leaving it blank or putting in zeros across the board. And the system is smart enough to say, wait a minute, you told me your last day of work was Tuesday. So you should have had hours and wages for Monday and Tuesday, and you shouldn't be reporting zeros, right? So it immediately sets it aside as what we call as an 81 issue, right? So we're giving this batch of 81 issues to this team of people, and they're literally calling people up and saying, hey, I see you got an issue on your claim. Let me solve this claim, and if you missed a week, let me go back and fix that claim too. So they're fixing every issue that's on the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, there's a slew of questions that came from House members, but while we're on some of these first-time filers, because I think, people are, as you well know, really panicked about not having any income, about not being able to buy groceries, pay for bills. And I know you appreciate that. It's a concern we all have to make sure that everybody's stable and has what they need during this time. But this issue with PINs, if we're getting multiple messages that saying they've been trying to get through for days, they need a PIN number in order to file an online claim. But so is there a way to get a PIN number online, or does that have to do with the 50% that got tossed into the problems pile?
So again, I think what's happening is someone is so we don't send PINs to people, just so you know. So what happens is you essentially open an account or a profile on the claimant portal and you set up your PIN. And what happened is people aren't able to get in to set up their PIN because there's an issue on their claim. We're also getting some where they need a PIN reset, and we're trying to work through why that is and why there's so many. Short of resetting everybody's PIN, part of that is why we're having this group begin to handle phone calls about PIN resets. But I think what you're hearing about is one symptom. When we actually drill down, we're finding, oh wait, your account had an issue on it, and that's why you weren't able to get in and set up your account or set up your profile, because so they're thinking, well, I just need a PIN and then I can get through, when really it's, nope, you had an issue on your account and you're not even able to set up a PIN yet because we don't have you in the claimant portal system yet as a claimant. But it is something we're hearing a lot about. And as I think pretty much everybody on this committee knows, part of this is how the mainframe has been hard coded over the years. And so it's a COBOL mainframe. We literally have, one person who is really familiar with the system, and he works tirelessly to keep it, one, operational, but two, trying to find workarounds about how do we, can we batch release some of these? Can we clear a simple issue on a group of claims as opposed to having to go one by one? But it's very minute by minute, and it's touch and go depending on what we can actually maneuver the mainframe to do. But yes, the PIN reset is another one. That's part of the reason why we have this other group coming online to be able to help with that and expedite some of those.
Okay. One member had a terrific suggestion. Obviously, the uncertainty in all of this is a huge part of the problem. And people just not being able to get through and not knowing what the issue is. And so a member suggested having a flow chart that's just up there saying, here are the steps. If you're getting this message, it may mean this. And and just to create a little predictability so that people don't feel like they've hit a brick wall and can't go anywhere, and that they know what the next step is and they know what issues to look out for. Just to try to create a little broad broadly accessible information about the predictability of the system might go a long way in helping people. I'll just one other quick one before I'll then jump to the back of the line. What about back claims? If people can't get through for a few weeks, they'll still be able to file back claims for previous weeks that were missed?
Yeah. So I love the idea of the flow chart as a step-by-step process. So I'll definitely look into that. I think part of that too is maybe reassuring people that they're not the only one with the problem. So if we recognize it as a common issue that people are running into and we let them know we're working on it, but here's the process to follow, it may let them know that, okay, it's not just me whose social security number isn't caught in the system while everybody else is getting through. And then with the back claims, yes, everything will be backdated to the date of separation.
Commissioner, before I turn to Senator Sorokin, one question that has arisen is people who have been encouraged on the one hand to fill out the initial enrollment form if they're self-employed or independent contractor, then receive a letter in the mail saying that they've been denied, and they then get confused, call the number, can't get through, worry about benefits. Is there a reason why people who are being encouraged to fill out that form are getting any sort of automatically triggered form letters?
Yeah, so the system is set up so that what they're getting is what we call their determination letter. So for most people, when they file, it says, you've determined to be eligible and here's your maximum weekly benefit amount. And so again, the system does a calculation somewhere between $1 and $513 of what someone is eligible for under UI. What some people are getting is you're not eligible for unemployment insurance. This could be something as simple as if they filed as an independent contractor and they have no wages in the system yet, then it's just going to say you're ineligible. Now, we've been trying to communicate via email and some other forms to let people know you can file as an independent contractor. It gets your information in the system. Just know that it is going to kick you out as not being eligible until the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program is stood up. Other things, again, may be that somebody was already temporarily employed and they didn't actually have a loss of wages or a loss of they weren't eligible because they were a temp employee or a part-time employee. Something else, it came up just the other day. We had someone who called and said, I want to file as an independent contractor. I also have a full-time job working for X company, but my independent contracting job has slowed, so I want to file for PUA to get those wages back. And obviously, we said, listen, you're not eligible because you still are earning full wages from your other employer, your full-time employer. So again, there are a variety of scenarios.
If I can maybe just put a finer point on it, because I think in your opening remarks, when you indicated that having a third-party vendor might take a couple weeks to have, well, you said that the federal program for self-employed and independent contractors might not be ready for a couple weeks, which means that all the tens of thousands of people who might soon wish to see benefits are going to be contacting the department. It does seem that if people enter the Labor Department website, where it encourages them to put in an initial thing to start the process, that the system should not be sending them form letters of any kind that are discouraging at that point. Even if we know there's another step, it just creates more calls and more confusion that your people have to handle. So I'll just flag that for you. You don't have to respond further, but I would think if we're encouraging people to go halfway there, we shouldn't then send them a letter that confuses the heck out of them and results in more work for you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Sorokin.
So the three big issues that I've seen is one that Senator Ash was just talking about, and the Social Security issue and the inability to get through. And there was I had some communication with your office this morning. And by the way, thank you for all the work you do. I can't imagine. But what is, and I heard back from Jessica Vickner that it's still under review as to what the best advice you can give to claimants who have gotten this letter that you were just referring to, saying you're ineligible for benefits because you have zero earnings as in our system. You're an independent contractor. So I don't know what to tell people, whether they should call back again, because the message has been that you will get in contact with those people once the pandemic assistance program is up and running. Is it smart to rely upon you getting back to them? Are they going to complicate things further by following up and filing it again or getting in touch with you? What's the best course for those people?
Thank you. I appreciate that, the question. So if things didn't get complicated, if they weren't complicated already, the feds have not done us any favors as they built the pandemic unemployment assistance program. So one of the requirements, which we learned about this past week in a webinar with USDOL, is that in order for somebody to be eligible for, our hope was we build the pandemic unemployment assistance program and we literally open the door and say, file your claim through the PUA program, and we'll start issuing, we'll make determinations on eligibility and start issuing payments. Well, this week we were notified by USDOL that everybody initially has to go through and be denied unemployment insurance under the general program before they can be eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance program. And so what that actually does is it's going to create, unless we can work something out with USDOL, and we plan to reach out to them over the weekend, but unless we can work something out with them, it just creates a two-step process and delays payments to people who need it. But they're essentially saying you've got to submit a regular claim first, be denied, and then you can file your pandemic unemployment assistance. Our hope is to be able to push back on that. What we have told people, getting back to the senator's question, what we have told people is that if you give us your name and email, we will let you know when the program is up and running. But we have had people who have applied. I think what I took away from the pro tem was that, I don't know whether or not we can recode the system to not send, because they're not in the original application that was created, they're not actually indicating that they're self-employed. So it's just showing that they're not monetarily eligible because they don't have wages in the system. But just because you don't have wages in the system doesn't mean you're automatically self-employed. So we can't just turn that feature off, because there are some people who just literally are not monetarily eligible and they're not a sole proprietor or self-employed individual. But what I think we can do is provide more information about one, we hope to have, starting Monday, a page that starts off the application that allows somebody to select, I'm self-employed, I'm an independent contractor, I work for an employer, right? So there's multiple selections that send you down a different chute, and that will allow us to cater our messaging on the back end to them. So when they receive their confirmation email, it may say, you may be found to be ineligible for unemployment insurance, but you are eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance, right? So that now we can begin catering the communication that's going out.
So just to follow up on that, what should somebody do who's filed before, who's a self-employed individual and got back a determination that they're ineligible because they had no earnings? Should they wait for the new program to start up and contact you, or will you be in touch with them?
So it'll be both. We are sussing out or pulling out as many of those, because many of those people, when they had to put in their employer, they put self or myself originally. So we are able to at least sort by employer and pull out all the ones where someone listed self-employed. And it's about 7,500. So the good and the bad is that the bad is they got that letter that said they weren't eligible. And hopefully we can find a workaround for that. The good part is their information is in our system, and they've actually, without knowing it and without us knowing it up front, completed the first step in the process, which was they were denied regular UI, which now makes them eligible for PUA. And so those people can be immediately shifted over to the PUA program for processing there. So when you're hearing from people like, what should I do next? If they are self-employed and they've submitted an application and they were denied, we now have their information, we have their email address, we know who they are, we will instruct them in terms of next steps as to the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. I think our hope is that somewhere between Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're able to at least launch the application process. So the first batch that will likely go in are the 7,500 that submitted their application already, and that at least just allows them to go into the PUA application, fill out some additional questions that are federal requirements, and then the second phase, which would end up being rolled out sometime during the week of the 20th, would actually be the processing and the payment issuing. So that's why I said a couple weeks. It's going to be phase 1 is going to be sometime next week. Phase 2 would be the following week.
It might be helpful in this particular context, given that there's so many people in this boat, to maybe on your webpage have some link to a frequently asked question.
Sure.
Walk somebody through, because there's so many people in that category. I also just wanted to follow up on the new organization, the new company that you're putting out to bid to help you with these things. It sounds to me like you were going to move 25 experienced people, 25 to 30 experienced people who are now potentially taking calls, and move them to issue resolution and backfill with this new company. Is that the size of employment that you're looking for from this vendor? Because I have a concern that it sounds like things are sort of frozen now, that people can't get through and things like that. And it helps to get 25 or 30 new people in with the vendor, but that's coming right before this onslaught of self-employed and independent contractors. And so we're getting more help, but we're also getting a bigger problem coming. So don't we have to just not replace those 25, but maybe put 50 people in place?
So I think we're looking at what will be the call volume that we'll need up front. So again, it may be higher than 30 people for this vendor, and it may be more than just turning those 30 over to the issues resolution. To give you an example, I mean, at our call center, we process, because you can only process so many claims in a given day over the phone, because each issue takes X amount of time. We end up processing, I think, somewhere around 600 calls out of our call center a day. But I think with that same group of people, if they were on issues clearing, we could probably clear 1,500 issues a day, if not more. So we can double or triple our throughput, if you will, by having them focus on the issues. But I do agree. I mean, I think we're going to see another surge when the self-employed comes through. The good part about the self-employed is that we're building the system so it's predominantly self-service. Doesn't mean that everybody will be self-service, and some will want to get through to the system, but there's new system is way more robust than I'm being told than our current mainframe system. But it may be that we need to start off with 40 people at the vendor call center, and we would have to be able to staff up and staff down, and we would look for a vendor that can do that depending on what the volume is.
Senator, let me, why don't you save some of the other questions? I just don't want to miss the chance for others. Representative Long, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, and Senator, thank you. Senator Ballin asked my first question, so about the Social Security. So I'll just very quickly, and this might be an easy answer. I have been fielding quite a number of questions from constituents who actually are employed or have been employed in more than one state, New Hampshire, for in my case here, and Vermont, and them running into some significant issues about, you know, even not having income coming from another state being included in anything. And I'm just wondering whether you have any advice. Of course, these same people are having a really hard time getting through, have been. So maybe it's just a matter of we just need to speak to someone. But do you have any advice for those folks who have mixed income coming from more than one state?
Yeah, it creates another piece of the complex puzzle. You know, they certainly should be filing in the state where they are doing most of their work. But if, you know, if over the course of the either they're working in two states or they had partial wages early on and then switch states, that can also play a role. There's a program, I think it's called Sides, that we run, and it is a cross match between you know, dual state wage earners. I don't have an answer to your question, and I'm happy to follow up on that, but it is something that is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, great.
But in terms of status, I wouldn't be able to give you that right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, other hands of questions? Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, a question came up in committee the other day concerning people that are partial UI because their hours have been cut back. Are they eligible for the federal $600 also?
Yeah, so the last I heard, or the way it was phrased to me, is if they are eligible for at least $1 of UI, they are eligible for the $600.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't design it. We're just.
Well, and luckily we don't have to. We don't have to pay it either.
We don't design it. We just take the heat from constituents who wonder how that made sense.
Yeah.
Was that Becca? And,
So
then Mitzi.
Or Mitzi can go since I already spoke. I'll come back to me.
Dick Mazza, was your hand up just now? Okay. Mitzi.
Just one quick thought on your FAQs that somebody suggested. If you could somehow clearly define an independent contractor versus somebody who is self-employed, I think that would help a lot. I have two separate things. There are people that have been able to file their initial claim, but then they still haven't received the paperwork or determination letter that was supposed to be sent to them. The DOL website says that should take 3 or 4 days from processing, but for some people it's been weeks and they haven't received it, or there's been a problem because there's a backlog at the business that has to confirm something and the business is now shut down. Can you talk about that process a little bit?
So I can talk about the process. I may have to look into the issue. So my understanding is there isn't much of a backlog in terms of initial claims that weren't processed. There's a couple different scenarios that fall into that, or caveats, but we also are not waiting on businesses to, typically, if I filed a claim, opened a claim against a business, the business would have 10 days to respond and contest the claim. We are still allowing businesses to contest claims, but we are not waiting to issue benefits for that contestment. So we are moving forward. And then if the business contests after, we can move to adjudication of the claim thereafter. But it's not holding up the process. So if someone has opened an initial claim and has not yet received their weekly determination, what I would be curious in knowing, and if you'd be willing to just send me an email, I would want to reach out to that person or have someone reach out to that person to find out what the actual holdup was on that account. We're trying to do some spot checks. So when we see anomalies in the system, the easiest way to do that is to talk with the person and say, okay, how did you fill this out? Did it accidentally complete the wrong information? Was there not a complete social that was put in, and therefore it didn't even get processed because there was incomplete information? So if you'd be willing to email me, I'm happy to do a spot check on those people and see if it's a bigger issue that we're just not aware of.
Sure. And if somebody is self-employed, and that's the process that it's going to take another couple of weeks, because there are some people that have tried to, but they can't get on because it doesn't recognize their business because they haven't paid into the system before. So that's just that's if you're self-employed, then you're going to have to wait until that system gets set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it feels like we've been living COVID-19 for a month, but it's only been a week and a half, or it's actually only been a week since the actual federal guidance on pandemic unemployment came out. So it's been 2 weeks since they delivered the CARES Act, but the guidance on PUA only came out last Tuesday. So part of, the reason it feels so long is because we've been waiting and telling people it's coming, but we've only received the guidance less than a week ago, or roughly a week ago. So I think we're actually.
It just has been that long for people that have been living without employment to the paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Other questions from committee members? Sorry about that. My computer was a little busy. Becca and then Dick.
So I've got a couple questions from senators who are watching. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when can we tell Vermonters to expect that the system will be set up to process these additional claims for $600?
The $600 is being processed already.
You already are. Okay.
It started Monday of this week.
But maybe the question should be clarified. The 600 is going to people who are
already eligible
for conventional unemployment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So if we're talking about self-employed, independent contractors, sole proprietors, it will be, we should be able to start processing actual claim, like weekly certifications and benefits, starting sometime during the week of the 20th. And those will include the $600 in those as well.
And just to clarify something earlier, do you still have an active appeals process that is up and running simultaneously? I know the volume that you're dealing with is incredible. So it seems like it's all one big pile of people that need to be addressed, but I'm just curious what's happening with folks who do want to appeal the decision that came back.
So we still are functioning in appeals process. I think my hope is, but I think we've got to be prepared for the alternate, is that given the fact that it's really hard for somebody to be denied right now, in that we've loosened the restrictions, that there are going to be fewer appeals. There may be more employer appeals than there are claimant appeals, depending on the employer, but at the same time, the employers are also being relieved of charges. So there's also that counteracts that. So there is still an appeals unit. There's still part of what we also are going to need to get back to full time, we're still doing it, is adjudications. So it's the same part of the appeals, but it's the first step in the appeals process. So when there's a contestment or a conflict between an employer and an employee, or let's say we need to do some type of a back audit on someone's wages that they've earned, it may go to adjudications. And so again, we're trying to clear the low-hanging fruit first, which we can expedite, but some of these will have to be formally adjudicated. And that is still happening, but the volume is going to quickly overtake us.
Thank you.
Senator Mazza.
Thank you, Commissioner, for doing all this, and I appreciate it. But what happens if an employee decides they do not want to work, and if they're collecting, let's say, $300 a week unemployment on the state, and the $600 from the government, that's $900 a week. Can they choose not to work, or do they have to be officially laid off by the employer?
So they have to fall under one of the requirements that I believe came out in H742, which was, they choose not to work. It's because they have a documented health concern. They've been instructed by a healthcare provider not to go to work. It could be that they are taking care of a sick family member or somebody with a compromised immune system or childcare issue. So as long as they meet one of those requirements, they're eligible. In your case, it sounds like maybe the person is eligible, and then the employer opens back up for business and says, hey, I'm ready now for you to come back to work once the restrictions are lifted. Under standard UI law, if you have a job to go back to, or if you are offered gainful employment, you are either required to take it or forfeit your unemployment insurance benefit.
Okay, because I'm fearful that some might, decide,
Yes.
hey, I'm making $1,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
Why do I want to
So
go back to work?
it is a concern. It's come up a couple different times, but if that employer offers them full-time employment back and they refuse it, they're at risk of being ineligible. Yeah.
Okay, I think one of the instances where that is most likely to be a practical issue is if there is a kid home because school closure, and maybe both parents don't necessarily normally need to be there for the childcare purposes, but could elect to both be home utilizing the flexibility that's been granted.
Yeah.
That's probably maybe the most frequent thing that will probably pop up. Representative Johnson.
Yes. So one quick thing, a House member wrote in saying that they had a constituent that was told by a DOL employer or a DOL employee that her only option for registering was by a computer. So is there a way to register for this by phone for people that don't have internet access, don't have a computer, or struggling with technology?
Yeah, so we're talking about where we are right now with traditional unemployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so so it's all electronic, but what we did with bringing on Green Mountain Power, I'm looking up at my wall up there because I have the numbers and where everything is at. But with Green Mountain Power and Vermont Gas and Efficiency Vermont, that was a way for us to help bridge the gap. And so someone can call that supplemental number. We're calling it the initial claims number or the supplemental initial claims number. It's on our website. And there actually is a person on the other end who answers that phone and literally just fills out the form, the electronic form for the person. So if that's what they heard, then either something was lost in translation or there was miscommunication that because it is electronic, but there are support services to help people bridge that gap.
Okay, it may have been a question from a time before you brought on those additional people.
Yep.
And for people that own their own businesses that have employees, they will eventually, those business owners will be able to qualify for the self-employed when it comes online. Yes.
If they are if they've had to close or lose. So I mean, in most cases, if they have employees, they're likely not considered a self-employed business or an independent contractor because they have their own employees. So they're probably some type of corporation or LLC. And so they would not fall under that self-employed, but if they saw a reduction in wages, then they would be eligible too under this. If for some reason they were considered self-employed but had employees as well, then again, they would, for all intents and purposes, would be eligible. I'm talking in generalities because there's a couple other factors there.
All right. But so let's scrap the self-employed part of the question and just, so for a business owner that has employees, that's required to close or sees a drastic reduction in business,
Yes.
can they now apply for current UI, or
Yes.
or they're not part of the category that can apply in a couple of weeks?
Right. So if they were an employer and they closed, and just because they were the owner, they're not disqualified or negated in any way. So they should be able to apply to it, as long as, you know, there's a bunch of eligibility requirements, but my understanding is that they would be eligible.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Senator Sorokin. After you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. So a quick question is, the $600 check, does that get added to the regular UI check, or is it said separately?
It's added.
It's added.
Yep.
Okay. And I for one would just like to encourage, to the extent possible, that we side on the side of hiring more people or starting up with more people with this vendor than less, because even though it might be proved to be overkill, I can't emphasize enough the messages I'm getting about how frustrated people are that they can't get somebody on the phone. Even if that person on the phone says, we'll have to get back to you, or I'll pass it along to somebody else, just having a live person on the phone and having more lines, I think will help with the angst that's out there.
Great. I've made a note. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd like to echo that, because of something I hadn't quite appreciated until you mentioned a new platform or whatever for people who are going to be applying for this second new kind of benefit from the feds.
Yeah.
And I thought your honesty revealed itself helpfully when you said that it should be easier and should be self manageable. And then you said something like, I hope, or so I'm told. And I think all of us in state government, just like most in the private sector, know that web systems don't always go according to plan. And I would hate for us to not skimp, but to go on the conservative side of the number of bodies to assign for this task, basing that on a belief that this software is going to do the trick, only to find that it has glitches all over. And then we're dealing with all the people upset at the same time we're trying to find another solution. And there is an amazing amount of goodwill, I think, towards the department and towards all of the other departments in state government right now because of what you're going through. And but we will be about if the April 20th date you mentioned holds, we're talking 4 or 5 weeks since many people have earned a penny or received money, even if they might get made retroactive. Mm-hmm. The worry about paying bills is it's just growing with each day. And so I believe we should be treating it, frankly, just like we're treating hospital beds.
Okay.
With surge capacity, so that we hope we don't need it, but if it's there, we have handled people humanely through what is, for some of them, the first time they've ever suffered this way economically in their lives.
Thank you.
Other questions in the few remaining minutes? Representative Marcotte and Representative McCoy, any questions? I don't want to miss you before. Senator Benning, I know you're with us by phone. Any questions that you wanted to add before I turn back to Marcotte?
Nothing further, Tim. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, one thing we didn't talk about yet are the seasonal workers. And we have a number of businesses that are wanting to come back online, and they're not able to because they're not an essential business currently. And so how are we looking at those people that are currently on unemployment? Now they're going to be extended. Are they eligible, continue to be eligible for regular UI, but will they also be eligible for the federal $600 payment?
My understanding is yes. So the $600 should be applied to all. I'll confirm that and get back to you. We haven't really had a deliberate conversation about people who are already on UI, but they will also, if they're coming up on either their return to work date or their 26-week maximum, they will also automatically go into the extended benefits. That is the additional 13 weeks that the feds have created. I'll confirm the $600 for existing claims though for you, but my understanding is I believe they do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we've got time for maybe another question or two. Any questions? I'll close with one last question, Commissioner, for myself. Sorry, you were probably hoping you could.
No, that's fine.
Attend to. When people are putting in initial applications, they're submitting their email address, which is one of the ways they're receiving updates. Why are they receiving any hard snail mail when you have the email address?
So part of that is because our mainframe system, so we are able to capture their email address separate before the claim goes into the system. The mainframe system is so old that email addresses didn't exist when it was built. So there's actually no spot left for it to collect email addresses, let alone know what to do with them. But it does have the automated process. So it runs a job every night, and that job may be to determine, calculate eligibility for 5,000 people, and then literally issue out and print out 5,000 determinations.
Okay.
Which then they go to the post office. So part of that is just, that is how the system was built. Again, when we talk about modernizing systems, when we envision the next system, which we've done some of that already, it would be predominantly, it would be little to no paper and predominantly electronic.
Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'll leave the last question to Senator Starr.
I noticed, thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work and the people that work for you. They are really appreciated. I wanted to ask, I got some correspondence from the U.S. Department of Labor, and in that article, it says PUA provides up to 39 weeks of benefits to qualified individuals. So is it 39 weeks or 26 weeks that you can get unemployment assistance?
For a second, I thought you were going to tell me the U.S. Department of Labor was calling you back to service to help out with processing claims. The 13 weeks is the 26 weeks plus, or the 39 weeks is the 26 weeks plus the 13 extended benefit weeks. So it's the two added together.
So it is 39 weeks total then, 13?
Up to, yeah. So again, the program, even the self-employed program, many of the same guidelines follow the state's existing UI program. So the maximum benefit amount and the 26-week max. But one of the pieces in the CARES Act also allowed for what the federal government calls extended benefits. And so they simply just authorized extended benefits across the board. So it gives anybody on UI up to an additional 13 weeks of benefits beyond the 26 weeks, which hopefully will not matter to those people who are recently unemployed. And hopefully we're able to go back to normal at that point, but there will be people who remain impacted and this will help them. But it also becomes critical for those people, say, in the construction industry who are already maybe 10 weeks in or 15 weeks into their unemployment. And so that 26 weeks, they're already approaching the end of that 26-week period. So the 13 weeks makes the added 13 weeks makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, committee, for letting me ask that.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Well, I think that's going to be a wrap. That was the last question I had seen. Commissioner, if, one of the things I think we all worry about, my guess is out of 180 legislators, almost all have forwarded a particular case or several to you or one of your crew. In a sense, it's natural that we would want to help the people who contact us. On the other hand, it's then putting them a leg up over everybody else. But what I'm going to suggest is if committee members have process suggestions based on some of the concerns we're hearing, and this applies to our colleagues who aren't on the committee, that's what we should primarily be focusing on sending to you and your direct team to solve the problem for many people if we identify something that we're hearing.
Yes, and I always welcome the communication. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything I can do.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we sign off then? And I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate just the unbelievable, unprecedented volume of activity in your department. Please thank all the people who are on the phones, especially whose jobs I cannot imagine how stressful it is, because every person they're speaking to is going through a very difficult time. So obviously it can wear down even the most resilient person. So thank your whole crew, and thank you.
I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
thank you. Our first witness today is Senate Judiciary, remotely working. I'm jealous of all the members who have thousands of books behind them. Can't see all my books. We're going to start with Jim Baker, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, to give us an update on the COVID-19 issues that the department is facing. I know that we've read in the news a few things, but Jim, if you could update us, please.
Sure. For the record, it's Jim Baker, the Interim Commissioner of Corrections, and good morning to everybody.
You notice I didn't use that term interim.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, Senator. I guess April 30th probably is not going to work. So in sense we're public, I guess my wife will now know that. So yeah. So look, I won't go over everything we've done in preparation, but you've all, I tried to get the key committee leaders when we found out that we had an inmate test positive at the Northwest facility. The inmate started presenting symptoms. We followed the protocol that we had put in place that I had briefed you on before. And, again, the staff had worked very hard. And that pandemic protocol is being updated almost daily based upon guidance from Dr. Levine's shop and from CDC and the best practices coming out of the national associations around correctional organizations. So the inmate was immediately isolated when he presented symptoms and tested. He tested positive. Now, leading up to that, we had 3 staff members at that facility test positive. The first one had very limited access to inmates. The second one had a little bit more access to inmates, but in a given section inside the jail. The second staff member that tested positive is very ill. Is a corrections officer. I don't want to get too far into this because I need to protect privacy, but is in an ICU unit since last Saturday night. When I got the call on Sunday, I was not optimistic that we were going to be able to save him. Excuse me. I want to report, though, that in the last few days, his condition has improved greatly. He's still in ICU. So I ask people for your prayers and thoughts. He is in very difficult position, but I think he's turned a corner, and we're just thankful for the medical staff that's treating him right now. The other two staff members are quarantined at home, and they're showing less severe symptoms. The inmate is showing less severe symptoms and is being treated in the negative pressure room at the Northwest facility. Based upon that, and I will say again, the leadership at Northwest was following all our protocols, cleaning, maintaining the facility. I know there's been reports about lack of soap and water. I've double checked that and triple checked it. I don't want to get into a situation where I'm saying information was false, but in this time of fear and the unknown, people are reporting stuff, and you got to chase it down to the ground to make sure that what I'm hearing as a commissioner is true. So that inmate is now in the negative pressure room. We're going to be able to deal with that inmate on the ground in the facility with the medical staff that is there. After that occurred overnight into yesterday, a call within Human Services with Secretary Smith, we made the decision to test everybody inside the facility. The health department under the leadership of Dr. Levine helped us greatly. UVM stepped up greatly to help us. And we conducted 156 tests last night. We're going to finish those tests today with the great assistance of the state police in Vermont and the Massachusetts State Police. We set up a relay of those kits from St. Albans to the Mass line, and the Mass State Police took them right into Boston to be tested immediately. Because our fear, as you can imagine, is that if we've got other folks inside that facility, we need to know now. And we have locked the facility down. This is not what we wanted to do. It was really our last option, because as you all can appreciate, when you lock folks down, it raises the stress inside the facility greatly. We have folks locked down and we're following the guidelines, which would be if one of you were tested and positive, you would go into a 14-day quarantine. The challenge for us is we're tracking back the best we can using the health department epidemiologists to figure out contact the best we can, put the best time frame in place, and we'll quarantine the facility from 14 days from there to contain the spread. So we have stepped up the monitoring of everybody in the facility by checking temperatures every shift. We have the right equipment on the ground now with the infrared testing the temperature gauges to do that. And so that's where we are in that facility. And right now, we only have one other inmate that we're testing that came up yesterday, and it's at the South Burlington facility. It's one of our female inmates, and that female inmate is in isolation along with their roommate. Now, isolation, when we talk about medical isolation and quarantine, two different terms, we've got them separated out from the population right now until we get the test back. And if the test comes back positive, we'll deal with that situation with our medical staff. Those are the only incidents we have right now. We have several staff members across the state, more because of their outside life, are being tested, and we're waiting to hear back. And so right now we have a total of, I think it's 4 or 5 staff members that are positive. Some of them are not in facilities, they're in the district offices. And so we are keeping them following the guidelines by leaving them out of work, and we've stepped up our monitoring of our staff. So every day when staff comes in, we're monitoring them. We have a new questionnaire that was developed with the assistance of the Vermont Health Department, and we're screening people when they're coming to work. And if there's any signs that they're exhibiting symptoms, we're sending them home.
Good.
I think that's, in a nutshell, the important piece of what we're doing right now. We're continuing to do the rest of what we've been doing. I will say to you that in the last week and a half, through some work of our logistics section, folks that are working feverishly, we've opened up a pretty good supply line now of supplies between the state EOC and what we're able to locate out on the market ourselves. We are pretty much stocked for 30 days of PPE that we're holding, and we have a pretty elaborate delivery system set up. The hand sanitizer was a challenge. We ran out in some of the facilities. We had to replace or encourage people to use soap and hand washing, but we just got connected with 2 different distilleries in Vermont where they're going to deliver us. One distillery is going to start delivering us 50 gallons in a 50-gallon drum, and we've set up our own assembly line where we've gotten jugs, and our probation and parole officers are going to fill them and get them to the facilities. And then the other piece is we have masked up everybody inside. The EOC was able to deliver us 1,000 masks immediately the other night when the inmate tested positive. So we have directed staff and inmates to wear masks, and we're slowly getting that throughout the system. The other 5 facilities are in a modified lockdown where we're controlling the movement best we can in the facilities until we get a handle on Northwest and we get a handle on the sole inmate in South Burlington. And then the last piece is we've set up a pretty elaborate sewing system, and we're creating our own masks from sheets and old uniforms. We're using rubber bands and sewing machines and staple guns, and we're hoping to have those out to the facilities so everybody has at least 2 masks, because they really should be washed every 8 hours, and that's from CDC guidelines. So that's where we are. And,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Yes, Phil?
If I could just make a comment and then ask a question.
Yes.
So, back last month, when the commissioner came to speak to us, I asked if there was a plan to test everybody, and we were told there were not enough tests. And obviously, had we done it then, we'd be in a different position now. So I think of that as a failure on the federal level, that we were not able to get the tests. Now you're in the process of testing at Northwest. I'm wondering, is there an aggressive plan to test every inmate, or is it just to deal with in a reactionary way when somebody shows symptoms in another prison?
Well, look, I'll stand by what I told you a month ago, Senator, that the test kits weren't available. And quite honestly, we probably tapped into a supply of test kits now that were for other possibilities to get this done in Northwest. And yes, it is reactionary, but I would also say to you that because of the nature of the population of employees we have there, it's hard to tell where this came from. And we're trying to do some work now with the health department to pin that down. So for example, one theory could be we have a pretty significant number of corrections officers that work at Northwest that live in Clinton County, New York. We've been in conversation with, our director of nursing has been in conversation with the Department of Health in Clinton County, and they've got in Clinton County, New York, an unusual number of cases have been confirmed. So I hear what you said to me, but we still could have a carrier coming into a facility, even when you test. They could come in after the test, and you're going to keep trying to test to try to stay ahead of that. That
No,
makes sense to you.
I understand.
I understand. We're making, right.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is if our policy is to play catch up behind identified victims, rather than to be proactive system-wide, then we're basically, our plan is to fail, right? We're only going to test.
I would challenge you on the word fail, Senator. I don't think our staff is working as hard as they are every day.
Can I make clear, Phil, and I from my perspective, when all of this is written and said is done, on the federal level, the failure to provide the testing that is necessary to do the job, whether it be in a corrections institution, a nursing home, soldier's home, whatever, is the failure, is why this got so far out of hand. I think that you will, so I didn't think your criticism was of the Department of Corrections.
It wasn't, and I made clear at the beginning of my
Right.
remarks that I thought it was a federal problem. But now where we are is, as I understand it, we're testing aggressively in a facility where we've identified somebody with COVID-19, but we're not in the other facilities until the outbreaks there occur. And I just think,
I don't know.
given the small number of inmates in Vermont, I don't understand why we're not pushing for a system-wide testing policy right now.
Because what I would say to you, Senator, is that we could test today, and a corrections officer could come in who is asymptomatic as a carrier, and again, we would have to be testing the facilities like every 7 days.
Well, but
in order to stay ahead of it. What's that?
If I could respond.
Yes.
What I would say is, if you tested everyone today and everyone was negative, then yes, I understand what you're saying. If you test the other facilities and you find 12 people who are positive, that's obviously putting us in a much better place than waiting for.
I agree. But our focus right now is to contain what we know. And quite honestly, in a lot of conversations with lessons learned coming out of the nursing homes in Chittenden County, I'm depending on the guidance coming from the health experts too, about what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. And so we're focused right now on containing that inside Northwest. And I hear your point. I certainly will discuss it. That would be a very heavy lift to try to do that and get the necessary test kits that we would need to do to collect the samples. The other thing that I failed to mention to all of you is that we have also secured hotels around every facility, and we're offering our staff to stay at the hotels off duty because they're very concerned about their exposure to the virus, bringing it home to their families. So we're expending a significant amount of resources to be able to set up those hotels. And our staff is starting to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Jim, I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
One is clearly in a group setting like a prison, people might be reluctant to talk about their health because they know they're going to be placed in isolation, which some have said is like segregation.
Right.
So has that been discussed at all? And are we making moves to make sure that it's not segregation or punishment?
Yeah, look, we have no other choice but use what was segregation as the place where we're isolating. I mean, we don't, you know, I've had this conversation with a couple of the advocates, Senator, you know, our facilities are what our facilities are. We have to use the best we can what the makeup of the facility is. And, you know, this was kind of the subject of a VPR story about inmates are going into isolation and they're going into the segregation units. And that's exactly right. That's what they were used for before. But we don't have the luxury of creating something else inside the facilities to be able to segregate, you know, to use the segregation as an isolation. And I've been emphasizing to the staff, we're talking about medical isolation. It's not segregation. To get over your point, we have stepped up surveillance and we're asking medical staff to check. We finally have enough of the infrared handheld thermometers where you don't have to be invasive by sticking in I know you've all probably heard it, seen it, because they're a hot item on the market right now, where we can use an infrared to check temperatures, because temperatures are one of the first clues that you got something going on.
Yep.
So we've stepped up surveillance and we're doing that on a regular basis several times during the course of the day. Because we are hearing that some of the inmates may not report symptoms.
Jim, you've dropped the population. The last time I saw was down to 1,458 in state.
It's I think today's count is 1421.
So it indicates at least that every effort's been made to move people out that could be moved out by the department anyway.
Right.
At some point, we ought to talk about how this got done, but I know you've heard from a lot of advocates and I have as well.
Right.
And I know that in many cases, it would take a state's attorney or judiciary or
Correct.
someone else to move individuals out, but you feel you've moved everybody out who
There's a staffing meeting today. The regular weekly staffing meeting is going on, I think, literally right now. And they'll be reviewing more cases. I will say to you that some of the folks that we put out, probably under normal conditions, we would be violating them because we are having some challenges with the population we put out because we did take some risks that we normally wouldn't take to try to thin out the population. But for the most part, it seems to be working. And let me just address the medical piece because I asked for these stats yesterday. So I think the number I saw this morning, don't hold me to this, was 1421, down from 1672 on March 25th. And out of the population that's left, I asked for the number of folks that are medically challenged. The medically challenged folks that fit into some of the criteria of high risk in our system right now, out of people that are left, is around 620. That's a huge number. And so I get a lot of requests every day from families because of COVID-19, they want their family member released because of health conditions. And, you know, one of the deciding factors are, you know, what's their underlying offense and what's the history of violence and what's the history of victimization. Yep. So we continue to look at the population, and I'll say it again, some of this is the courts have slowed down, people aren't coming in. We've cut down significantly on what our tolerance level is around violations, and some of that will have to shift back later. And so who knows what the number is, but I do think it would be worth a conversation when we get to the other end of this dark tunnel, Senator, where we got some light that we can talk about how we did this. And I continue to talk with Ellen and the folks at CSG as we're going through this. You I try to chat with them every once in a while to keep up to speed on what we're doing and make sure it's got some measurement against best standards.
Thank you. Senator White has a question, but I know it may be about visitation.
Yeah, Senator, I saw that email. Can you, because of the modified lockdown, can I get back to you directly on that?
Senator
Yes.
White, you want to be specific about did I get it right?
Well, yeah, I've just got these emails, and I think that they might be referring to federal policies, but they're talking about what is the visitation policy now for in terms of video and phone calls, since they can.
It was up until this lockdown, right? It was 1 25-minute video free visit with a family member and 2 5-minute calls a week.
Okay.
So I saw that email this morning. I just caught up with it. Some of that may change just because of the modified lockdowns, but I will get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions for Colonel Baker? For Commissioner Baker?
That was, believe it or not, Senator, that was 11 years ago.
Well,
I
see Colonel Birmingham's online.
Is the good Colonel on?
I am, and you can have this job back anytime you want, Colonel.
Well, listen, we can trade anytime you want, Colonel. You can come on over to corrections.
I didn't say trade. I said you could have this one back.
Listen, the Senators, the Colonel's on the line. I want to give him a big shout out. Last night, his staff was unbelievable setting these relays up to get these kits down into Massachusetts, to Boston, to get tested. And we tied up a lot of his resources to get this done last night, and I appreciate it.
I wish you could connect the Patriots truck to come up with the masks, by the way.
We'll try to work. I think Mass State Police may have connections on that, Senator. We'll try to work on that next.
Thank you, Jim. And
I do have to jump on the call with Dr. Levine, so if anybody's got any follow-up from what I talked about, please email and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. We had David Scher up next. Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to apologize. Apparently my flipping the pages was causing a lot of static out there. So I'm apologizing and I'll stop flipping pages.
We wanted to get in Colonel Birmingham and I believe Heather Pellman and Ted Brady are here to talk about the enforcement order. But I first wanted to talk about the enforcement order and how it's impacting the lodging industry throughout Vermont. To get an idea, I was struck by the number of hotels and motels in my area of the state that were non-compliant when the state police went and checked. So I guess people are trying to understand. The other thing is that a lot of times people are now reporting people for not being socially distant or not, I don't know who they're reporting it to. Maybe it's the state police, local police, whatever. I saw a case in Rhode Island where people went to play golf at a Rhode Island golf course and they lived in Massachusetts. So they each got fined $1,000 for violating the Rhode Island order. And I'm just wondering how we're enforcing all these different rules. But to start with, just mainly the lodging industry. And I just got a notice from my local Hampton Inn that they're zero basically guests, but they are providing free rooms for medical personnel and what Colonel Baker was just describing. So, do you want to start, David, with what you're doing to the lodging industry and Airbnbs and others?
Sure, I can start with that, and others on the line can fill in as well.
Yeah, if we could use more of a round table here with Helen, Ted, and Colonel Birmingham too as well. So.
Sure. So I'll just briefly say what we've been doing and then turn it over. We certainly have been part of the effort on education and bringing people into compliance around the state. Our criminal division called around to all lodging places that were known to be non-compliant. This was a few days ago now, and the list is changing, I know, every day. And so we've been working on that end, and I know folks have been going around to check more. It's not a black and white issue. It's not an open or closed issue, because as you just pointed out, Senator, and as others have mentioned, there are allowable uses for lodging in hotels under the executive order and addenda. And the other piece that we've worked on is with Airbnb and the short-term rental market, and we've been working to make sure that those listings are, it's a little unclear how it's going to be handled, but probably just taken down. And again, if Ted Brady or anybody else in the line has more recent information on that, I happily defer. But we did reach out to them and legal counsel for some of those entities to try to have a uniform approach that would just be a blanket application around Vermont. And so that's where that's the work that we were doing in our office, and I'll turn it over to some other folks.
Well, one of the things I've heard too is that, and maybe someone can respond to this, is they're trying to comply now, but the idea that they couldn't take reservations for the fall that are conditional is also troubling to many of them. They're afraid that some people are doing it and they're going to be at the advantage when this is, using Colonel Baker's language, at the end of the tunnel. Who knows what will happen in the fall foliage season, but that certainly is a time that they're looking at. Could we be taking reservations? So maybe you can, would that be in violation too? And that was one of the questions.
Right. And again, I'll check in, the committee should check in with ACC well on this. I mean, our read, I should say, of the order as it stands is that taking reservations for any time period is not allowable. I think that I think that's certainly something that we could think more about as time goes on. But right now, I do believe that it is not allowable to take reservations for any time period.
Colonel, do you have anything to add in terms of the enforcement? I know that it was state troopers that went out, or I assume it was state troopers.
It was all law enforcement, Senator. So can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been two memos of guidance issued, one by Commissioner Sherling and one by the Attorney General. I forwarded it to you, Senator, for the committee. The general posture on guidance to law enforcement is voluntary compliance and education. And we're taking that approach with all violations or suspected violations of the executive order. When we went out to do the lodging checks, that was really an information gathering. It was not an enforcement mechanism. It was all law enforcement in the state. We have since been trying to work with the non-compliant lodging facilities. All of the information that we receive is gathered centrally and forwarded to the Attorney General's office for enforcement. So we just completed a call before this call with all the chiefs and sheriffs and state law enforcement leaders with the Attorney General and his staff, just to touch base on some of the things that have come up that you've been talking about on this call, including gatherings of people on the street corner, lodging establishments, houses of worship, a lot of things that are covered by the order, but that are kind of coming up through reports from the public to law enforcement. The general posture from the Attorney General is it's kind of a tiered process. We will always, always, always attempt to resolve all of these issues with voluntary compliance and education. If not, then those issues will be pushed to his office for review. They will then make determinations on whether they're going to attempt some sort of civil process. Obviously, at the very end, which nobody wants to use and nobody is even thinking about using, is the criminal penalties. But they are at the end of the long process throughout the entire enforcement mechanism here. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that if there are any.
Senator Bennings first. Yep.
Senator Sears, can I interrupt for 1 second? Colonel, I posted both of those on the website. Is that okay? I really never even thought about it because I post all documents.
No, they're public documents.
Okay, great. Thanks. Just want to be sure. I got a little nervous there.
Yeah, Senator Benning.
So, Colonel, one of my constituents is a select board member in the town of Topsom. He's a contractor by trade. Yesterday, he was working on a house that he is remodeling. It's a vacant house at the end of a dirt road. His crew consisted of his son and his brother. A state police officer showed up and told him to shut down. That makes no sense to me whatsoever, given circumstances. And David, while you're on the line here, I would very much like to know why that would be deemed a violation in such a way that he felt threatened and is being told to essentially stop his work altogether when there isn't any possible way under that group of people being gathered at the end of a dirt road that they're going to be impacting the spread of this virus in some fashion. I'm amazed first that a state police officer went to the end of a dirt road to find this guy and tell him to shut down. But is it the intention of the Attorney General to start issuing criminal citations to people like that?
No, it's not our intention to do that. And one thing that I want to reiterate that the Colonel did state clearly, but I want to make it plain from the Attorney General's office standpoint as well. We are approaching this the exact same way that the Department of Public Safety is and the administration is, which is this is an education first operation, education first enforcement policy. We're not looking to bring court action in any of these cases. It may be the case that in certain isolated instances, there are people who are continually refusing to comply and in doing so are putting people at risk. And there may be a case where an enforcement action might take place. I think that we certainly would be going to a civil enforcement action first. Criminal enforcement action is really, really the last, a last resort in extreme circumstances. But even I would say civil enforcement action is the second to last resort. Let's put it that way. We're really trying to work cooperatively with people, and in putting forward our directive and our guidance, we really tried to make clear that this is working hand in hand with the intention of the Department of Public Safety and the governor to have an education first approach to this. So I want to be very clear on that. But part of education is talking with people and letting them know what the rules are and what the guidance is. Certainly, the governor's stay-at-home, stay-safe order starts from a standpoint of people need to be staying at home in order to allow our public health system to keep up with this emergency, this health emergency. And it goes from there to allow for certain exceptions. Sort of builds off that baseline. The baseline is stay at home, stay safe. From that baseline, we build certain exceptions into it, saying, all right, there are certain essential businesses that need to operate and certain functions that need to be allowed to happen in order for people to stay safe, including things like food distribution, public health workers, and so forth. But certainly the approach here is an education approach, and putting forward our directive, there was no intention to indicate that there's anything other than that. We tried to make that clear in the directive and make it clear since then. And I would say that, we're really trying to work closely, and we have worked closely with the Department of Public Safety in terms of how we approach this.
I just want to be clear because I told him that I was going to bring this question up, and I want to be able to go back to him and say that I spoke to you on this call and that I've got some answer for him, and I'm not sure that I heard an answer from you yet.
Well, that maybe Ted Brady can after.
Senator,
Ted,
can I just address?
Go ahead, Colonel. Yep.
Not knowing the situation, Senator, I would have to assume that we get a lot of reports from the public about violations. So our stance currently is if we received a report from the public about a violation, a trooper will respond to investigate and educate. Now, I don't know if that was the case in the situation you brought up. Construction did come up in the phone call with the Attorney General and the chiefs this morning. There are limitations on construction in the executive order. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't cite it exactly. But I can only imagine that they were acting on the order and what was prohibited in the order as it relates to home construction.
Ted, did you want to comment?
I think the Colonel just nailed it. The order does not exempt construction as in-person to continue in-person operations. The only construction that may continue is construction for the purpose of a COVID-19 response. This has been a source of a lot of complaints to us. We issued guidance that specifically says construction is residential construction, commercial construction is non-essential for the purposes of this stay home, stay safe order. We've gotten a lot of feedback from contractors that work alone or in low contact issues. So you have a contractor, it sounds exactly like you're describing, Senator Benning, who only has 1 or 2 people on their job site that can practice social distancing. But as David mentioned, the number one thing is we're asking people to stay home, and those contractors leaving their home have to stop and get gas. They have to stop and get supplies. They have to go use a bathroom. They use a communal porta potty. They go use the local convenience store. So we've interpreted it and we've issued guidance that says that shall not occur. And we understand that that's a really hard pill to swallow if you're a person that goes and works alone all day. And the governor's office, the attorney general's office, our office are all talking about what the right guidance there is going forward. But right now we have that really strict interpretation that I hope you can convey to your constituent that that's why it exists. We're asking people to stay home, but I know that's not enough because it is so hard to swallow.
Well, my understanding is that hardware stores have been able to stay open for the very reason of getting some of these contractors' materials. So if I'm hearing you both correctly, or all three of you correctly, this is something that's going to have to be dealt with from a little higher up on the chain of command. And I guess I'll take it up there next. I'm hoping that if I go to my law office and I'm the only one there, I'm not going to have a state police officer show up on my doorstep and either educate me or threaten me, depending on how I see it as his delivery. But
yeah, so
I guess that's where we are.
The definition of in-person business operations is anytime you have to go and interact with another human being. So
and that's, I understand that. I have not been doing that in my law office. I didn't think this contractor was doing that where he was either. And given that hardware stores are open, I think we have an issue that needs to be dealt with a little higher up the chain of command, I guess.
Well, this is where there's a lot of misinterpretation. I wanted to move over to the lodging, but Senator White has a question.
No, I just wanted to say that we have to address the same issue around landscapers, I believe. We have sent some stuff. And one of the problems is that I got a call from landscaping is not considered an essential business. And I got a call from a housing complex down here that is condos. And we're already in the southern part of the state having an influx of ticks. I've already had my first tick bite, and they need to keep their grass cut in order to keep the ticks down, and they all live there, and yet their landscaper has said he can't do it. So I think that that's another area where people are working alone. They're not having contact with other people, that we have to reconsider how we address it. Just wanted to throw that in.
Well, it's what's essential, what's not essential. You should, I'm sure you see the news from Massachusetts about whether the marijuana shops are essential or not. Heather, getting back to lodging for a minute, what impact and what's happening with this? Some people are following the rules, some people may not be.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. What we're hearing from the lodging establishments is that, from the beginning of the executive order, they certainly were hit right away, as were other folks in the hospitality industry, our restaurants and so forth. We have seen that folks are complying voluntarily to the large extent. And I can also add, in terms of the online platforms for the short-term rentals, We have been successful in working with them to be able to comply with the executive order to prevent future bookings at the platform level. That didn't happen immediately, but that now is in place so that if you went to go and try and rent a room on the Expedia platforms, which is HomeAway and VRBO, you'll see that those properties are no longer available to rent. And on Airbnb, the property still shows up, but you can't actually book for any dates. So that is a success, and that we've been able to complete that communication with those platforms to be able to make sure that folks are complying on that platform level. For licensed lodging properties throughout the state, as I mentioned, people have understand. I mean, clearly, as with other sectors, they've been very hard hit by this, but are complying to a large extent, within also understanding that they are being called upon to provide lodging for some of those essential duties.
Thank you. That's helpful. Colonel, sorry, Senator White.
So this came up this morning in our all Senate meeting, and there was the question about why people couldn't make provisional reservations for like late summer and early fall. And they would have to be obviously provisional, but so that came up, and I just wondered if that's being considered.
That has definitely been an issue for the lodging, for the whole lodging community. Yes, that is under consideration right now as to when there might be a potential to look at that again.
Thank you.
Colonel, you mentioned when Senator Benning asked the question that you're getting calls from people saying so-and-so isn't complying, or this group isn't complying with the governor's orders. When the state trooper goes out to check, what are they doing? Informing? How do they deal with it?
Yeah, I mean,
For example,
guidance
yesterday,
to them.
Saturday, I went by the Mount Anthony Country Club. There were two guys out walking the course with their golf clubs. They were more than 6 feet apart. I wouldn't have thought to call. They weren't, the course is closed as far as I know, so I don't know that they were violating anything. So what does the trooper do?
So to answer your question, Senator, the public has been calling law enforcement all over the state, both us, locals, the sheriffs. We have established a reporting portal for the public to make it easier for them. It's on our website. And when we receive a complaint from the public about any potential violation of the executive order or non-compliance issues, law enforcement's first response is to send an officer to investigate, to gather information, to educate, inform if they believe there's a perceived violation or it's a known violation based on facts, and try and obtain voluntary compliance. If that does not work, then the reporting goes to the Attorney General's office, who then makes enforcement decisions from there.
Okay.
But yes, to answer your question, generally we are receiving complaints from the public. So, which to Senator Benning's point, I would have to assume, although I don't know for sure, that trooper must have received some sort of direction to drive out there, and it would likely have been a complaint.
That is exactly what happened. Another member of the town decided to make a complaint. I guess they have a beef with each other, and as a result, I believe it was Trooper Schaefer who went out to, you guys are calling it educate. My constituent is telling me more of a threat, who to believe, I don't know. But I want to make sure that at some point we get this ironed out. And David, I can trust that you and your folks are going to be talking about this. I'm going to take it to the executive branch to deal with it there as well. But it just seems to me that we can't have troopers going around the state leaving the impression that people are going to be threatened with criminal conviction. That's an awful thing. I mean, education is one thing, but you're going to experience an extreme amount of pushback from people who are doing their best to comply with the orders, but trying to survive at the same time.
And I could not agree with you more, Senator. And for the record, I do not expect any trooper ever to threaten anyone on this executive order. That would not be appropriate. And you know, unfortunately, those things may or may not happen. They will be dealt with internally.
I don't want to accuse that trooper, Colonel. I want to make sure that you do understand that I know it's all in the eye of the beholder. And in this particular set of eyes, I got word that they felt very threatened.
Understood. And just so you know, our guidance is to troopers to educate, not threaten. And I just want to make that very clear.
Sometimes it's in the eye of the beholder, and we're going to get to this a little later, is the state trucks at the border of Vermont. And even I found it somewhat intimidating to drive by these two huge snowplows parked with their lights flashing, you know, with the sign saying, if you stay in quarantine. I understand that, I fully support it, but it is somewhat, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. And I think when a uniformed trooper comes up to you and says something, it has a certain feel to it.
Absolutely. And we're aware of that. I mean, it's a threatening and uncomfortable position. And I've reiterated to the command staff, and I will continue to reiterate that the public is under immense stress and anxiety right now. And these are not criminals. They are people who are trying very hard to keep their lives moving forward and their businesses intact, and they're wanting to do the right thing. So we have to tread very lightly. And I understand having a uniformed trooper come to your house is, no matter how they approach it, could be intimidating and threatening. We're doing our best in that regard. But it's important that you understand that we are educating our people on the fact that this is causing an immense amount of stress for everyone. And we have to handle it very carefully.
Thank you, Colonel. Senator White, final question on this.
Well, I wondered if this is the place, or if you have a on the agenda to ask about how we're dealing with day visits to parks and to the parks.
Michael Snyder,
Okay.
the commissioner, is going to be on a little later.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I see he just arrived. Ted and Heather, do you have any final comments from the agency perspective?
Sure, I'd love to just reiterate the extraordinary nature of the time we're in. We've received more than 5,200 businesses contacting us in the last week, and we've issued the same guidance to all of them. And they're being asked to make really hard interpretations, but whenever we ask them to do that, we say err on the side of caution. So in our opinion, the highest and most best advice out of that executive order is to stay home. And as a result of that, a lot of people are going to economically suffer. And the federal government has implemented the largest economic stimulus package in the history of the country as a result of that. Somebody like Senator Benning's talking about for the first time would be able to get $1,000 weekly benefit through the unemployment system, because we recognize that what we've done to them is devastate their livelihood as a society, not we at ACCD. Please help educate your constituents about those tools. The fact that sole proprietors can get unemployment for the first time. The Paycheck Protection Program at SBA provides a relief for your entire payroll, including your own, for 8 weeks. So that contractor, just to use that example, he, his brother, and his son, for the first time, their entire wage, whatever they paid them last year, up to $100,000 each, is a grant from the SBA for 8 weeks through that program. That's why those programs exist. So I hope you can just help educate folks to what tools are available to them as a result of this unprecedented action we've had to take.
Ed, I don't know how far you've stayed on top of this subject, but that revenue stream has not yet kicked in and may not kick in for a couple more weeks at least. So people are automatically losing all of their income at one moment in time, and they're trying to do their best. These folks literally were not allowing anybody, and I hear this all the time, but I just want to present this as a state senator trying to represent constituents, that when the police go out. If you're educating, that's a wonderful idea. I want to make a clear understanding before we leave this conversation, though, that if you take the next step and citations are being issued, all of us are going to have a major public relations problem, and I don't want to be in that position if we can avoid it.
And I just want to mention that what I heard from those motels and hotels in Bennington that followed the rules, they were very upset that some hotels and motels weren't following the rules. Now, I didn't get all the details of what the state police found in terms of, or law enforcement found in terms of non-compliance. And I think that's going to be true throughout this whole process that Ted is talking about, where some people are playing by the rules and some people are skirting the rules. And I think that is naturally upsetting to those that are trying to follow the rules. And it's a natural human thing. I mean, I want to get seeds to plant in my garden, you know, but there are certain stores that can sell them, certain that can't. And that's, you know, so those are the types of things I think that we're working our way through in these certain uncharted waters. Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Heather, for joining us today. Really helpful.
Thanks.
Happy to do so.
Thank you. Judge, we wanted to move over to I'm sure the courts aren't impacted at all by the COVID-19.
No, we're just running along at our normal pace.
At your normal pace. But we wanted to get an update on how, you know, how good it is, how bad it is, or we've noticed a lot of cases have been, I'm noticing in the local paper, for example, people cited into court for June something or other. I'm just imagining what's going to happen on June something or other when they all show up.
So am I, Senator. Let me begin. Thank the committee for inviting me. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, and have been operating the Supreme Court's Administrative Order 49 went in effect March 17th, and which greatly reduced the scheduling of matters in the court. They provided a list of emergency proceedings that can go forward, but it's obviously a very limited list. At the present time, we're operating on reduced staff schedules, as well as obviously reduced judicial appearance in courts. There's only been one court, we haven't closed it, but we've suspended operations in the Wyndham Civil Court because of staffing shortages. There was only one person there. That person was moved over to the family criminal division. But staffing continues to be an issue. And Terry Scott, the Chief of Trial Court Operations, monitors that very closely day to day. We've had some courts particularly hard hit. Franklin County, for instance, has had a substantial reduction in staff. Orleans has also, all the courts have experienced that, but those two courts in particular have showed a dramatic reduction. We are still operating only on emergency basis. The issue that you mentioned, Senator, is one that we're equally concerned about. Usually it is the law enforcement on direction from the state's attorneys, local state's attorneys, decide what the citation will be, what the citation date will be. If courts or judges are called after hours to set conditions of release, they may get involved in that discussion. But I would say, generally speaking, those citation dates on I'll refer to them as nonviolent offenses, are are being scheduled months out. And we hope that as we move along, they stagger those dates so it doesn't all end up on the same date, else we'll really be in trouble. The more, if I can refer to them as offenses, misdemeanors, or felonies involving violence, as you all may remember, for instance, domestic violence cases by statute are required if the person is not detained to be cited in to the next day. And the emergency order issued by the Supreme Court allows for that. So any offenses involving domestic violence, either domestic assault or violation of abuse prevention orders, will be brought in. I'll say the next day, but generally speaking, 24 to 48 hours, depending on staffing. And also any offenses involving violence where the court is contacted for conditions of release, if they are not being lodged and the lodging detainee population has been substantially reduced, those types of offenses generally will be brought in relatively soon, within 24, 48 hours, or certainly less than a week, so that in those offenses, the individual will have counsel assigned to them, and there can be a more deliberative approach to the appropriate conditions of release with input from state's attorneys, defense attorneys, and in the appropriate case, victims. So we are bringing some cases still into court, consistent with the administrative order, but obviously the traffic, in-person traffic in courts is extremely limited. And we're doing the best we can under those circumstances, but we recognize that certain cases have to come in. Relief from abuse orders are still being issued and still meeting the statutory time frames of coming in for final hearing within a week to 10 days. Juvenile emergency proceedings are still occurring, taking place. There's been a significant discussion of parent-child contact and how to address those issues. I testified yesterday in one committee, and I'll be testifying, I expect, in House Judiciary later today on that topic. We're struggling with those issues, as anyone can imagine, depending on the point of view, whether it's Department of Children and Families, whether you're a parent, with significant in-person parent-child contact, how that contact is being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic is resulting in a number of cases coming into the family division, emergency cases on modification of parent-child contact. And I would say that's probably where we're seeing a lot of cases. And some of you may have heard bail review filings have gone up significantly because of the conditions that Commissioner Baker was referring to. So we, the judiciary, are seeing a lot of those motions. They tend to, many of them have a common theme of the conditions in the facilities relating to COVID-19 and the protocols that the department is issuing. And if I understood or recalled Commissioner Baker's comments, he's saying it's almost daily they update that protocol. So we're seeing a lot of those motions, and with reduced staffs, I have assigned I had assigned one judge to hear those cases because of the common theme. By assigning the one judge, I certainly want it to be clear that we're not changing venue of those cases. The one judge is hearing those issues only relating to that request to modify or strike bail. But having said that, this situation is evolving, as all of you know. The numbers of those filings have increased dramatically. So I'm in the process of assigning a second judge to divide up that workload. And most of those hearings are being conducted remotely, either via video or telephone. There are very few, even when we have an in-person arraignment or a citation in court, it is rare to have a state's attorney and or a defense attorney physically appear in court, even for in-court proceedings. So the nature of these motions and the skeletal staffs and the ability to do a lot of this remotely is what lends itself to having one or two judges hear these cases. And if the numbers increase so that we need a third judge, then I will assign a third judge.
Judge, can I ask a question about
Sure.
that process?
Sure.
Because I've had not a lot, but several emails from victims of crime concerned about their abuser or the person who harmed their family coming in for some type of process. And they feel like they have nowhere to go, nowhere to be heard. Is that accurate?
I've heard the same, Commissioner, excuse me, Senator. And my response has been, when I've been asked that question, is these proceedings aren't, other than the fact that they're being done remotely, which has its own complications, are not being done any differently than before the pandemic hit. In other words, when someone files a motion for review of bail that a victim may want to have a voice in, generally the court doesn't take on the responsibility of notifying the victim. Usually that would come through the local state's attorney's office. And by all means, the word should go out that if a victim wants input in whatever motion is before the court, they're entitled to have input. The question sometimes becomes, how do we get that voice into court? And that's what in part delays some of these proceedings, to make sure that the people that need to be heard or entitled to be heard have that access. And so it's a matter of getting everybody together at the same time and the same means, but certainly they're entitled to be heard.
Just realized I'm pointing at senators saying, go ahead, and I can't see who I'm pointing at. Senator Benning, you had a question.
Thank you. Judge, I have two questions. With respect to the COVID-19 related filings for modification of bail, have you, to the best of your knowledge, had any of those cases actually their requests granted?
The short answer is no, as far as I'm aware. There has been one decision issued by Judge Harris, actually up in your county, Senator, in Caledonia. This was, I'm going to say, time has been flying in this situation. I think about 2 weeks ago, motions came in before him. He took evidence remotely and issued a decision, but none have been granted yet.
Okay. My second question is with respect to relief from abuse cases, domestic assaults, and parent-child contact emergency requests. Have you seen an uptick in those categories?
I will say that we've seen an uptick in requests for modification of parent-child contact, both in the domestic side and as well as in the juvenile side. I was involved in a committee hearing yesterday, House Human Services, that focused on contact with children in the custody Department of Children and Families. And as some of you may know, the department has put in place a protocol attempting to modify in-person contact with parents for children who are placed in foster care to remote or virtual contact via Skype or some other mechanism. And I'll give you the numbers that I've heard, but they're certainly subject to Commissioner Schatz testifying. Approximately 900 families in custody. They've been able to get all but, as I understand it, roughly 30 families to agree to remote contact. So they have done a good job of explaining the issues to the families involved and getting consent from obviously by far the majority of families to agree to that. So there's a number that they haven't been able to agree upon, and those are the cases that are coming in to the court involving children in custody. The domestic situations, we're also seeing a fair amount of motions throughout the state because people are just unsure of how to react, for instance, to the governor's order, stay safe, stay home. But they may have a very robust parent-child contact schedule. It may be week to week. There are other schedules, obviously, that one parent may have by far the majority of parent-child contact, but the other parent still has maintained regular contact. And so those are the ones that we're seeing come in, because I think the parents are unsure of what that order means as it relates to the parent-child contact orders. I will say that the Department of Children and Families brought to my attention, or through me asked the Supreme Court if they would consider a blanket order denying in-person contact between parents with children in DCF custody, and the Supreme Court elected not to issue a blanket order, leaving it to the individual trial judges to handle those types of cases on a case-by-case basis, and we are seeing those. You also mentioned RFAs. I'll be testifying later today to another committee, I believe, on that subject. From what I've been able to gather in talking with the domestic violence folks, my understanding is there has not been an uptick in those filings, but I have also heard from individual counties, prosecutors say that they have seen it. So I'm not sure where the numbers are on that, but we're still seeing those, we're still hearing those and issuing orders. Many of them, again, are being done remotely. We have not mandated phone participation because in many cases, folks do not have phones. But many of the hearings are being done remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Judge Gerson? Judge, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I would say, consistent with what you've been hearing from some of the other witnesses, the enforcement issues, stay at home. I've also assigned 3 judges in different parts of the state to address those issues if they do come up, so that we'll have judges ready to address those issues. And the other issue, just so the committee knows that we're struggling with and continue to work on, involves the mental health hearings. We're trying to do those remotely, and competency evaluations as well, which is a real stumbling block. But we continue to work with DMH and with the public defenders as well as state's attorneys in trying to come up with a system that will allow us to continue to monitor those cases. So
thank you.
That's what I have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Judge. And we'll probably be in touch next week sometime just to keep our contacts open. I don't know that we have specific legislation to look at, but we'll try to stay in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee.
And I have to go to another meeting, so I'm leaving. Thank you.
The good news is you just go from one Zoom to the next.
I zoom from one to the other. Yes, you're right.
Zoom from one to another.
Thank you.
The Zoom world. The next subject is one that some of you may have not seen. Most of you live on the border, except for Senator Baruth, who has a ferry come across. I don't know if there's signs at the ferry dock, but it's the issue of the idea that people who come here to stay should quarantine. And when you've got and Secretary Flynn wrote me and suggested that the signs are so small that it's hard to put everything you'd want to know on them. So I guess I would start with Secretary Flynn about the about what's going on our borders with the AOT trucks and AOT personnel and so forth.
Good morning, Senator Sears, and good morning, committee. For the record, Joe Flynn, Secretary of Transportation, and also in the meeting and available is Deputy Chief Engineer Ann Gamble. I can just start with sort of a high-level review of what it is we're doing, and then, take any questions that you might have. The effort that Senator Sears spoke about began on April 1st. We have primarily three goals, if you will, in this traffic monitoring that we're hoping to achieve. In no order of importance, the first is to try to determine as best we can how effective the COVID-19 mitigation measures such as stay home, stay safe might be reflected in traffic volume. So is that messaging working? The second really is to give Vermont healthcare leaders a sense of what future healthcare decision-making might need to happen, and obviously in concert with the governor. They talk a lot about flattening the curve, and yesterday we heard the governor say that it seemed to be indicating that the measures that Vermonters are taking into stride are possibly working in that regard. So this monitoring effort, again, is just an unscientific way to try to understand by the way we move, is that consistent? And then I think as importantly, or most importantly, if the signs that you mentioned, Senator Sears, the message that's actually on those boards is if you enter Vermont to stay, self-isolate 14 days. We are limited to the number of characters, we're limited to the copy. It's quite an art form, honestly, to try to come up with a message that makes sense when you're limited to it, whatever it is we're talking about. But in this case, that was the best we could. We couldn't get the word quarantine on the sign. It just didn't work. But so the point, though, is that it's not about the Vermonter who might go between White River Junction and Lebanon, to grocery shop, or come from Plattsburgh to go to UVM Med Center to work and back, or in your area, Senator Sears, who comes into the hospital in Bennington and goes back into New York, or in any other border area. But that particular sign was aimed at the people who have either been away from Vermont for a while and are returning. I think we all know people that may have gone south and now they've come home, or people that are coming here from someplace else to be with family during these uncertain times. And so it's real important that the message that's been consistent from the health department on a daily basis about quarantining yourself if you've been from away for 14 days at least is messaged. And that's what we're trying to do. I think it's very important to say that we are not targeting anybody. We are not targeting out-of-state vehicles. We are looking at every vehicle. We are absolutely not noting any license plate registration numbers. We simply are noting as best we can the origin of the license plate, the state, that's it, or the province. We are not using any license plate readers. If you see a DMV vehicle at any of these locations, they are making periodic visits, as are some state troopers, because we've had a couple of threats, quite frankly, out of Windham County toward some of our VTrans employees. These have been in-person physical threats, and that's very unfortunate. So we are just asking our own staff, as they move around the state and do their jobs, to swing into these locations from time to time. But there is no data that's being captured electronically. This is a pen to paper, clipboard, old-fashioned exercise. All our folks have a sheet with the license plates of all the states, and they're just checking the ones that they see, and it's getting tallied up every day. This is a 24-hour operation. It began as 2 12-hour shifts, 8 hours straight, 4 hours overtime. By Sunday, we hope to have that to be 3 8-hour shifts, but we just stood it up so quickly that was the best way to do it when we started. As we speak this morning, there are 76 places in Vermont where there are signs crossing Vermont's borders. 38 of those 76 are staffed with VTrans personnel who are doing this monitoring that I described a moment ago. And of those 38, there are 7 locations where we're monitoring outbound traffic as well as inbound traffic. And the data sets that we're compiling, if you will, are obviously, the volume at that location, and then the volume at that location broken out by states of origin. We also, on a routine basis, can talk to our RWIS stations. You've probably seen those, the roadway weather information stations. There's, yeah, you've got them down in Searsburg, and folks see them along Interstate 89, Interstate 91, Route 4, things like that. On an annual basis, those devices help us identify the annual traffic volume, and that is not a finite, perfectly scientific process, but it does allow us to do the best that we're able to do. And what we're seeing statewide right now, since within about 2 weeks, has been a decrease in overall traffic of about 52%.
Wow.
And unscientifically, if one assumes that commercial truck traffic is perhaps as voluminous as it was previously, because that's also part of the response, and we have to keep food and fuel and things moving, it would seem to indicate that that category that's not commercial truck traffic has probably significantly dropped below the 52%. We're seeing that obviously the highest volume crossing point is White River Junction on Interstate 89. Just interesting facts that we're seeing. There's 21% more vehicles entering Vermont than leaving Vermont at that, and it doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't mean that they're not leaving some other place, and there's no way to know that. And so some of this is, what do they say? There's facts and damn facts, and I don't know necessarily what we'll do with all this, but it's sort of interesting. And the least busy locations are Highgate and Derby Line on Interstates 89 and Interstates 91, because the Canadians are frankly taking an even tougher approach at the border than the Americans are. So that's not a surprise. We also have seen in this period 60% reduction in crashes, which makes sense. And it's more than 60% because not all crashes are immediately reported. You have 30 days to report a crash in Vermont. So assuming that they're not all reported yet, we're already seeing a 60% reduction. So, that's, again, it's just interesting information. But going back to the border monitoring, I think one of the other things that this is going to help us with as we start to come out the other end of this COVID is when we see the numbers we're seeing today, and as the governor said yesterday at the press conference, when we reach a point where we're able to start turning the spigot a quarter turn at a time, we will see those numbers start to lift. And I think we'll be able to sense the reverse of what we think we sense now, is how effective has stay home, stay safe been. And as that eases and the spigot gets turned quarter at a time, we should be able to see and sort of map, if you will, by traffic volume, that recovery, that planned, staged, recovery. So that's the picture, if you will, and I'm happy to have the conversation.
Yeah, Senator White has a question.
Thanks, Secretary Flynn.
She represents the area with the
yes.
Right. I was going to ask if you can talk about a little bit about the nature of what those threats were, and were they Vermonters threatening, or were they people coming into the state who were threatening, and how did you handle them?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think one of them was a Vermont vehicle that pulled up. These both occurred. One occurred on Friday last week, and one occurred Saturday, actually just moments after I was there. And I went around and visited all these locations last weekend and kept my social distance. But the threats were, just sort of angry people that, in these two cases at least, that didn't understand what we were doing. They apparently, through social media, which can be your asset or your enemy, They thought that we were going to move the trucks across the roadway and block the borders, which is absolutely not true. And it's understandable in the absence of information, we all fill the void. And so I can appreciate that to some degree, but when it turns into shouting and making, threatening accusations toward the employee, that's concerning. So we reported it to law enforcement, to your point, Senator. The second one that occurred last Saturday, I'm told, was actually a guy who roller skated up or on rollerblades and just started, shouting at the driver. And again, that this was, my town and you have no business doing this and we're different. We don't need to abide. And everybody's on edge and we understand that, but and it's certainly not widespread. I don't want to give the impression that it is widespread at this point. So our folks, we've told our folks, first of all, if you feel you need to, you can call 911. You can also just roll the window up in your truck and drive away. I mean, you're sitting in a truck. There's that safety barrier. We also, so on every vehicle, we have, just a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper taped to the window facing outward, explaining everything, just the bullet points of what we're doing, and a contact information to call the JIC in Waterbury, which is really the center of all information for the COVID response. So we're doing our best. Actually, I observed too, the 18 locations that I visited last weekend, many vehicles driving by, honking and waving with all 5 fingers, just being somewhat supportive, I think. So again, I'm sure that there's a lot of consternation, period, amongst all of us regarding COVID and what it's done to our lives in our state and our nation.
Thank
I have a couple of questions. The first is why we're doing the outbound. We know they're assuming they're leaving because they're going out. And at 279, there were 2 huge plow trucks. So with people on both, I think there might have been 3 AOT employees, but I saw at least 2 with clipboards. And I wondered why we were doing the outbound.
Well, I think to my point a moment ago, when we're in White River, where we saw 21% don't appear to be leaving, I think we're just trying to gauge some sort of a sense of that. And part of the answer too, I believe, is certainly up here where I live, there is a daily ebb and flow across the Grand Isle Ferry. There's an ebb and flow down where you live on 279. Yep. There's absolutely an ebb and flow in White River, Norwich area going over to Hanover and Lebanon. I think we're trying to sense what that balance is.
A lot of people in Vermont, in the Bennington area anyway, move back and forth the state border. It's routine. They work in New York or they work in Vermont, and they live in Vermont or live in New York. I guess the question maybe for either any, Lisa, did you want to, Leah, did you want to comment on this from the American Civil Liberties Union?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Sears. For the record, Leah Ernst, Senior Staff Attorney at the ACLU of Vermont. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the committee today. The heading of the hearing was border checkpoints, and I have heard of no plan or intent to set up a checkpoint where vehicles would be stopped and questions. No. And I certainly hope that remains the case. So most of my remarks were going to be directed at why we would oppose that and why that was a bad idea. And perhaps I need not even run through those remarks. But we would absolutely have plenty to say about that. With respect to the gathering of place of origin information of vehicles coming into and out of Vermont, Secretary Flynn has given us some reasons for why that data is relevant and important and what it goes to. Just like everybody else, the ACLU of Vermont, of course, recognizes we're in extremely challenging times and that the greater good requires that we not engage in just business as usual. And, you know, with the understanding that some restrictions and changes are coming into effect, there are just some general ground rules that we believe they should all follow. One is that every restriction on people's liberties and movement, every increase in surveillance and monitoring must be scientifically justified by medical and public health officials, and be the least restrictive means necessary to meet that end. Likewise, any such restriction or monitoring or surveillance must be continually reevaluated to ensure they remain justified and necessary in light of these rapidly evolving conditions. And finally, and I appreciate that Secretary Flynn referred to this, that any movement restriction or monitoring must not be implemented in a manner that discriminates in any way. And so in light of those three ground rules, you know, I personally haven't seen what these monitoring stations look like. I've barely left my house, as is true for a lot of us. You know, and Senator Sears referenced that they do feel intimidating, or that he could understand feeling intimidated by that.
Understand feeling.
Understand, excuse me. And, you know, I don't know if there are ways to set those up that are sort of feel less heavy-handed. Again, I'm not speaking on the basis of having seen one myself, so I apologize for any misunderstanding.
What I saw obviously is the larger trucks. I think if it was a pickup truck, it would be less. And I know some of the areas have pickup trucks rather than the large plow trucks, but I'm sure we don't have enough pickup trucks to cover. I'm sure that's the reason, but I think that was my impression. And I didn't say I was intimidated. I want to make that clear. I can see how somebody would be by that large with the flashing lights, as if you're coming up on something really awful. And obviously this is awful, but
and you know, certainly with the rumors going around about blocking off roadways and everything else, you know, it's important that as in everything relating to responding to COVID-19, public education first. And so, you know, anything that can be done to assure people that we're not putting the borders on lockdown, we're not setting up checkpoints. And I also appreciate that you specifically and explicitly mentioned that you are not using automated license plate readers. That was something, you know, we've been hearing concerns about. And so I'm glad that we're able to assure people that that is not happening. And so, you know, I appreciate all the efforts you're making to make this as low impact on the traveling public, you know, those who do have a reason to be traveling. As you mentioned, we are all extremely under stress at this point, and anything we can do to mitigate the added stress, we would absolutely encourage.
You know, that actually, one of the reasons the committee wanted to have this type of hearing was to at least get out in public what exactly is happening. And where that leads me is, David, have you got any comments from the Attorney General's Enforcement Division regarding the border?
To the AOT data gathering exercise, as that is just a data gathering exercise that really doesn't really dovetail with the enforcement issues. With respect to the well, I should say the one question we have been getting a little bit is the 14-day quarantine rule for those who are arriving from out of state. Mm-hmm. And so that is something that we're dealing with on a case-by-case basis. And the governor's order does have a different definition of essential purpose for the purpose of that 14-day quarantine rule than the earlier order does for the more general essential business definition in the broader stay-at-home, stay-safe order. And so that's just something we're keeping in mind, trying to educate people about as well, is to say, look, if you're coming in from out of state, obviously medical workers and industry workers are essential, and there needs, you know, keep on coming, doing your jobs. We need that to continue. But the sort of essential purposes around, for example, recreation and things like that, that is not included in the 14-day quarantine order with respect to emailing folks from out of state. And that's just something we're trying to educate about and make sure people understand. That's the only piece that we've been dealing with respect to the border crossing issue.
Actually, that's a great segue into the next witness, is Michael Snyder, Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation. Is somebody wants to come over the border to spend some time at one of our parks, just walking around, hiking, whatever. And how does that fit with, don't come to stay, but you're only coming to recreate for an hour? That's what I think that was the question we basically have, is how all the parks and recreation going to work.
Great. Yes, so thanks. Happy to join and shed some light on this if I could. For the record, Michael Snyder, Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation. Thanks for the invitation. I'll start with Vermont State Parks. We are in the off season, which means that as ever, the parks are open to the public. They're just not staffed or operational. The facilities are closed, like bath facilities, they're not maintained. So, but that's as ever. People during the winter, people can come in and use the grounds. And that's still the case. Though we have suspended reservations per the order, and we have also suspended off-season camping, which is a tradition that people can, with 3 days notice, they can get a permit to go use the parks for camping during the off-season. We've suspended that. We're not taking any new reservations. We generally have 4 parks that open before Memorial Day. Jamaica State Park, owing to the West River Dam release and the race related to that, and a couple others. We have decided to delay those normally early opening parks indefinitely until we can have a better handle on where things are. And though we generally shoot for the Memorial Day opening with full operations, we are planning the various scenarios to try to open on time if circumstances suggest that that's appropriate. More and more that's seeming not to be the case. And so we're also planning other scenarios for a delayed opening or perhaps no operations, though we have wastewater systems and drinking water systems, et cetera, in the parks, and some facilities, cottages, cabins that could, in a worst case scenario, become assets for the state in response. So we want to be geared up and ready to make those available for public health and safety as may be needed for isolation places or for housing of medical personnel, who knows. So we've been working very hard to be prepared for a multitude of different outcomes possibly, but for the purposes of this conversation, we're still at parks are, the land is open, the facilities are not, and that includes gating some roads and trails, largely consistent with what we would normally do this time of year owing to mud season concerns. But now with people wanting to be outside a bit, get some exercise and fresh air, we know the health benefits associated. We are seeing a crush of activity at certain parks. And so we're having to respond to that because with some closures of facilities and signage, importantly, because our staff are not able to, under the order, to go out and do what they would normally do in the way of prep or maintenance or interacting with the public to manage that use. So because we can't do the responsible management of the use, we are in some cases starting to ratchet down and close certain the access, but with the general philosophy that we want to keep the lands open, if not all facilities. So we've also we've locked all the bath facilities and we have removed all the portalets where we use those, except in 2 high pressure parks in Chittenden County, Mount Philo and at Niquette Bay, where we have, we're going to continue to use portalets, sanitizing them under CDC protocol twice a day at significant expense. But there's such pressure for those places that we're going to try to hang in there and keep that going. But otherwise, we've put signs everywhere advising on best practices and precautions, and trying to help people understand that it's good to use them, but both for human health, public health, and for land health, people need to act accordingly and appropriately. So that's a quick overview on state parks. I can broaden out to our approach to more trail-based recreation, non-trail-based recreation, and if you'd like, but maybe I'll pause there. Are there specific questions?
Senator White has a question, I think.
Sure.
You have to unmute yourself, Senator White.
Thank you. I muted myself. Well, anyway, because I tried to tell Joe that he had gone over to the dark side and that the side of his face it showed looked a little bit like the new moon. So I was busy emailing him.
I don't know where it is, what's doing where you folks are, but right now it's very dark and very stormy in Lindenville.
Yes. Okay. So I saw he turned on his lights, but so Michael, I've had a number of concerns from people, particularly up in the Jamaica area, that and while people feel that it's really necessary to allow people to access the parks for recreation, because some people don't have the ability where they live to go for walks, that there's a lot of concern about people, because we're so close to borders, people are coming for day trips, and that they are concerned, and they don't want to turn it into a they versus us, but there is a lot of concern about people coming up for day trips and using the facilities and then stopping along the way. So are we doing anything about that, or is there anything to do? Thank you.
It's a good question, and I've received some incoming as well from some of your constituents. I also heard from Senator Ballant on a similar concern related to Jamaica and Hamilton Falls in particular. I responded to that. One thing I left out in the general parks, our approach to managing parks right now, is that we are very grateful to Fish and Wildlife and Commissioner Porter and Colonel Batchelder. They've agreed to add extra detail for the warden force in making rounds to our state parks. Although Commissioner Porter could speak to this better, but as I understand it, their guidance is to really avoid person-to-person contact. So they're doing it by making rounds, sort of kind of a showing up and being present, but also reporting back to our staff about inappropriate behavior or damage, so that we can make kind of specific, limited stealth visits to deal with it. But they also have been effective in stopping some illegal behavior, and also just in education and talking with folks from a distance. And we greatly appreciate that. So that's another layer that we've added here, with thanks to the warden force from Fish and Wildlife. And beyond that, we are doing a fair amount on social media and our website, and engaging with traditional news media and getting the message out, and just trying to help people understand that, like we've said, yes, it's good and important to get out locally, but we're asking people to do that very locally, less than 10 miles.
Yeah,
and in some cases, that will include some guests from out of state. It raises the question of, well, when you come from out of state, you're supposed to self-isolate. I'm heartened to hear that that's sort of seen as a little bit differently for recreation. I'd like to think that we can manage this by spreading the word and having sort of peer-to-peer understanding of what's appropriate and what's not. And I think, we certainly don't have any enforcement ability or authority, and are just trying to do our best with good messaging and helping people understand. I will throw in one interesting point came to me from checking in with the supervisor of the National Forest. They're struggling with some similar, and he was asking how we're approaching it and seemed grateful for some insights. But he raised a point of the thru hikers on the Appalachian Trail entering the state on foot, and technically, therefore, needing to self-isolate. The facilities, privies, mulching, composting toilets, etc., cabins, huts, they're all closed, but the trail is, and we're asking people to stay off the long trail. But we know thru hikers are going to start coming through, particularly the northbounders. And we are thinking about how to put up signs and ask people to be respectful of the order as they enter the state on foot, which I don't think any of us really contemplated prior. Senator White, I hope that's addressing your concerns. And telling you what we are doing, what we understand we can do, and I'm certainly open to doing more or other if you all have ideas and suggestions.
Okay, well, our Wyndham County delegation will meets on every Saturday, and we'll talk about this. Thank you.
Sure.
You're lucky that your delegation meets.
Every Saturday.
Good for you. I should probably join you. I represent Wilmington, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ann Gamble had anything to add to the AOT discussion, but I really appreciate you staying in there. Are there any other questions for any of the witnesses that we've had this morning? Actually, you know, this has been extremely helpful to me anyway in answering many of my constituents' concerns. And Secretary Flynn, David, Leah, and Commissioner Snyder, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet.
Thank you.
Stay
Thank you.
well.
Take good care.
Yep. Is there anything else for committee at this point? We'll probably try to meet next week and hopefully get out good notice. I'm thinking more like Wednesday or Thursday, depending upon what the Senate schedule is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How did
Peggy,
you go on the
thanks
Senate
as
floor
always.
today?
Michelle, thank you. Stay healthy. Bye now.
Yes, everybody.
Good morning, committee, and good morning, everyone listening in this morning. I'm sorry we're late. We had some technical difficulties that we're not used to. Also, we have to change the order of the agenda because Commissioner Harrington needs to leave us early. And so I think we'll start with Commissioner Harrington, let us know what's happening there, and then in his department, and then probably, I don't know how much time we'll have for questions, but you can let us know. Michael?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. I only have a few minutes before I have to head over to the pavilion for the 11 o'clock press conference. I need to get there ahead of time. So I'll keep it brief so we can ask questions. But what I've been sharing with others is that there are a couple different things that are going on right now that I think are posing a lot of questions for people. But to just put it in perspective, in the past two and a half weeks, we've received more initial claims filings than we do in a given year. It's likely we're going to be up over 40,000 initial claims being entered in within that 2-week period. And we'll be able to release some more numbers starting tomorrow. Obviously, that has overwhelmed our capacity and our system, both on the technology side as well as the people side. So we have done a couple different things. We've tried to automate or make electronic options for people to open those claims. So there is an online form people can fill out. That creates a number of other issues down the road, but it helps people get their initial claims filed sooner rather than later without having to wait on hold. We have upped the capacity of our call center twice, if not threefold. And again, though, personally, I think we could probably add an additional 100 people to those lines, and we would still be overwhelmed with the number of calls coming in because the volume is just so high. And for instance, there are other states that have literally turned their lines off because they can't handle the load and process the claims at the same time. We're lucky we haven't had to do that, and wherever we can, we're expanding either capacity or times during the day. As the committee knows, we are pretty handicapped with regards to our technology that we use. We use a 30-year-old mainframe system that is monitored around the clock to keep it up and running. It does go down occasionally, and luckily to date, we've been able to bring it back online each of those times. But I think we're preparing also for the scenario should something happen where we can't bring it back online. This is also not unique to Vermont. We were on a call yesterday where other states are dealing with the issues that come with maintaining a decades-old system. But we were able to get through the bulk, and I would say most of the initial claims that have been filed have been put into our system. There are still a number of claims that have issues attached to them that need to be resolved, but we were able to start issuing payments earlier this week, and another bulk payment load will go out tomorrow. Certainly, there's a lot of frustration and concern, and rightfully so, from the public that can't get through. We're making every effort to get people into our queues and process those as quickly as possible. So to make room for more people calling in, but wherever we can, we're trying to do that electronically. We are looking at other options. We are partnering with GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont to help defray some of those initial calls coming in to help people file claims. So the people at those organizations are literally taking calls and helping people complete the online form, especially for people who don't have connectivity where they live. And we are looking at other third-party options for call center options should we need to increase capacity even more. I think, we're all talking about how long COVID will last, but as a department, we're also looking beyond that to see what the long-term economic impact is going to be from COVID, and expecting a long run in terms of high unemployment and pressure on our system. So from that perspective, that kind of gives you our current state. We have a number of federal benefits that are coming our way. So I just want to update the committee on those. The high points or the most impactful are going to be the $600 that people are eligible for. People will begin to see that benefit in the next week or two. Remember, those benefits are eligible for this week, starting this week, but people won't file claims for this week until next week. So it will be 2 weeks or so before people begin to see those funds in their check. There's also a component in there for self-employed and independent contractors. We are telling people that is going to take a few weeks to stand up, because that is like a totally separate unemployment insurance system. Separate and apart from the one we have, because our system does not contemplate self-employed individuals and independent contractors because they don't contribute to the fund. So we are working and we'll probably end up partnering with the tax department to roll out that program. In the federal package, there's also the extension of benefits. So you'll see that as well for people who exhaust their benefits. There is an additional 13 weeks of extended benefits should they need it. And then the other component that I think is impactful for people is relief of charges for nonprofits and municipalities who file on a quarterly basis. So we have the authority now to reduce those charges by half, and are working on a way to implement that into our system. So that's the high level. There is a press conference at 11 that will touch base on all of those things. But I think from the department's perspective, just what I'm using every microphone possible to share is that I absolutely understand, but can't even imagine what it's like being on the other end of that telephone or internet when people are afraid and can't get through. And I'm just asking people to be as patient as possible. We have all hands on deck, and we are working through these claims as quickly as possible. I did hear on a call today that another state had a 5-week backlog. We're lucky in that we've been able to push through most of our claims, and only those that have issues on them are needing to be resolved. But it is a concern, and it is something we're very mindful of. So we, even as early as today, are talking about how to up our communication plan to get that word out to people, so the public is aware. I'm also letting people know that just because there is a lag in our processing does not mean that's going to impact somebody's eligibility or impact the amount of benefits they get. It will only impact the timing in which they receive those benefits. And we're still keeping that relatively short. It's still 6 to 10 days roughly. But I don't want people to think because they couldn't get through this week that they're going to miss out on benefits. To whatever extent we have the authority to do so, we will make benefits retroactive for people. That's a quick overview. Happy to answer any questions for about the next 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Just one quick question, Michael. We've heard, I think many of us have received some emails from constituent businesses that are worried, especially essential businesses that are worried that this extra $600 is more appealing to people, and that essential workers won't be available. Is the 600 a flat rate to everyone, or is it on a sliding scale?
It is a flat rate. So, I mean, we are aware of that as well. In some cases, there may be someone who's eligible for the full state benefit of $513 and receiving $600 on top of that, making their total benefit over $1,000 a week. But we are looking at guidance, and there is federal guidance out there in terms of, should a company go back to work and offer employment back to their employees, if someone refuses to go back to work,
they will have to be able to articulate and prove that there is a reasonable risk, or that they've been instructed by a healthcare provider or an authority to stay home. And if they can't provide that level of documentation or certification, then they will be ineligible for payments going forward. Or if they were paid payments, after the fact, then they would be required to repay those. So, again, we're still focused on getting payments out the door to make sure these people have the benefits they need. But yes, we are also looking on the back end of that to make sure that only in those very specific cases where there is a health-related concern or a directive from an authority, that those are the people that are able to stay home and continue to receive benefits.
Okay. Jean?
Jean, you're muted, I believe.
Sorry, I missed where you were posting any notices to independent contractors and such as to when and what's going on. Is it on the website?
So as early as probably later today, what we're going to do is take kind of those 3 or 4 components that are significant to the public out of the CARES Act, and we will have information specific on our website. One of those being the independent contractor piece. What we are going to say is, if it is absolutely imperative for that person to file a claim, they can. They may be eligible because they may have already worked for an employer in the past year and be already eligible monetarily. But what we're going to let people know is that it's going to be about a few weeks to stand up this system, and we will provide them with an opportunity to submit their contact information, and we will reach out to them directly to let them know when that program is stood up and ready to go.
Thank you
and they
so
can
much.
get to our website. Yeah.
I think you're doing a magnificent job in a really rough time. What more can the state give you? Can they give you more state workers? We've got a lot of remote workers with access. Is there anything we can do?
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for the support and the offer. As you know, this committee, probably more than any other committee knows, is that the unemployment insurance system is highly complex, and I think we've added to our ability any capacity that we need for kind of that initial call in. But really the calls we're getting now that are bogging down our system are people who have very technical questions about their claims. So we are looking at whether it's going to be a third-party vendor or whether we're going to provide onboarding and training for additional staff over the coming days and weeks. But these are what's called in the UI system unemployment insurance merit staff. So they are certified and trained and certified by the federal government to handle claims. So I appreciate that. We've had many offers for bodies, but really at this point, our focus has to be on highly trained people who have the logic behind, if I receive this question, how do I resolve this issue? And so we're working on a training program. As you can imagine, training becomes exponentially more difficult now that most of our staff are teleworking, and any new staff would be working from home as well. So we are trying to manage that component as well.
Thanks. Is anyone going to ask the question that we were talking about before we went on air?
I have 3 hands up now. So
good.
Let's
I'm off. Thanks.
So the next people are Charlie, then it will be Jim, and then Lynn. So Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Michael, for meeting with us. But a few quick questions. We're getting some as to the process of those $600 pandemic supplements to the unemployment. So is that just automatically going to be part of their weekly benefits so they don't have to do anything extra? Is it something you're going to administer so that they don't have to go to the federal government? How's it going to work?
Yeah. It's going to be automatically applied to their benefit again. So it will be applied to claims for this week. So again, it will be any claims that are filed starting Sunday and throughout next week for unemployment of this week. And that will be automatic, so people do not have to do anything. And that will be part of the guidance we put online, is that for that $600 to take effect, all they have to have is a regular claim in the system, and it will be added to those claims.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about reimbursable employers.
Yes.
So we're getting a lot of emails, as you can imagine, from nonprofits that have been reimbursable employers to this date, and they're looking for some assistance with unemployment insurance.
Yes.
What is the department's stance on that, or what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so that was not an option prior to the federal program or relief package that came out. So it is part of the new relief package. And really it's us working on the back end in our system to devise the way to essentially relieve employers of 50% of those charges. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that, because charges are actually attached to the individual, who is then attached to the employer. And so essentially we're needing to say, okay, every person who worked for a reimbursable employer who filed, between as of this date for COVID related items, essentially will be relieved by half. And that, I believe, also took effect as of Sunday night. So again, it will be as of Sunday moving forward.
So just one quick follow-up, and I know you got to go. So that means that any employee that's been laid off by a nonprofit or a municipality, someone who is a reimbursable employee at this point, should still go through the normal process for filing for unemployment claims, and then you're going to work out with the back end as to, is that employer on the hook for 50% of the charges or for whatever percentage, correct?
Correct. That does, that should not, there's nothing that the employee needs to do. They can simply just file their regular claim. There are exemptions or exceptions in that, and that's what we're needing to work through. But for instance, like religious organizations are not part of, well, they're nonprofits, they're not taxable, and they're not considered reimbursable. And so we have had some concerns from the religious community about that. And I'll have to go back to the federal package, but as of right now, I don't believe those are included in that reimbursable 50% relief, because they are not considered, they are waived from the entire UI system. And so we'll have to go back and clarify that. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Don't forget to unmute your phone, Jim.
There. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question from Nathan Johnson, the owner of Little Britain, about one of his employees, and I'm going to run it down for you. It's kind of complicated. He says he's got a question about an employee. She works 20 hours a week, single mother with a child in 6th grade who has an autoimmune condition. My employee is concerned for the health and well-being of her child and feels she needs to stay home with her. I'm trying to sift through the options for her, but there is a lot. Do I lay her off? Does that affect my unemployment insurance rates? Or does she qualify for unemployment on her own because she is staying home to take care of her child? Or am I now suddenly able to offer her paid sick leave that gets paid back to me from the government?
So there's a lot there, and there's a lot of, I could answer that with the standard, it depends, but I'll do my best to just give some general information. So depending on the situation, there may be some opportunity for paid sick or family leave there. The other thing that we're letting people know, part of the issue there, sir, is that so she's a part-time employee. So it's likely that she will not be monetarily eligible based on those numbers. Again, I don't know that without knowing how much she has earned in the prior 5 quarters. So again, she may not be eligible for standard unemployment insurance because of the limited numbers of hours that she has worked. What this employer should look at is, and this would be through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development is that my understanding is that through the relief package and the Small Business Administration, employers are eligible for forgivable loans to maintain
if they keep them employed. Yes.
Right. So in this case, it may be in the best interest of this employee for that employer to apply for a loan to maintain, to keep her on his payroll, even if he's not operating for the public, and then maintain her as an employee throughout this period and possibly be forgiven for that period of time. So that may be what's in the best interest of the employee. Other than the sick time, which is a little bit more complicated, and I can't necessarily answer that straight off, but there's a concern that she may not be eligible for UI given the limited numbers of hours that she has worked.
Mm-hmm. But in order for, what she's claiming is that because of her child's autoimmune deficiency, she has to be home with her. So therefore, how could she then qualify as an employed employee?
So my understanding is that we are still treating people. So if I'm an employer and I send my people home, as long as I continue to pay them wages, they're an employee. So I don't believe that the federal package requires them to continue to operate as a business, right? So let's say I'm a business that has 25 employees, and I say, okay, we're going to suspend work, but you're still going to get paid your wages. As long as you're paying wages, you are eligible for that loan. And that is because you're following the directive of the governor's executive order, as well as the CDC and other health advice, and she is as well. So if he's saying, listen, I'm going to continue to pay you as an employee, but under federal guidance and under state guidance, you're to stay home with your loved one, given the situation. That again, those are questions I would ask to the Agency of Commerce and to the who's initiating the loan. But my understanding is that it's not based on whether you're continuing to operate as a business publicly. He could simply be operating privately as a business, not open to the public, and continue to pay wages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Last question, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We discussed earlier the forgivable loan, the SBA loan grant that can be converted. And one of the questions was that if somebody chooses to not come back to work because they're making more money with this unemployment, when the employer wants to convert and hire everyone back, first of all, do they have to hire everyone that they had previously back? And number two, if someone chooses not to come back in and work and remain on UI, does that mean they're no longer eligible if they have an opportunity to be coming back to full employment pay?
So the general answer is yes. So if an employer opens back up, if the executive order is lifted, then they would be, and there's no immediate, no severe risk to the employee. So again, what we're trying to countermand that with is that under H742, which was just signed, someone who has a reasonable risk, and reasonable is defined as, should an employer not be following guidance from VOSHA or the health department in terms of operating, and that is putting undue risk on the individual, then they are able to refrain from working and remain home and remain eligible. So as long as the employer is following all best practices and is able to open back up and bring people back to work, should someone collecting UI not refuse to go back to work, that would in and of itself make them ineligible to continue to collect benefits.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Charlie, Jim, and Lynn, can you drop your hands, please? And Michael.
Amy has to do that, please.
One last thing. In 681, we had some language that talked about businesses having to be compliant with OSHA COVID-19 rules. And if an employee felt that they were at risk, then that gave them, they could leave their employment and still receive unemployment. What happens if an employee leaves that employment and the business is compliant with OSHA?
So again, it may be that the individual, it will come back to the reason the person left, right? So under 742, if they left to care for a family member, if they left because they have a compromised immune system and were instructed by a healthcare professional to stay home, if they left and could demonstrate and that the employer is willfully, violating a best practice or a directive, then those would all make them eligible. If they simply said, nope, this is too scary for me, and I'm just going to stay home, again, that was part of our conversation. And what we tried to do in that bill is they have to ground that concern in some type of fact-based evidence. And so it would be incumbent upon the claimant to provide that evidence to support their need to stay home.
Okay.
And
now,
to make them eligible.
Yeah. Right. Now, if they were found to be ineligible through state UI, would they still be eligible for the $600 a week?
If they were found eligible, yes, for the state UI, it's anybody who is found eligible for state UI is then eligible for the $600.
Okay. I'm cognizant of the time. Do you have time for one more question, or do you need to leave?
No, I can do one more question, and I would just ask Amanda if she'll just let the governor's office know that I'll be a few minutes late.
Okay. Stephanie, last question then. Thank you.
There we go. Commissioner, thank you so much. I have a quick question, just want a little bit of advice on seasonal businesses that are going to be opening up this summer. Specifically we have a lot of summer camps, children's overnight summer camps in our area. So where best would I send these people to discuss? They have some full-time year-round employees, but the vast majority of their employees are seasonal. And is it something that Department of Labor can help with, or should I send them to ACCD?
So it depends on whether the question is regarding whether their people would be eligible for unemployment, or they're asking as a business. We're happy to assist either way, and we can also direct them to the right place. But what I would say is, if they are contemplating laying people off, or again, maybe it's a summer camp and they're not planning to open this year, right. It really depends on a person-by-person basis, because you have to be monetarily eligible for benefits. So you have to earn a certain amount of money in the past 5 quarters. So if this person, only works part-time for the summer because they're a high school student or a college student, they're likely not going to be eligible for these benefits. So again, they have to have regular work, at least earning minimum wage, if not more, for a period of time leading up to the separation from employment.
Yeah, and in this case, in this case, it's the owners of the camps. There's 2 camps locally. It's the owners. So perhaps they're just.
So they are likely eligible as long as they were receiving a regular paycheck. I mean, part of what we're also going to run into, just so everybody is aware, is that many independent contractors and self-employed individuals typically record losses at the end of the year on their taxes, and that is going to impact their eligibility for benefits. And it may not determine that they're ineligible for benefits, but it's going to put them on the lower end of the benefit scale rather than the higher end.
Interesting.
But they will still be getting the $600 on top of that. So again, that I think is designed to help defray some of that worry there.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of resorts that are sort of seasonally open, and I think this is going to be a problem with. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. And so to answer your question, though, if they have specific questions about benefits, they should call our technical assistance line. The other thing they can do is, because can only imagine the volume that that technical assistance line has, is that if there's any doubt, they can certainly open a claim. We will process the claim and determine their eligibility after the fact, but I don't want them to feel like they can't get through and therefore that held the process up. They can always open a claim and then we can talk eligibility after the fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Michael, thank you very much. Please put forth our appreciation to all of your staff. Excuse me, you all at the department, I think, are doing a fantastic job. It's a very difficult situation to be in for Vermonters and for the Department of Labor, and we just ask that people have patience and it'll all work out. I'm sure that your staff will process as quickly as they can, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, and I just appreciate everybody's support. Happy to come back to the committee at any time. But yeah, we have a great staff here. Many of them are not only participating in mandatory overtime to clear the backlog, but are even volunteering for additional overtime. So literally working 7 days a week, and you know, giving up time with their families in order to make sure that people are getting what they need. So it's a great team we have over here, and I give them a lot of credit.
Well, thank you. I'm sure that as the Small Business Task Force gets off the ground, we'll be in contact with you quite often.
It sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's switch to Chris. Chris, thank you for taking time to talk with us today. We appreciate it.
Happy to, Mr. Chairman. Just for my own benefit, what's your timing for the rest of the morning and discussion?
I think we're on till 11:30, so you've got
Okay.
50 minutes. So.
I hope not to take that long, but thank you. Good morning, committee members. For your record, Chris Delia, President, Vermont Bankers Association. So I think we met 2.5 weeks ago, and it's an understatement to say, oh my God, has the world changed so dramatically, and certainly here in Vermont. I think what I'll do this morning is to give you a quick update on what's going on in the banking industry right now and how we're meeting the needs of customers under the executive order. We'll talk a little bit about the foreclosure bill or proposal, and then we'll get into the federal stimulus package and some of the provisions that are included in that and what my industry is expected to do for implementation with regard to that package. So where are the banks today? We are following the governor's executive order, which allows us as an essential persons, if you will, essential industry to stay open for business, but stay open in a very different context. So all of my banks have looked at their footprint and have made the decision to go to closing their lobbies at this point. They will conduct business via the ATM, via drive-up windows, online banking, mobile banking. And in the event that there is a transaction that cannot wait or cannot be conducted by one of those other vehicles, if you will, then the customer can call the bank, set up a time. They can go into the branch. They will be the only individual, public individual in the branch. They will have minimal interaction with the bankers. And we are expected, like every other industry, to make sure that when they leave, we are following the CDC guidelines, the Vermont Department of Health guidelines for making sure that the facility is cleaned. I know I've had some conversations with Representative Kimball and a couple of others where we have situations that a branch is in a community. The branch does not have a drive up. The branch may or may not have an ATM, and that branch has been closed. And that is in direct response to the governor's executive order and our needing to comply with that executive order. That said, we are, the banks have posted on their websites and tried to notify as best they can their customers as to, again, access to banking services. So we know in that particular situation, we're working with Charlie, that customers down there could call the bank and get access to the lobby on a case-by-case basis. For example, we know some people have safe deposit boxes and have items in safe deposit boxes, sometimes cash that they want to get access to. So we're trying to make those accommodations while still protecting the health of our employees, the health of the customers, and following the guidance as best we can. We're also tracking Homeland Security guidance and U.S. Department of Treasury guidance, which helps to inform us in times like this. And we also have some guidance that was issued by the Department of Financial Regulation here in Vermont that gives us a little bit more clarity on what we can be doing with our branch operations. I'm going to stop there. Any questions on that right now?
Gene?
Hi, Chris. Any possibility that in that situation where you've got a bank that does not have a drive up and does not have an ATM, is there a way you could get one of those portable ATMs that you see in Quick Stops and program it for that branch?
Not in a timely fashion, no. The best they're going to have to, the best the individuals customers can do is if it's in a location that have other branches within a reasonable drive time, they can look at that. But I've got some branches in rural communities that do not have an ATM, do not have a drive up. And because of the size of the branch, we're also having to deal with the social distancing piece. So it just becomes a challenge, and those portable ATMs are not going to be readily available at this point.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jim?
Hi, Chris. It's Jim Carroll. Chris, when we last met in committee, I brought up what you thought it was an absurd idea for giving people's loans. And you see, I know it didn't work out well on your end for that, with that respect. Nevertheless, what you did suggest, and what I've been passing on to constituents, is to call their lenders. Don't sit on your hand. Ask them to work with you. Now, with respect to one of my constituents in particular, she's getting a stiff arm from, and it's a third-party loan, remote lender. What can she do? What can I tell her?
What I would ask you to do is send me some information in an email so that I can have some additional context. And I've been doing this with other legislators, that if they have constituents who have been outreaching to them, to send me an email. I will take a look at the circumstances. If it's somebody that is a member of my organization that has a physical presence here in Vermont, I will engage in those conversations. If it's a third-party entity, they're more than likely a licensed lender, and I've been passing some information off to the Department of Financial Regulation. And just so I clear, I think what I responded to was, we didn't want to put in writing everything that the banks were going to be considering, because it creates a higher expectation on the part of individuals. What we want to be doing and what we are doing is responding on a case-by-case basis.
Right. Chris, can you send me your email?
Yep, I will do that after we get off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Any
anyone
other
else?
questions?
Zach?
Hey, hey, Chris. Following up on Jim's question, I guess I wondered if there was any consideration, now that the Fed has reduced rates quite a bit, if there was any talk about potentially offering lower interest rates for existing loans.
Yeah. So that's a good segue into what we're doing now for borrowers. So I'll go into that. So how are we meeting the needs of customers right now? And I'm going to put this into 3 buckets. I'm going to put it into individuals, businesses, and municipalities. And I'm going to start with, if there is an easier one, the municipalities. So for those folks who were on the committee back in 2011, Tropical Storm Irene came rolling through, and we had a number of communities that lost bridges and culverts and roads. And there was an immediate need for capital to rebuild infrastructure. And our institutions worked with the Treasurer's Office, with the Municipal Bond Bank, and we made available to municipalities, the short-term capital that they needed to do the rebuilding. And then the bond bank came in and took out the long-term financing piece. This is a little bit different in that we're talking about cash flow. And we're talking about cash flow because many people won't have the funds to pay their property taxes. So we have been working with the Treasurer's Office. We've been working with the League of Cities and Towns to get a sense of what those numbers may look like, at least on a preliminary basis. And all of my members but one, and that's because they do not have a municipal lending program in their bank. So all but one have said we are either ready and willing and able to have conversations with municipalities, or we are already having conversations with municipalities to try and address the short-term capital needs. So that is bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 is the individual piece, and Representative Ralph, this gets to your question. So when the crisis became much more apparent, our regulators stepped in, and our regulators being both state and federal, stepped in and gave us the flexibility to provide relief for our customers. So that could come in any number of different ways. Could be forbearance, it could be interest only, it could be restructuring loans, it could be refinancing, it could be fees, whatever we needed to look at could be on the table, with the caveat that it is done in a safe, looking at the bank's safety and soundness. Because what we don't want to do is provide so much relief that we're jeopardizing the safety and soundness of the institution. We also have behind the scenes some guidelines and requirements that we need to follow as far as troubled debt restructuring, and that has implications for banks as well. So what are we doing today? Anybody who's coming into us today, we are working with them to understand what their circumstances are and how can we best address those circumstances. Is it everybody in the household has now been laid off? Are they on unemployment? Is one person still working? Do you have any capacity to make payments on your mortgage? And on and on and on. At this point, and I guess I'll stop there on the individual piece because any other comments get into the foreclosure discussion, which we'll have in a couple of minutes. On the business side, we are fielding calls from a lot of our businesses that have closed their doors, that have either gone through or going through their cash flow to pay their bills, in particular their employees. And what can we do to work with them? And again, the same level of assistance, the same discussions are going on right now, deferral of payments, forbearance, interest only, whatever makes sense for the unique circumstances of that borrower. And again, everything is done based on what Chairman Marcotte's circumstances are, Representative Ralph, what yours are, and the other committee members. It's all done on an individual basis because we have learned from the economic recession of 08, we have learned from Irene, we have learned from last year's government shutdown. One size fits all do not work. It has to be tailored to the individuals that we are working with and who our customers are. I should note in this conversation, it's not only our direct business borrowers that we're dealing with, it also gets into the issue of those property owners who lease out to businesses that have mortgages with our institutions. So we're seeing it on all sides. That's true on the residential piece, if you will, when you've got tenants who are in buildings and those landlords have mortgages with banks. How do you deal with those circumstances? So we're seeing it from all sides and all different types of borrowers out there. But for individuals and businesses, we are working with them now. We have been. They are getting as much assistance as we can give them on a case-by-case basis. I now want to go back to the individual piece because this brings up the foreclosure discussion. And then what I'll do is go into the programs that have since been passed at the federal level, particularly providing relief for businesses.
Okay, Chris, before we get into that, Jean has a question.
Yes. You're on mute, Jean.
A few years ago, we did payroll cards, and we got a tremendous amount of testimony on the unbanked. And I was surprised, as we all were, about the number of unbanked in Vermont. And I'm seeing more and more that the stores are only accepting debit cards. So are you seeing any of that? Do you have any sense about what that population looks like?
I have not looked at the statistical data recently on the unbanked. The conversation about unbanked has come up in the context of the federal checks that might be sent out.
Yeah.
And if you receive one of those checks and you don't have a bank account, where are you going to be able to go to cash that check? And that's something that we're aware of. In fact, it's on my list of items that I need to have a conversation with Commissioner Pichak and his folks in the department. It's not unique to Vermont. These are questions that are popping up all over the country. So I don't have an answer for you as far as the payroll card. The payroll card has not, as I understand it, been widely adopted in Vermont. We have very few Zach, we have very few businesses that utilize it. And for those that do, there is a bank involved. It's typically a bank outside of Vermont who has the payroll account, but a payroll card can be presented at any one of our institutions. And because it is tied to payroll, we need to give that individual free access to their payroll. That might be on.
Pardon me, Chris, would a payroll card go through a debit machine at a supermarket?
Yes, it can be treated as a debit card.
Oh, good. And my other, and I'll finish with a question is that in your conversations, have you had a conversation of possibly, this would be expensive and I'm sure the state would have to pick up a lot of the cost, but issuing like you do with a gift card, but issuing plastic, a $600 card that they could use in lieu of cash, since so many people are asking for no cash.
Yeah, well, cash is dirty to begin with, as we all know, and this just compounds the problem. I think that's a better question directed toward perhaps the Department of Labor. I know, for example, Gene, to help you with this, the EBT cards that are issued to individuals, I think those are reloadable cards. They're used in grocery stores and other places. Those are widely accepted. Payroll cards are reloadable cards that you as an individual, if you wanted to put money on it, could put money on it.
Yeah, I remember
but I
that.
think it's best
Yes,
directed
Chris, I
toward
remember
labor
that.
as far as the $600 benefits or others that might be available.
Well, I was just thinking about workarounds so that people who get a benefit, they get a check, they don't have a checking account, but if they presented a federal check to one of your member banks, if they could just give them what is effectively a $600 gift card.
Well, we don't, my institutions, if they're state chartered, none of them are doing gift cards right now because of the statutes in Vermont. So
Okay. I didn't mean a gift card per se gift, but I was saying that technology. I think I'm belaboring.
It would have to be a gift card because if they're not opening an account, the only way I'd be able to give them a card is if they open up an account and it's a debit card. Otherwise, it's technically a gift card that they have to get.
Got it.
And our guys aren't doing it because of the statute.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Any other questions for Chris at this time?
Zach, did you have one? Because I saw you waving.
Zach's hand's up. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chris. I was actually waving to Tristan to say goodbye because he had said he was leaving. But I'm glad I made you laugh. That always makes me joyful inside. But I know I actually did have a question. I know you said you were hesitant to put some of this on paper because you don't want to make promises you can't keep, and I understand that. But I do wonder if you would be okay maybe sending a general summary of the businesses, the individuals, and municipalities, just so I could refer to them. I missed some of what you said about the municipality because somebody had come in and talked to me at that moment. Would you be?
I'm happy to do that. I've had a couple of other requests, and if you can just bear with me, really the only time I'm going to be able to do that because of the volume of calls and information coming out from the feds is over the weekend. But it is my intent to do that over the weekend and then distribute it to all legislators so you have an update on what we're doing, the buckets, and other appropriate information.
Thank you. And the other piece I was just thinking about, you know, I obviously we don't want to tell your industry how to do things because you're already doing a lot. But I feel like if I was in your circumstance, which I'm not, and the interest rates were so low, I'd be taking out some pretty low interest rate loans right now from the Fed and paying off my current debts. And it feels like instead of having to deal with each individually, in each circumstance individually, that the banks could really be a really valuable asset in terms of just coming straight out and, you know, being able to reduce interest rates by 1 or 2% or whatever you're able to do, just in general, again. So that feels like it would be easier than trying to address each circumstance individually, but also because we are in need of that assistance and people are, you know, pinching pennies, as I'm sure you know. So I think the banks are in a position that they could really be a hero in this situation, you know, and we obviously don't want to have to tell you what to do.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me try and answer it a couple of different ways. One, from the banking industry's perspective, we have gone into this crisis in a very, very healthy position, a very well capitalized position. So while we are in good shape now, the longer and deeper this goes, it becomes a very difficult challenge. We do have access to funding sources through the Federal Reserve, through the Federal Home Loan Bank system. So we feel very confident that our capital sources will be there during this time of need. For the individual circumstances, the real difficulty, Zach, is everybody's circumstances are different. And I'm still working. Should I be asking my institution for relief on my loan when that's going to divert their resources, time and attention and financial resources to be working with me when we have so many other people out there who are impacted by COVID that are desperately needing assistance? So for us, the blanket approach, again, learning from experiences over time, over the last decade, the blanket approach creates more challenges rather than doing it on an individual basis, because you're creating that expectation out there and people read what they want to read. People go into these discussions with a great deal of anxiety and a great deal of fear and not knowing what's going to happen in the future, especially in this particular case. So creating, I guess we're trying to manage the message as best we can, but again, working with those individual borrowers. The interest rates are at a low. Our pipeline was so big before this hit 3 weeks ago of people who wanted to refinance because they wanted to take advantage of the rates, or people who were looking at getting involved in real estate transactions because what a great time to buy a home. That pipeline has been severely impacted for a number of reasons. One, when the governor's executive order came out, and I state this, no criticism, rightly so, the executive order came out, so please understand that. But it basically put a real chokehold on real estate transactions because town offices are closed, or they don't have the technical capabilities to do things online. We have lawyers who, if they don't have the capability to work from home, can't be involved in real estate transactions or wills or end-of-life directives or trusts. We have the appraisal community who, while they've been given guidance that they could do desktop appraisals, no longer can go out and visit homes. And again, rightly so. If the appraisal community doesn't have the technology at home, like we are benefiting from today, they can't do anything. We're trying to figure out, how do you conduct real estate closings when the parties aren't in the room and you need people who have to have powers of attorney? We now have remote notarization guidance from the Secretary of State's office. All of this on top of the backdrop that we have a secondary market that has been dribbling out guidance on how to respond, because we don't even know what the risk appetite is with a Fannie or Freddie if we engage in those loans, and whether they're willing to take them on. So there's so much going on. I agree with you. I think there are people who can benefit from refinancing, getting lower rates. We're going to do the best we can in that area. But if it's a loan that's not held in portfolio, we are subject to all of these other circumstances that are going on out there. And we're still trying to figure out how to address all of those challenges that are in place. Unless there's another question, I think that's another great segue, Zach, thank you, to go into the discussions about the foreclosure issues here in Vermont. And I want to thank Representative Stevens for allowing me to testify in his committee, for allowing me to spend time with you and you folks taking this on. I had an all brief conversation in Senate Economic Development, and I'm trying to get back on their agenda. And I'll focus on the language that was included in David Hall's draft. I think it was 8.1 is at least the draft that I saw yesterday. And it does have foreclosure language beginning on page 10, running through the remainder of the bill. And I've looked at that language and I've thought long and hard about it. And I said to the committee, House General, that at this time, I don't see the language as being necessary, because with all due respect, the marketplace has passed you by. I didn't say it exactly in those terms to the committee, but I'm saying it now. Why do I make that statement? Because we as an industry have already taken steps to stop foreclosures. I have my members who are not foreclosing on properties right now. I have banks like Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase who have made me aware that they have put moratoriums on foreclosures across the country, including Vermont. We have the secondary market, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, that has put a moratorium on foreclosures. We have any federally backed loans that have moratorium on foreclosures. We have the courts in Vermont that may be accepting filings, but have made it very clear they are not going to move forward with foreclosures. I would include evictions, but we're also only dealing with foreclosures because that puts people out of their homes, which we don't want to do right now, but you can still file. And we also, so that's the courts. I'm thinking there's one other that was in there. Oh, we also know that sheriffs will not be issuing foreclosure notices to property owners. What does all of that mean? It means foreclosures are done right now. It's a discussion, while I greatly respect you as policymakers feeling the need to do things during times like this beyond the work that you do typically in a session. Again, foreclosures are done right now because of all of those decisions that have been made by entities in the marketplace, both lenders and others that we interact with. Again, I'll go back to the lawyers. If we have a lawyer who doesn't have the technology and the capacity to engage, they're not drafting foreclosure documents. So my comment to Representative Stevens' committee was I do not see the need for this language in the bill. We have passed the legislative process by at this time. I'm thinking if there's anything else that I missed before I get, and so let me stop there, questions, and then I'll get into the stimulus package and the Paycheck Protection Program.
Chris, do you think that there's any way for any any financial entity to slip through the cracks that could try to foreclose on someone? Doesn't
Well,
sound like to me how you've outlined all of this.
Yeah, I think the issue becomes, the third-party providers who are out there, again, recognizing I'm speaking on behalf of my banks, third-party providers may not have taken the same position that my banks have as far as not moving forward. But even if they were to file paperwork with the courts aren't going to do anything with it. So the courts have shut it down. In fact, the other thing I did forget, Representative Sullivan, in your area, if you haven't heard this, Chittenden County Superior Court issued an order basically saying foreclosures aren't going to go forward. So even if they wanted to, Mike, the courts aren't going to allow that to happen.
So if language goes into the statutes for now, are we doing more harm than good by going forward with that?
Well, again, it gets down to what's the messaging we're sending. Right now, the messages are being sent by all of those parties that I outlined, and we're following through based on all of the guidance we've been given and the way those parties have responded. What I get concerned with is when we deviate to a one size fits all, and this goes back to Representative Rouse's question earlier, when we deviate to the one size fits all, then many people have the expectation that this is going to occur, whether it should or should not under their particular circumstances. So we're trying to manage, if you will, those expectations which have grown over time, are about to skyrocket in the business community when we start to talk about the Paycheck Protection Program. So that's why I have taken the position on behalf of our industry that I have. We're beyond the statute right now. And does the statutory language muddy the waters anymore? Some may argue yes, some may argue no. That is a fair answer. I would say we don't need it at this time, given where we are.
Christie?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Good information there, and I appreciate the efforts that the banking industry is doing for our constituents. Question, and I know it's hard to predict the future, and the state's done a very good job about trying to head off the spread of the virus by being proactive. What do you envision this is going to look like when we come out of this, and the people that have had or have missed their payments on mortgages or loans? What do you perceive it's going to look like for a foreclosure or loan defaults after the virus has the orders have been subsided?
It's gonna look horrible, and the longer it goes, it's gonna get worse. The failure to make payments on your mortgage, we figure that out by typically putting those on the back end of the mortgage, so you extend the term out a little bit longer. If you can make interest payments, even though that typically is the higher portion of your payment, that's better than nothing. But my real fear, as Representative Stevens asked me this question the other day, my real fear is this goes for a long period of time. This gets even more widespread from the standpoint of impacting individuals out there. We saw in the government shutdown, we saw in Irene a crisis, but it was a short-term crisis. And its impact was on a much smaller scale than what we're seeing today. The volume is so dramatic out there. Will we get through it? Absolutely. I'm a firm believer we will get through it. The positive signs out of places like Italy and China and what we see by stay-at-home in other locations in our country and how the curve is starting to bend slowly. Those are all great signs. But we're going to be in our homes till the end of April, maybe longer than that. We're not going to be sending people back to work anytime soon. That compounds the problem as every day goes by. So I understand my bank's going to be absorbing losses over time. Hopefully those losses don't create a situation where we begin to see bank closures like we did during the economic crisis of 2008 or the financial crisis. I don't think we'll see that in Vermont, but I'm also fearful that if banks get so stressed and overextended, what we did see coming out of the crisis in New England was a movement toward more consolidation of the industry. They had no choice. You position yourself to acquire or become acquired. And for some of our institutions, depending on how long this goes and how deep it is, that might be a reality over time. And that's not good for our state. It's not good for our communities. It's not good for our customers if we start to experience that again. But I'm really fearful of how this plays out when we start to come out of it.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie?
Thanks. You and I've had a few conversations regarding bank closure or a branch closure, or also the appraising industry. So I've got a couple questions on that. And I don't think anything's changed since we last spoke on the appraising industry and how they're not able to do their desktop or even the drive-bys. But talking about the issue of land records, and it's not the purview of this committee necessarily, but it definitely does impact commerce and the ability of commerce to continue if we don't have land records that are digitally accessible from remote locations. And it is really inconsistent across different towns as to how those land records are made available or maintained. And so I'm wondering if you think there's a push to make those more regionally available or available in the cloud, or I know there would be a lot of resistance to that type of thing as well in terms of at the local level having towns work on a regional level or something. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
My thoughts are, I think there's going to be a push on groups like mine, those in the title community and others, that we need to move forward with a land records commission, and we need to address digitization and access online to land records once and for all. In communities that have digitized their land records and they're online, the issue of the town clerk's office being closed goes away to some extent, because a title lawyer can do their search sitting in their living room when you can access the records online. That is not the case for the vast majority of towns in our state. And this, in my opinion, needs to be an absolute top priority coming out of this. We have got to come up with the resources to move toward digitization in Vermont once and for all. And all of those parties who have an interest in this, quite honestly, need to be locked in a room and figure it out and drop your oppositions and let's move forward with this, because right now we are the victims of not doing that prior to a crisis like this. And I don't mean we as an industry, we collectively, property owners, homeowners, others are not able to do things that they would like. And we're just realizing how vital access to land records are.
Yeah, thank you. And this quick follow-up, and we're going to be speaking with Darcy Carter this afternoon from the SBA about the payroll protection program loans. But your institutions are already positioned, I would guess, to make those loans. But have they received guidance directly, or is this, it's really waiting? I know Darcy said yesterday, we're really waiting for further direction from the federal SBA as well. But What's the attitude among your member banks towards the PPP loans?
Wow. So we got the guy, we've been following this obviously since the legislation was introduced down in Congress. We've been keenly aware when the House passed it last Friday that this was going to be a move as quickly as you can. The Treasury over the weekend basically took over the program and decided to draft the guidance that our industry and SBA would follow. SBA was a party to that, but it was really Treasury that was driving the bus during that period of time. We got the guidance late yesterday afternoon, and the guidance is 4 documents. The guidance, I think, for any of those documents, maybe the longest one is 5 pages. It's designed to provide information to the borrower, the borrower's application, information to the lender, and then a program overview. As you can imagine, Charlie, given your days in banking, guidance and clarity, rules mean a lot. And I can drive the biggest steamship through this guidance right now because it creates so many more questions than we have answers for. That said, we know there is an incredible expectation being placed on the banking industry to get the money out the door as quickly as possible. We have learned, or I've learned this morning, that Treasury has been working on the details. They are in the process of finalizing those and getting them ready for clearance, if you will, to send out to SBA and to send out to the lending community. We hope to get those by the end of today or tomorrow at the latest. When my members know that they will be approached by businesses to take advantage of this program. The program is going to try and use the 7A SBA infrastructure to work through that process. We have been told, start taking applications by Friday, and you will turn those applications around pretty quickly, working with SBA and start to get the money out the door. Sounds good, but the problem is, okay, we get the application. What do we need to get from SBA to approve that application so that it's enrolled in the program? So that when we make the decision to fund it, it's covered under this PPP Act. We've got so many questions on payroll issues. When do you bring employees back? How do you deal with business owners who took a disbursement, not technically a salary? How does this work with the EIDL loans, disaster loans that are out there? All of these questions are circulating. So we are very hopeful that the guidance that comes out later today, tomorrow, will address many of those questions and begin to relieve some of the anxiety that the banks are feeling right now. If you are getting questions from your businesses, I responded to an email from a legislator this morning. I would please ask you to give us 24 hours to at least review what we got yesterday. And then on top of reviewing what comes out today or tomorrow, because we've got to make sure that we internally as institutions have the right system in place so that we're working with the borrower effectively, but also communicating with SBA effectively. Because one little hiccup could make the difference between whether somebody qualifies for the write-off of a portion of the loan or not. We don't want to screw it up, is the bottom line. So I sent them a copy of the borrower's document. I sent the legislator a copy of the borrower's document. Please pass this on to your constituent. Please give us till Friday to reconnect with the bank, because the borrower called them yesterday morning and the bank's response is, we don't have anything to share with you. We don't have anything from the feds. So it's this, it's again, managing expectations, because right now, you know, the press is out there and many are out there saying, well, we've got the PPP program, go to your local bank, they'll be ready to do it. Well, that's all well and good, but we need the information in order for us to do it. I'm happy to share with you a link, and probably available through Treasury or the SBA, so you could download them and then walk them. Well, sorry, you won't be able to walk them in. That's not correct.
No.
You'll be able to give them to your financial institutions so that they can begin the process. Underwriting standards have been kept to a minimum, focusing more on payroll. So please provide the documentation on your payroll. Provide brief documentation on your mortgage payments, rent payments. I'm trying to think of what else was in there. Mortgage, rent, there was something else. I'm blanking on it right now. Minimal documentation so that the bank has it in the file, so that we know how the funds are going to be used. And then when it comes time to writing off a portion of that, we've got the appropriate information to do that.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris. I think there's a lot of anxiety out in the world right now. And when I've talked to people, I ask them to please be patient, that all of this is, I know how anxious they are, but this is going on for a long time. And this needs to be worked out right at the beginning so it's done correctly. We want to make sure that, I'm sure the same as the bankers are, that we're not setting businesses up so they fail at the end of this.
Well, that's a very good point. And that's a difficult point because, you know, I sit on a twice a week conference call with the Agency of Commerce, and the volume of businesses that we're outreaching to them is staggering. And there will be businesses that 4 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now, will not be with us. They will not have the capacity to reopen. And a loan program is not going to help them. A grant program, which this can become, done properly, may make the difference. But it is a cruel reality that the longer this goes, we will lose some very, very good businesses in our communities throughout Vermont, and giving them a loan is not going to make it better for them.
Yeah, agreed. Is there anything else that you had prepared, Chris?
Not at this time. I will follow up with Representative Carroll with my email. Representative O'Sullivan, I'll noodle around the pay cards or gift cards piece a little bit more. Representative Ralph and others, I'll work on that document over the weekend that I can share with you. I would say, I'll close with this. If you have constituents that are calling you and you have questions as it relates to banking, do not hesitate to outreach to me. It's not quite a 24-hour operation. I got to get a few hours sleep, but I'm trying to respond as quickly as possible to those types of emails. We want to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks for individuals and borrowers, businesses, municipalities. So please do not hesitate to outreach to me at any time.
Thanks, Chris. There are a couple of hands that are up now. Before I go to Zach, when you have, can you send the link you were talking about to Amy?
Yep.
And also that document that was asked for by Zach and others that you're going to prepare over the weekend, so that we can, I'm going to talk to Amy to see if we can put something on our webpage that is COVID-19 documents, and information so that people can look on our webpage and get information on banking and Department of Labor issues. And so that would be
Yeah.
helpful.
Well, if for what it's worth, I think you don't have to reinvent the wheel. What I would recommend, if you haven't done it already, is to go to the Agency of Commerce's webpage, and they have an extensive listing of COVID-19. I have said to my banks, probably I've got a dozen websites that they should be checking every day. Commerce, Labor in Vermont are those sites. I did ask the Commerce Department on Monday when I had a call with them and Commissioner Pichak to please create a one-pager that provides links and a one-liner on every financial program that might be available to businesses. And I'm including in that revolving loan funds, intermediary relending programs, community loan fund, and other groups that exist in Vermont, so that if I were a business owner, I could see the depth and breadth of organizations that are out there and then begin to click on links to see what may or may not work best for me. And I believe they were going to go ahead and do that. So that might be very helpful for you, and just linking to that page.
Okay, that's a good point. And I think as this new task force gets up to speed, I think centralizing information is going to be a big part of that. That there is such a huge amount of information that's out there that's scattered, so I think if we're able to find some way to bring that down into small one place where everybody can go to get all their information from, or links to get the information they need, that'll be really helpful, I think, to everyone.
Yeah, right. I would agree. And just be mindful that information is changing hourly. Yeah. We got documentation. Well, we got a briefing Friday evening and then Monday from our national trade on the PPP program. And a portion of that had changed when the guidance was released yesterday by Treasury. Not insignificant portions, I might add. So unfortunately, documents, information is changing so quickly. Anything that goes out, we've tried to caveat it with, it's only as good as the time that I'm sending it out to you.
Yep, right. Zach?
Thanks again, Chris. I was just thinking about this, and I apologize, this question isn't well formed. But for folks that perhaps are having challenges with making payments on mortgages, and I know we're not, there's a lot of help to make sure that we're not foreclosing and the courts aren't letting it happen. But I'm curious about how this might impact credit scores of individuals and credit ratings of businesses. And if we need to put some, I don't know if this is automatic or if we could potentially should be saying that, we shouldn't be reporting these types of things on credit scores so that people aren't coming out of this with awful credit scores,
Yep, already done. We have guidance from our federal regulators and also hearing from the credit bureaus have this guidance as well, that we will not be reporting during this time any negative consequences or outcomes as a result of COVID-19. So that's already been addressed. Yep.
Great, thank you. Stephanie?
Chris, thanks. I just wanted to sort of confirm with you that we have many, many small businesses in my community, like 1 or 2 people. Yep. And when I've said, like last week before all this federal legislation came out, that there are these SBA loans that are available, and the quick response is that we don't want any more loans. Like we can't afford to have any more loans. And I my heart goes out to these people, and I absolutely agree with you. Like I really do believe that it's intolerable for them to have taken a loan out. So these if they can make this thing work for grants for very small businesses that have 0 to 1 employee, I think it would be great.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think that although Darcy may have more information later on when you meet with her, I think that may be part of a problem, because the Payroll Protection Act is for payroll. And And if you're the only one on the payroll, we do know this is, we've been told that we're going to deal with this in tranches, if you will. So we're going to be working with those businesses who have existing customer relationships with financial institutions, who have greater number of employees. Then the next tranche will be sole proprietors, independent contractors, and so on. I don't have, I hear your comments. I will make sure those comments don't get lost when we continue our meetings with SBA and others. I just don't know what the answer is right now for those folks. They need a grant. I guess is the answer. They need a grant. And I don't know where that's going to come from at this point. And what I don't know is if they apply for PPP and they're the only employee, are they still eligible for that 8-week portion being forgiven at some point in time? I don't know.
Okay. Well, anything you can do to help on that, that'd be great.
Yep.
It's just,
On the
so I'm
list.
sure everyone's communities have many, many small businesses with, you know, the 1 or 2 person shops.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim?
Hey, Chris. I've been hearing from several inn and motel owners who are just beside themselves. I talked with the commissioner at ACCD yesterday, and I want to bring whatever pressure we can and you can, and we as a committee can bring to bear to work along the same lines that Stephanie just talked about with respect to grants for those businesses. Now, keeping in mind that the governor's directive, either yesterday or the day before, was that hotels, motels, and inns were told not to take reservations. Right. Now we're coming up on graduation time here in Bennington, and that's a huge portion of their business. So can you give any guidance or hope as to, you know, the likelihood of grants with respect to, you know, this? It's going to be a drought like they've never known before.
Absolutely correct. If you, I know for my daughter who's a senior in college, they are doing everything remotely online now, and graduation has been canceled. That rite of passage was a difficult afternoon in our household for her, and will be for many others out there who are expecting it. And for those business communities who were counting on family and friends coming up to go through those types of exercises. I was speaking with a hotel on Monday that we actually have a contract with for a program in May. And I said, how are things going? And he said, well, you know the size of my hotel? And I said, yeah. He said, we have 4 people in it right now, 4 staff, nobody else. We've let everybody else go. That entity would be eligible under the PPP program. It's going to be a loan, but again, if they use a large portion of that loan for covering payroll, then after an 8-week period, they can petition to have that portion of the loan be forgiven. It's, you know, is that helpful? Perhaps. Again, it may not be helpful if it's a situation where it's just compounding the problem for the motel or hotel owner. The only thing I can recommend to you right now is that I would say Friday, they need to contact their lender and learn more about the PPP program to see whether it is going to be a good fit for them or not. Beyond that, I don't, and again, maybe Darcy can give you more information later on. She's been great to work with, as has everybody. I don't know where there are other grant resources at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, thank you very much for taking the time to chat with us today. I'm still waiting for you to say April Fools. that this is all a joke.
Yeah. I wish it were having a positive test in my house, so it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in, I think, hard days to come.
Yeah. Please know that I'm available anytime if you need me to come back and meet with the committee. I'm more than happy to do that for you and give you updates on an as-needed basis. And don't be shy about sending me emails.
Thanks, Chris. We really appreciate it.
The resources and the attention that everybody's giving to this from coming at it from various angles, sort of adding to more confusion. I know and just to be upfront about it, I know that we set up a new task force in the legislature to also look at this, and I don't want that to add to the confusion. So we want to work collaboratively with the administration if we're going to get something done in a timely fashion. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and maybe you can bring us the latest and greatest. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree. Like, what we want to be careful about is actually creating overload and confusion. And I'm glad both Linda and Darcy are on the phone because they can talk more detail in terms of specific programs right now. However, what I will share with you is that the team at ACCD has built a web page where folks can go. In fact, I have a brother-in-law who's a small business owner, and while you gave me an extra 15 minutes, I got on the phone with him and I walked him through our website, and it actually was really slick because you land on the ACCD web page and you'll see the COVID-19 image, and it says financial assistance and guidance for Vermont businesses. So when you land on the next page, it's really clear. It says resources for business, resources for individuals, and resources for communities. So if we want to start with businesses, when you click on that, there is another box that says financial assistance. The reason I say there's another box that specifically says financial assistance is because there's also folks who are still looking for sector guidance with respect to whether they should be continuing their operations right now. So when you go to the financial assistance, it talks about the CARES Act, and it's a very interactive opportunity for people who, we have something, for example, it says, do you need capital to do you need capital to cover the cost of retaining employees? And there's the link to the payroll protection program. So, and it goes on to talk about like the economic injury disaster loan. And like with my brother-in-law, I was kind of taking him through, and sure enough, he said, I want to apply for this economic injury grant. And I was able to say, bam, like here, you hit this link and now you're at the application on the SBA's site. So basically what I view our team trying to do right now with respect to this part of the information is to create one stop for people to land there. And again, we're going to keep, it's going to evolve as we get more information. And as both Darcy and Linda will talk about, I'm sure, is like there's still guidance that we're waiting on. So we, this thing it's not like it's complete, but I think it gives people enough to give them an idea of where they should go. It also tells them, when, in what situation they should go to their own lender, or they can go to the SBA as well, or VITA. But a lot of folks find that really comforting that, if they already have a lender that they have a relationship with, they can go to them. My brother-in-law happened to mention, he said something about, he said, they sent me the payroll protection information. And I said, who's they? And he said, my CPA. And I was like, awesome. So that's good news
Great.
too, right? That the CPAs are getting
Yes.
this information out as well. So that's kind of like the business piece. The other thing that you'll find on that page is resources for individuals. So when you click on that, it will, again, it'll say like, you know, do you need financial assistance? Do you have a housing issue? Do you want to go right to unemployment insurance? So same thing, it's an interactive kind of asking people some questions and helping them try to navigate where they go. And the third leg of this stool, which is still really being built out, because again, the guidance is a little bit lagging, and not for any fault, but the CARES Act included $5 billion in funding for the HUD Community Development Block Grant Program, and our share, Vermont share, is 4.7 million that will assist communities across the state. So that's, again, we have a little bit about that on our page, but that will be built out as the guidance comes through, so that, again, communities who have experienced specific negative effects as a result of this, or, also other can support other needs their community has. Like, this would be a place that communities could go and propose how they might spend some of that money. So that's kind of where we're at. We our team has been, as you can imagine, very resource trained, trying to help people come into compliance with the executive order. And I do feel, I just want to say, like, I do feel positive that for the most part, people are getting it and they understand. There are always a few that kind of want to fight the individual battle, and that's okay. Like, we're walking through that with them, but our goal is to, we've started building a team that is really specific to that part of the business support, because what we need is, we need to free our team up so that we can focus on the business recovery side of it. Like this part, building this website out was really helpful, but we need to continue to try to, identify the areas that maybe there's some holes, like there's federal funding, but are there going to be some areas that we might, say, come to you all and say, we need help because we, there's something that's missing and we have to fill in that hole. But our team has to be thinking about those things and working together. So we're just trying to free up some capacity to work on some ideas. And then the other piece is obviously communications, having the tourism and marketing department within the agency. We have a lot of assets that are generally used for outward facing campaigns, I guess. And, we really need to turn some of those assets inward now, and kind of, if you kind of think of like the Vermont Strong campaign, like help create things that will provide Vermonters with hope and reassurance that, there's some relief on the way, that it's coming, here's how you access it. So, now that we're starting to build it and we're thinking about other areas that are missing, we're also really thinking about the communications aspect and making sure that folks do know where to go to get the help. So those are some things we're working on. And I'm glad to be invited to, the task force that you're putting together. I think that it'll be, helpful if some of you all, we're trying to put a task force together too. So if we have some legislators on that, it'll help us not duplicate the efforts. We can spread out the work that's necessary.
So a couple of questions on both the front end and the back end.
Okay.
On the front end, the work you're doing sounds exactly what we need, but as you have identified, we need people to look there as the default or the primary place to go. What communication efforts are out there at this point, now that this web page is up and running, to get people to know to go there? Like, is there any kind of public service announcements, or is the governor going to make a statement? I think that's what we're trying to do, is narrow down to a definitive, proper place to go. And then the back end is what happens to people. As you say, there are some people who will have individual challenges, or either individual circumstances, or their personality is such, or their skill level is such that they can't deal with it on the page. Is there something on the page that directs somebody to a more individual attention?
Yeah. So as far as letting people know that this website is up, we did announce that yesterday at the press conference. So that was sort of our public unveiling of it. And overnight, we've been trying to share that page on social media. I noticed Senator Ballin shared it. Thank you. But our team right now is working on, again, all hands were on deck to even build this thing. So the comms team is now talking about public service announcements, even paid advertising and social media. So they're developing the plan. And I wish, Heather was on the line, because I think, she probably could really share with you that she's further ahead than I even know, because that's how they work, that's how they roll. But that will be forthcoming. That's very much in the works in terms of really broadcasting and making sure that the public knows this is out there and this is how they access it. As for your question about the back end, so when folks come, some people, you're right, are not going to enjoy, an interactive experience online and may just want to pick up the phone and call. So we do on our website also have a phone number for folks to call, and we can give them help. The phone has, it's been a little bit nutty. So we're trying to, again, assess what that looks like. And as we build our team out to deal with business recovery, I shouldn't just say business recovery, just recovery, we can think about expanding the phone availability if we need to. But we also have email that's set up specifically. It's a COVID-19 email for people to email in and ask whatever question it may be, and they can connect with us. The third thing that I'm going to mention, I'm probably letting this out of the gate before I should, but we have been talking a little bit with the Agency of Digital Services about a chatbot. So I don't have a price tag or anything, but some of the other agencies like the Department of Health is using it and whatnot, but trying to just give another opportunity to create some capacity help for when people have questions. This chatbot would scrub everything on our website and give people answers and help that way. And if they're still not feeling like they have the help they need, then, a live person can help them. But the other thing I should mention is, we've talked about doing town halls. I'm probably forgetting some things, and I think Jess Jess is on the line too. So she may think of something I'm missing, but we're definitely brainstorming about all the different ways that we can get the word out there and help. And as I mentioned, Linda and Darcy have been incredibly helpful and great partners in this. I've learned a lot in the last week. So that's kind of what's going on right now.
Okay.
Michael,
Yes,
can I just ask a question? Lindsay, thank you. And thank you for all your work. Really terrific. Darcy Carter participated with us. We did a 4-chamber. We've now done 3 of these 4-chamber town halls on 4 businesses. It strikes me doing a town hall that the chambers would publicize for you with you and and Darcy and Linda on the phone, and it's fairly easy for people to ask questions in a thoughtful way. I think that would be a great thing to do if you were able.
Yes, and you know what, I'm actually participating with the Vermont congressional delegation tonight, and my first town hall experience with all this. A little before 5 o'clock tonight, but I'm excited to do this because it'll give me the opportunity as well to envision how our team can roll these out, regularly. And as you mentioned, I know the chamber will help us. These are great ideas. I look forward to that experience and obviously joining that crew tonight.
And Michael,
Kyle, this is sorry,
go ahead.
Justice. I did want to tell you that the Department of Labor is doing a very small soft launch of a town hall this afternoon for businesses. I think it's just I think they're doing it with one business group as kind of a test. But then publicizing them. Hopefully we're going to be rolling those out and sending invites, more publicly every Tuesday and Thursday for the next couple of weeks. So I'll make sure to get this group that link and that information, but they are testing that this afternoon.
Oh, great. Great. And Lindsay, I appreciate,
And Lindsay, I appreciate, I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I think it's just, I think you're doing it with one business group as kind of a test. But then publicizing them, hopefully we're going to be rolling those out and sending invites, more publicly every Tuesday and Thursday for the next couple of weeks. So I'll make sure to get this group that link and that information, but they are testing that this afternoon.
Oh, great. Great.
that you're keeping this up to date. I know that this is evolving and things are changing all the time. One of the situations that I heard from a constituent was that, you know, they checked the list of, say, essential workers at one time, or their employer did, and they were on the list, and then they have subsequently been taken off the list. And I just hope that there's a way of telling people that they have to continue to check this website, because things are changing all the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking there may be an example where there was a course correction at some point right out of the gate, and I can't remember what the exact incident is. But again, I think that, you know, and this is part of our communications that we need to get out there, is what we really want employers to use this guidance as is if they think they're critical, but they're not sure, and they're thinking about closing. What I think we, you know, did, which caused some confusion, is I think folks thought they needed to get permission to stay open from us. And really what we're asking people is, if you're not essential, please just shut it down right now. And so I appreciate what you're saying. And I wish I could say there's no way that happened, but I do know there was an incident. It was within like an hour or two of putting the site up, where somebody caught something that kind of had the barn door wide open, and we closed that loophole. But you're right. If we make a course correction, and honestly, the intel that we get because of the outreach tells us where we have areas that we need to address. We know we have some loopholes, and for the most part, even though those loopholes are open, people are willing to say, like, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but others are using those loopholes as an opportunity to say, well, they left the door open, right? I'm going to do it. So Deputy Secretary Brady and I were just talking about this morning. I mean, we have a little running list of some of the things that we know we need to tighten up or make more consistent. You know, we've created some inconsistencies at times where we didn't intend to, and you know, we've known like we have to keep working through this, but like with the box store announcement, we'll try to make it clear if in the box stores, it wasn't necessarily it wasn't a course change. It was, we realized people were interpreting something very loosely.
Well, and I think, you know, this has put some employees in awkward situations where they've been told to go back to work. And have chosen.
Well, I would be interested in hearing what that industry or that sector was. So we, you know, again, we can maybe issue some help there. But yeah, no, it's hard. I mean, I think some people are relieved when they realize like we shouldn't be open, right? It's like a relief to say, I should be closed down. I need to stay home, and others want to fight it, you know?
So Lindsay, one of the things you mentioned when you were talking about the chat room, you sort of slipped in that sort of pricing it out and do it. So one of the what I hope you guys can do, especially in conjunction with this committee and with the special task force, is come to us with ideas that where the legislature can be of assistance. I mean, we're kind of clunky, and you can move a lot faster, but we have control in large part over the purse strings. So one of the then there's a lot of money coming into the state that's discretionary money, and this is not going to last forever. It's going to be a short-term thing, and even though it might sound expensive up front, in the scheme of the amount of money we're getting, we might want to invest in these kinds of things, and we can do that fairly quickly. So we want to, one of the things I think that this task force, and I've talked very briefly in my first call with Representative Marcotte, is to figure out how we can help you with resources. So don't limit yourself in terms of your thinking, saying, well, that's going to cost $500,000, and surely we can't do that.
Yeah.
So,
Because that was actually, Michael, one of the questions that came in as we were gathering questions, which is under the CARES Act, will Vermont be reimbursed for additional compensation, administrative costs? And that's exactly the kind of thing we'll be hopefully able to funnel your way on those kinds of things.
Yeah.
The chat
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think what happens to me is I get a little bit like anxious thinking, okay, if we don't suck the money into the technology, then maybe we can create a program that fills a void, like a hole that's missing. Can we,
Right.
like I said, build programs that specifically go to the situation? But I agree. I mean, we have to be able to manage it and make people feel like, just to shift gears and go to what's happening at, in the unemployment insurance program. Like I'm incredibly amazed and proud of the team and what they've lifted. But at the same time, there's a lot of frustration out there because the system it wasn't built to handle 40,000 claims in a week, So sometimes when I think about spending money, I'm like, oh, somebody else needs it more. But I hear you. I want to make sure people, the expectation is laid out there for them, and that we're communicating, and that we are utilizing the technology that would make us communicate better. So I will keep that in mind, and I really do appreciate you saying that to me.
Okay, good. So we should probably move on to Darcy and Linda. Does anybody have any further questions for the secretary at this point? If you can hang in there in the background, that would be great. But if you have other things to do, I understand.
No, I'll hang in.
Just quickly, Lindsay, I assume that that Heather's available for sort of in and resort related questions, because we're getting a bunch of them, particularly on this limiting on bookings.
Yes. So just to give you all some comfort on this, we are hearing what they are saying. And so I've asked, the Vermont Chamber has offered, actually, they're going to put their heads together and make a proposal for what would be a realistic date for them to open up their schedules, right? So as you probably know, like when we take down the whole online, people can't book out into the future. So if we were to let the online come back on, but we really want people to block certain dates. So they're in the next few days, they'll come back with something. And so I just want you all to know, like, we hear and heard that concern. And this is one more of those areas where we can still get to our goal, but give inn owners and restaurants, hotels and whatnot, the comfort of knowing that when this is lifted, they can be back, to business. So, but yeah, so Heather's available as well. And she's, obviously been very dialed into what's going on there.
Great.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so Linda and Darcy, maybe you can tag team here. We'll start with Darcy, and maybe you can give us an overview from the SBA's perspective of what's happening in the real world out there at this point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to. Everybody has been trying to get the word out, and so the word has gotten pretty confusing for a lot of people. So I know Linda and Lindsay and her team and I, we're all spending a lot of time trying to help people decide what they should do between the two SBA programs that are available. One of them, of course, is this Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. That's been available for a couple of weeks. It had some hiccups initially. Now it's got a better streamlined application. We were going to do webinars on it, but we kind of pulled back until the system got expanded. So we're going to start those next week, and those will be for the public. Those will be for the public. We'll just keep redoing them.
Maybe you can just give us a brief outline of that program.
Oh, absolutely. So this is a program that you apply directly to SBA. It's up to $2 million for businesses and nonprofits. It's very limited for any ag. You could do some value-added ag only on that program, and I think it's because they feel that FSA handles that side of the house. So it's, again, nonprofits, small businesses, including sole proprietors, self-employed, independent contractors, and our regular businesses. And the interest rate is 3.75 fixed for up to 30 years for businesses, 2.75% up for 30 years, again, for nonprofits. And this is to help replace operating expenses for about 6 months. So what they will look at is what were your, what was your gross margin last year, and they're basically giving you half of it to try to help replace what you lost due to the lost revenues from the disaster. So that's a very standard program, and that was up and running prior to CARES Act passing. So once the CARES Act passed, up pops this thing that's called an advance and sometimes called a grant. So there's an ability now when you apply to request an advance. And everything we've seen, and we are still waiting for more information, is that this up to $10,000 amount would be converted to a grant. So that sounds very good, but we don't know the mechanics of it yet, and that's what everyone wants to know. So we're just encouraging people to go ahead and apply, request it. They will be calling from the Office of Disaster Assistance when they pull up your loan, and then you'll have that opportunity to find out how it all works and what you want. Do you want it or you don't want it? We have expanded our call center. We contracted it out. That was an issue. So now we have 24/7 coverage, and that's hopefully going to get up to about 7,000 people manning that system, which will be very helpful. We've gotten, as of Monday, over 300,000 applications.
Are you taking?
Yeah, nationally.
Are you taking applications? Are you taking applications right now?
Yes, it's called EIDL. Yep. And so you go right to SBA's website. So it's like sba.gov/disaster. And there is. Yep. And it's actually working now. Last week, not so much. So it just got basically overloaded with the interest. I mean, you've got 10 million people unemployed. I mean, there's almost that many business owners that are trying to find the capital and help that they need. So that program is up and running, but we do encourage people to look at the newer program that came out as part of the CARES Act that Lindsay mentioned. It's called the Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, and this is helping to replace your payroll that you basically couldn't cover. And so you either let your people go or you're retaining them. Either way, it's been painful financially. So this is to help replenish about 8 weeks of your payroll expenses, which includes more than just the actual salary and wages. It includes, medical leave, sick leave, vacation time, your rent, your utilities. So it's kind of a bigger number there. And the loan can give you basically 250% of your payroll for 8 weeks. So it's a little padding in there to, I guess, some people were asking, could they, give people a bonus to come back? Because for some, positions, the unemployment is actually paying a little bit more for a bit. So we're trying to get clarification on that, but we hope that is something employers could do. And this program is open to farmers and ranchers, we've heard, and it's also open for nonprofits and small businesses, and it has a much bigger size standard available. So it's based mostly on 500 employees, and for lodging and restaurant, it's 500 employees per location. So if you have a lodging or a restaurant corporation that has some locations in Vermont, but they have them elsewhere, they hopefully could be helped by this program. They wouldn't be considered too big for it. So that was a special carve out for them. Some of the concerns that we have right now is that we don't have a lot of clarification on how the banks will actually roll out the PPP loan. It will be banks and credit unions. Vita will be able to do it. And they really just need some information from SBA. Our understanding is that it's in clearance, that it's been written, and this would basically tell them eligibility rules very clearly, how they determine the loan amount, and how they process that loan with us. And the banks do have unilateral authority to make the credit decision, but the onus is on them to follow the rules and make those determinations. So we've noticed in our system, they're already approved to do PPP loans. So it looks like the switch is ready to go live as soon as they get the details. So hopefully that's going to come even today and hopefully by tomorrow, because the banks and credit unions are all getting just as many calls as Lindsay's team is, and we are. with people interested in that program. So I don't know
So
if you need any more of the nitty gritty, but
I just had one question of what you said, which I was a little confused on. Is it possible for an employer to qualify for PPP to cover their payroll and at the same time tell their employees you can go qualify for unemployment benefits? So the the money, it's sort of like a two sources of funding to pay payroll, one unemployment and one actual covering the payroll costs.
right. And then there's like a tax credit too, right? Payroll tax credit. That I would have to admit I am not up to speed on, so I should probably look up, that answer for you, because we're just dealing with the employer trying to get the money to bring their people back by June 30th. That's what the PPP loan program is for. Typically, with disaster type loans, we do look at other benefits and we try not to have any duplication, but I don't really know. We haven't seen anything about that with what we've seen on the PPP program. I don't know if Lindsay's probably much more able to talk to that question if she's still on. It's,
I'm still on. Tell me what the question is again.
Question is, can a business qualify for PPP at the same time during that period, that payroll period, they lay off their workers, the workers collect unemployment, and then by June 30th, they rehire the workers. So you basically have almost a doubling of payroll.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine actually that may be a question for, Darcy or somebody else. But what I would say is generally you can't collect unemployment and, get paid somewhere else. So if they take the PPP and they're not paying their employees because their employees are collecting unemployment, they may be able to get the loan, but I can't imagine that it would be forgiven. I don't know how somebody checks that, but I think that's a really great question. Maybe Darcy has an answer to that.
well, I think there's a set period of time that's called the covered period. So if you bring people back and pay them for that covered period of time, it's 8 weeks. So then you would be in compliance with the SBA loan. So part of that time, it's kind of hard to say when those people aren't there. If that's part of the 8 weeks, then you've got an issue, like Lindsay said, because you can't say I paid my people for all of those 8 weeks, and that's the requirement in order to have that amount forgiven in the loan program.
The other thing I will say is with unemployment, you have to report what your earnings are for a week. So even if you get partial earnings, you have to report that. So if a company is paying their employees through PPE and their employee is also trying to, collect unemployment, hopefully if the system's operating well, it's going to catch that and it's going to prevent them from getting the unemployment benefit that, that week, or it's going to reduce it by what they did get. So.
Right, and the employer wouldn't get the full forgiveness of that payroll amount if they didn't bring everybody back full time.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So may I just ask, because Darcy, that's what's confusing about what you first said, is that you could have choices of either letting your employees go or retaining them. Well, it doesn't sound like you can let them go and also ask to keep paying them. I mean, it doesn't sound like actually you can do both those things at the same time.
No, it's just some people have already let their people go and some people have retained theirs. So both of those scenarios, you'd be eligible to apply for the loan.
So for the period the employees have been let go, they're able to collect unemployment with the additional benefit. Then they get brought back on, and then they fall under the PPP.
Well, yeah, I mean, our whatever I've seen is silent on that whole other side that you guys are much more knowledgeable about. So you bring up a really good point. Ours doesn't speak to that at all. It just says, they calculate the 8 weeks of payroll expenses largely based on what you did last year. And if you bring all those people back and pay that same amount of wages for 8 weeks, then you will get that amount of the loan forgiven. So what the devil's in the details in terms of what period, which 8 weeks, what are we talking about? So I think it begins when they've gotten the loan, that then they
Right.
have to count those 8 weeks going forward. And once they've done that and proved with their IRS payroll taxes or whatever documentation that they've done it, then they ask the bank to forgive it, and then the bank can ask us to purchase the loan.
So, Darcy and Linda, going back to the conversation we had with the commissioner, the secretary, excuse me, I know you have your own role and your own outreach and you're taking calls, but are we at a point where your federal agency is in sync with ACCD so that if they've got the best tool at this point to refer people to is on your website or on your phone call is the first avenue to say, go to this ACCD page. It's great. It works. And you'll eventually, if we're involved, it'll come back to us because I mean, I can see you duplicating that effort with different font, different typeset, different wording, and maybe even different interpretations. And I think we've gotten to the point where everybody has trying to be very earnest to try and help constituents and people. And, I think have found out that maybe we should have tried to tell people, as the governor did yesterday, we got to be patient here. Information's coming from the feds, guidelines are coming, and we need to get our act together in one place or in one message. So I'm wondering whether we've got a lot of different silos out there where people are giving out information.
So,
no, you make a great point.
Yeah, and I'll take a stab at this. Sorry. I think, so personally, I think that our teams, are working really well together. I look at our job, as you mentioned, to be a place where an individual or an employer can go. They don't have to sort of like be thinking other than like, I've been hit, I need resources here. So they can go to our page, and we're trying to drive them as appropriate to the other landing areas. So to the SBA or to VITA or, wherever it may be. And so like I said, I know that, Linda and Darcy and we've connected, but I know they're also working a lot with Joan and the team over in DED. And so it is our goal, our personal goal, to push people to our webpage. And, if somebody thinks that is not the appropriate path, or we're stepping on toes or something, I certainly want somebody to speak up. But I mean, we're about to, we'll be issuing additional press releases and announcing the page in addition to what happened, yesterday, because in my mind, like, we announced it yesterday, but it was a long, it was almost a 2-hour press conference. And I'm sure some people checked right out after 10 minutes. So we're going to be getting the word out more. But would you agree, Darcy and Linda, do you feel like we're on the right track, that we're pushing people through to you as appropriate?
Yes, and we're referring everybody to your website.
Okay.
From day one, when we knew about it, we were sending them to the, sign up for the newsletter. This is where you need to go, because we don't cover like the unemployment, things and all the other good stuff you've got on there.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Sure. So good morning, everybody. Oh, Allison, did you want to say something first?
No, is that Linda?
This is Linda. I just wanted to read from my screen, so I'm off video for the moment. I'll be back, but
well. I just wanted to tag on to Michael's question, which is and Darcy referred to it briefly, which is the time frame for the flow of money and for the standing up of these programs. We're all saying have patience, but I thought I heard Darcy say that she felt that the PPP program would have enough federal guidance to be able to stand up by next week, and you'd be rolling out webinars for people that would coincide with that, it going live.
Yes, we can definitely cover EIDL, and we can cover the PPP, all the, everything we've got now, and hopefully we will have more information so that we would have some of the clarifying information that people are looking for on that program.
Well, but my sense from you is that for the time frame that the DL is up and going. That is
Yeah.
live. What is
Yep.
not live yet is the PPP, and there's still some federal guidance being worked out, but that next week it sounds like it might be live, and you would make it live, sort of announce its liveness, its living breathingness, in by having these webinars.
Right. And basically the way it's kind of behind the scenes a little bit because the banks just internally know how to work with SBA and how to submit something through our system already for just normal good time lending. So they're already geared up to go. They know what to do from that standpoint. There might be a couple tweaks in, how they code it or something like that in our system, especially for PPP. But, in our system, they've all been approved already to submit PPP loans. And our E-Trans system that they submit to has already got a new code for that. So I think a lot of the groundwork has been laid, and what needs to be communicated to the lender particularly is how do they determine who is eligible for this loan. There's, certain criteria. It's not a huge long list, but, they have to make sure they were in business before the disaster. They have to make sure, that they can determine the payroll expense amount to determine the loan, things like that. And, but they make that credit decision. So literally, if they get the guidance on Friday, they can make a loan Friday. They get it on Monday, they could make a loan Monday.
So are you suggesting that people who are interested in the PPP program should be, is it a dual application that you apply both to your lender and to SBA? Or is there one application and then it gets sent to the lender?
Right. There's an application right now for the PPP program that's on our website. So a borrower or lender can take a look at it. And they can get started to put some information together and fill it out so that they can maybe hurry things up a little bit. They can talk with their lender. Many of them have already approached their lender. And the lender's like, I want to help you, but I'm waiting for some information from SBA. So there's been a lot of conversation going on already. And the other important thing is you can apply for both loans. You can apply for an EIDL and you can apply for the PPP loan. That's where a lot of confusion is because people don't know which one is better for them. And things have changed a little bit on the PPP loan. It started out with a 10-year maturity. Now it's only 2 years. So that's a big difference. If some of your loans not forgiven, a 2-year maturity date, if you have a large payroll, that's going to be challenging. If for some reason you couldn't bring everybody back, it may not be your fault. Maybe you couldn't, just cash flow. Otherwise, other issues going on, you couldn't do it. Then you're stuck with a loan, not a forgiven loan. And people need to be aware of that's, you can't predict everything in this pandemic. Like that's a risk in that kind of loan situation. With EIDL, you don't get as much potentially forgiven, but I think it seems like it's a bit more of it's more clear what it is you're getting. What can you use the money for? There isn't that, I've got to produce all this documentation kind of situation.
And the
Hey, Darcy.
Can the PPP application be dated retroactively to the time of payroll you want to cover that you, or is it just prospective from the date of application?
Oh, sorry, I'm teleworking with my husband, so it's a little bit of noise. Can you repeat the question? It goes back from, your question was when does the cover period start?
Yes, how can you go backwards retroactively and cover some payroll with the PPP loan? Or is it just from the date you get your application in?
Well, yeah, it's that's where we want a little more clarity because it talks about this time period from like February, I think it's 15th to June 30th is this covered period. And that's kind of like, it's a little hard for me to understand. Linda kind of has more of an idea on it, but it's 8 weeks of payroll that you're trying to calculate based on past payroll. And that's what you're trying to replenish. And you have to bring your people back by June 30th, according to current rules that we've seen. And you have to pay them for 8 weeks in order to get that money forgiven. So I don't know if the retroactive part applies other than it could calculate what your average monthly payroll expenses, because you can use kind of the first quarter of this year if you don't use last year to determine that. So that's what's confusing for everybody.
Would that complicate, whoops, am I on? Would that complicate issues as people have been sent home and then started collecting UI, and then the employer decides to go with the PPP loan? I mean, does that make that kind of double dipping an issue?
That part I don't really know, other than ours would start, like when they get the money is when they would count those 8 weeks of payroll that they're paying. It starts when they get the loan and
Yeah.
goes forward in time. So I don't know, because there's going to be probably, like you said, some overlap with maybe not everybody coming back full time. So it's going to get complicated to figure some of that out, and whether or not IRS or the state or the feds, whatever, look at this as somewhat of a double dipping situation.
So Darcy, can you clarify for our committee what, as we go forward and we get this clarification and things start running smoothly, we hope, what is the role of the SBA dealing with Vermonters and the SBDC dealing with Vermonters and the banks in dealing with Vermonters? Are they like portals that you can enter from any one of those three, or are you just a referral agency to say what banks are enrolled in the program or are processing claims, and what kind of volume are the two of your organizations sort of seeing now?
No, this is just such a great question. So it's kind of everybody comes at every door, and we refer people appropriately. Like we have 2 customers. One is our lending participants, and we train them and keep them up to date on what they need to do to make SBA loans. So we're going to train them on these new programs, and there'll be some new lenders that join us, and there's quite a lot of different things they need to do to use the program. But we also do outreach to the public a lot, and then we work closely with SBDC and our Women's Business Center and the SCORE, because those are SBA programs, and we refer people constantly to them to help prepare them for their loan program, the loan package they're trying to get together for that holistic look. Is a loan appropriate for me? What else is going on in my business? And Linda will talk to this. So we're tightly, hooked together, and then of course ACCD as well. So I think you can feel very confident. We're talking with each other constantly, especially this week. We've all been on the same phone call, I think, for a week straight. And we're going to refer people where they need to go. Like, I don't think people will feel that they didn't get the right, referral. So, and it is important.
I'd be happy to.
You have a physical office. You have a physical office in Vermont where people can walk in.
Yes, we do. SBA does in Montpelier. Of course, now we can't. But
okay, but in the normal course of things, could somebody? Sounds like a naive question, but can somebody walk into your office or an SBDC office, in addition to getting advice as to what programs are out there, the appropriateness for that particular business, could they walk out of there having filed an application for a loan?
not with us at SBA. I don't know if Linda does. I'll have her answer that.
Yeah, she's been trying to get in.
That's okay. I'm taking good notes. Thank you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'll try to start with a couple things that I've heard are kind of main for this conversation, and maybe that'll help give you kind of a picture for the time being. On the communication and messaging front, I will say that we're working very closely with SBA as well as the agency. And in fact, what we do is, in order to streamline the communication, the agency's web flows through, like the secretary said, to us. And so what we do is we every week if not more often, we update our special, it's vtsbdc.org/coronavirus. And we update that page with new information as it comes about, which is in the realm of here are things that a business owner can do now. And it's, you know, taking control of the things that they have control over in a very uncertain time, preparing financials, negotiating the debts they already have, reviewing their insurance policy about whether there's pandemic clauses, looking ahead at both the loan now that is available for people to apply for and getting ready for the one that's coming. So I would say, to kind of put it in a nutshell, if it helps you sort of have a sense of the who does what, I look at SBA and all the other agencies as describing the what of the program. So a lot of the communication that happened since Friday was congressional memos and really good information how we viewed of the intent of the CARES Act to be implemented. And then it needed a few days for the individual responsible agencies to then stand up their own programs and make them available to the public. So the agencies are the what of their own program, which we're staying in tune with so we know the rules and the details to give clear guidance. SBDC is all about should you, how to, and when. And a lot of that is the interrelationship between these loan programs. Many small businesses who were right on the verge of being viable or not before COVID-19 came to town are not really excited about taking on debt unless it's, you know, a grant only and things like that. So our role as we go through this is to listen to the individual case-by-case situation. And the last 2 weeks, we've gotten great insight into how those fall into several buckets of questions. And so just to kind of recap on the messaging, I think what's working very well is every time we update our page, the agency's nightly email to their massive list and their website page funnels people to our page that we're updating all the time anyway. So people who are getting through that funnel of how they're receiving information, it is coordinated. Every week. So last week we put together, and this was a collaboration with the 12 RDCs in Vermont and with Joan and Ted and the team at the agency and DED is we put together, and it's authored by SBDC. And this is just as we sift through information, here's our best guidance, things that are coming, things that are available, things that you can do now. And so we put it together. It's called Disaster Business. It was 101. This week it's 201, and we're starting on 301. And, you know, I'd be happy to make sure that your committee is notified when those updated documents are published. But I think that to your point about working with larger groups like trade associations and chambers so that we're all as consistent as possible with giving guidance on what people can do now and what, while they have to be a little patient on things that aren't ready to apply for yet, there's still things that we know they can do. We have a checklist of financials and things that we can work on with them. And so we know that the three buckets are essential businesses and workers, workforce, labor, unemployment is kind of that second, and then the access to new money. So every day we're making sure that we know more and more clarity about the available capital, loans, financing choices so that publish anything and recommend it until we feel it's sound. And I'll stop there in case you have questions, but I actually, on the PPP, I'll just say that I'm leaning towards our guidance being, please consider the PPP on the merits as if it was a loan, because you don't know now for everyone what June 30th is going to look like. It will be awesome if it's all forgiven or even partially forgiven. But we don't want people to make the application with that as a guarantee. So, we're going to be looking at the realistic, should you, how to do it. And I guess just one more piece is, again, we're learning more, and the volume, just to give you a sense, in a given year, SBDC about 600, 625 individual Vermont small businesses through one-on-one advising. We got another 650 that we're in touch with in the last 2 weeks. So what does that mean? That means that we're figuring out how to batch information, deliver it in short chunks of triage style, 15 to 30-minute phone calls, because that's a more effective way, along with these joint communications with key partners and industry groups, so that we can deliver information and help as many Vermonters as possible.
Is all your funding through, I know you get your funding that gets passed through Vermont Technical College, but, or I think I do. Is that all federal dollars, or is there some state dollars?
It's a great question. So yeah, just for clarity for folks, we are a program, a department, if you will, of the Vermont State College system. So we're education. Our funding comes in part federal through SBA and in part state through the Agency of Commerce as matching dollars. We know that SBDCs nationwide are poised to get significant dollars as part of the CARES Act. There is a process to apply for it. We know it's available. We just need to go through a process to make sure that, there's performance measures and good documentation. So we expect that will be in place in the next couple of months. And that will allow us to add capacity and build more infrastructure for, I think, the longer term response, recovery, and resilience phases. Right now, this month, next month, we're working and coming up with our own continued improvement systems, like everyone is, as we know what that volume looks like and what those key questions and how we can add the most value so we can give clear guidance to Vermonters.
Okay. So one question, straightforward one that I was still not clear on is, can somebody come to your office and apply for PPP?
So we provide the guidance and advice about what it is, how to apply, what documents to get ready in order to apply. Our entire team is not working in an office where they would normally. They're virtually giving advice, Zoom, email, phone calls, but they're all available, and they transition to virtual advising on March 16th. So no place to walk in, but very accessible.
But there's just Ross Hart for my neck of the woods, and just Deb are they getting some additional help?
So right now, our current team, which is the same team pre-COVID-19, is 6 full-time advisors and 2 part-time for the state of Vermont.
Right.
I have a part-time consultant I brought on yesterday, and here's what she's doing. She's going to be our version of the incoming, the first step in the triage, so that she can take the people who have general questions and want general guidance, so that all of the incoming doesn't go to the Ross Harts and the Deb Boudrios to answer FAQs, if you will. So that is going to be a step in the right direction. I'm looking to work with the rest of our partners and say, how can we best deploy resources so that we can make our advising team as effective, so they can stay in the realm of one-on-one and not as much in the messaging. And I'm happy to go on webinars and, other things that allow me to speak for the whole team and keep them in the realm of serving more Vermonters. But you're absolutely right. It's a small group. But I will say the good news is everyone has been responded to within about 48 hours. Adding this consultant on who came on board yesterday, we will make sure that people get responded to as quickly as possible. And actually, for the most part, small business owners have been very grateful to have someone that they can share their story with, who listens and provides some short next steps for now. And as long as we hear them and we talk to them, they're able to be more patient for a few more days before they see real programs available for them to access. So it's a good question. I'm looking at what's the best way to add capacity as we move from the short term to the longer term. And I'm happy to stay in touch with you about those things.
So I think I know the answer to this question, but let me pose it as a frequently asked question. Can I online at this point, in addition to getting your help, actually file an application with you for a loan, with you or the SBA, or do I have to do that through a lending institution?
So two things. We help you navigate the system, but we don't have, we're not a lending institution, we're an advising body. So we provide the advice and the guidance and the checklist of documents, but the individual business owner will fill out the application. And right now, today, EIDL and its partner EEIG as the application for up to 10,000 as the grant advance, those are available right now. And so business owners can apply online if they have questions and they want to ask our advice about should they and how to and all of those things. They can contact the area advisor of SBDC for those questions. But the business owner themselves will apply for the loan. And then once the PPP gets stood up at the individual Vermont banks, that is something, again, we'll provide guidance about, advice on how to evaluate your financial condition overall, take everything in totality. What we don't want to do is give people advice to apply for one thing that then down the road somehow negates their ability to do something and they wish they knew about it. So we're trying to look at advising in a more holistic approach, but the banks are going to be the vehicle for the PPP, and the business owner is going to be the person who applies for the loan directly through the online sources and portals.
So the online sources and portals where you can apply is an online source of the People's Bank or Citizens United. That's where you're saying they go online to apply.
And Darcy's team at SBA is going to, once that SBA policy notice comes out, the banks will know how to make their program available to the public. And that's what she said is going to be through webinars to the public next week. So again, we don't apply for the loans on behalf of people. People apply for them as the small business owner themselves, but we provide advice, guidance, tips, checklist of documents required, and all of that. Does that help?
Yes. Does anybody have any questions at this point? We got a message that our next group of witnesses was in the governor's office and they were going to be delayed. I don't know if they've joined us or not. Denise or Faith, do you know if any of those witnesses are on at this point?
This is Faith. I don't see any of those witnesses having joined the call yet.
Okay, so we can continue on a little bit.
I apologize. I have to go for another meeting.
Oh, really?
We're shocked.
Sorry, I hate to say it.
You're not going to go very far from your chair.
And
though.
by the way, I want to say thank you because by being on this call with Linda and Darcy as well, like there's a couple things that clicked for me that I need to bolster. So this was a huge help to me.
Great. That's good to hear. So
I'm learning every minute.
We
Okay,
all
thank you,
are.
everyone.
We all are. We're all in the same classroom.
I know. Nice to see your faces.
Thank you.
It's great to see yours, Lindsay. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Bye, everyone.
Linda and Darcy, I have a concern, and it can't just be Woodstock, but the TD Bank office here has closed. So you're saying that so many of these programs depend on partnering and working with their banks, with their lenders. I'm very concerned that some of the banks are closing up their local shops and not as available and not as accessible as they might be in the past.
And this is Darcy. Well, they are all working, Senator, and the lobby is closed. So you're right; it has the appearance of nobody being there, but
Oh, nobody's there. I mean, and because it's anyway, I guess they just have to call the whatever is open and establish a new relationship with a new lender individually, because that's a problem right now for some banks, I would think.
Yeah, I've been talking with them about that. I said, well, you normally deal in person with commercial loans. How are you going to handle the PPP loan? Can you do it digitally? Can people sign digitally? Can, you exchange documents and all of that? And they can do that on the consumer side. They just haven't typically done it on the commercial side. And most of them were still like, oh, yeah, you're right, huh? So I think that they've been thinking about it at least this week, how they're going to, get their act together from that standpoint in terms of being more paperless. But they still do Zoom and things like that. And they've assured me they're all working. So I don't know about that one branch, if they closed it down. Is that what you said, Senator?
They've temporarily closed it completely. And so
okay,
it's a challenge. I've heard from a number of businesses that it's a challenge. They don't know individually who to email or who to be in touch with. And the phone that they've been sent, all of us have been referred to the Rutland branch. Anyway, it's not an issue for you so much, although it is as it relates to the lender interface.
Yeah, I'll let the bank president know that, because that's a really good point. Now that people are really looking to apply.
But it's an ongoing frustration, particularly with these programs that are lender dependent.
So
I hear you.
Yeah, I would imagine, Darcy, that the lenders will, when they have their application and they communicate out to the public about how to apply, they'll include the information about virtual access and the process in light of physical branch lobbies and such being closed.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have to. I mean, right now, we're trying to refinance our house, and they're like, go up to the drive-through and you put the documents in the thing, and then they said, or someone can meet you at the door and you can hand them to them. So they're trying to still make it work. So I have confidence that that'll get sorted out, but it's a great question because they were caught kind of like, oh, yeah, oh, you're right.
Yeah.
May I ask a question at this point?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm wondering what kind of feedback you're getting as far as the SBDC, as well as the SBA, as well as lenders, in terms of their accessibility, and whether or not you're hearing comments or complaints or questions from people who simply aren't able to get through or are not able to get their questions answered, or are you hearing that everything is going entirely smoothly?
Well, this is Darcy. I would say that the volume is exceptionally high in all respects on the SBA side, like unprecedented. So we're trying to get back to people within the same day, but it's often within the 48 hours, I would say, with the questions that we're getting.
And are people anticipating that there will be that kind of delay? In other words, are the phone messages and so on that are on the lines indicating that there will be a 24-hour or approximately we'll get back to you in a day or two? What kind of communication is being given to set expectations?
For SBA, just locally, we have put on our emails something to that effect. And then we refer people to our customer service number for the disaster loan program. And that's open 24/7.
Yeah, and this is Linda. I would just say that our main number in Randolph that is monitored, we've adjusted the voice message to give people a sense of the expectations, and our website has a special COVID-19, and just, we're not putting a certain number of business hours that we'll be getting back to people, but we do say that we're working hard to get back to them just as soon as possible, but we give them the direction on that site that says, here's what you can do now. Here's how SBDC advisors can help you. And it gives them some actionable steps that they can take while they're looking forward to having a one-on-one engagement with an advisor. But like we said, I think because this is so massive, there's not a small business in Vermont that's untouched. There are certain industries more than others. People are appreciative of being called back and having the conversation, even if we don't have all the answers yet. So I think with this extra consulting on board, we'll be able to have those conversations sooner, even if then people's expectations about some one-on-one work take another day or two. Yeah, we're, like I said, in 2 weeks, we've had about the same volume we would have in a year. So it's a challenge. We're doing the best, and we're learning from the experiences how to be better at delivering common information that most people want answers to, so that we avoid the bottleneck to the best degree possible.
Thank you.
Okay. I think if there's no other questions, is Damien, I see Damien. We're still waiting for our other witnesses, but you were going to do cleanup today, so maybe we can change the order and you can give us some of your insights in terms of the CARES Act and its intent, in terms of some of the thornier issues that I'm sure you've heard repeatedly both today and earlier in the week.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Damien.
So I guess before I get started, one question that was posed to me at the end of the last meeting was whether we could reduce the reimbursement requirement for nonprofit organizations. The answer is we can't. That's part of our federal conformity requirements, is that they reimburse the full cost of the unemployment compensation paid out to individuals who have been laid off. And I think that's why the CARES Act structured the 50% reduction in that as a reimbursement to the nonprofits. So in other words, they pay the full amount due for unemployment compensation benefits paid out to their employees who have been laid off. And then after that, they'll get a 50% reimbursement in federal dollars. So if we wanted to address that issue going forward for those employers, we'd basically have to come up with a separate pool of state dollars to then provide some sort of subsidy to them. Only one state allows them to be non-chargeable for certain benefits, but it's on the basis of their paying in actually a portion of the unemployment insurance tax continuously. So they don't allow people to be fully reimbursing. It's like a hybrid setup in that state. So for our state, we could potentially explore revising the law going forward, but at this point, the best relief we could provide to them, if it's even on the table and there's funds available, is some sort of reimbursement to the nonprofits for the amounts that they have to pay out. So that, I guess, is not very good news, but that's where things stand, unfortunately.
But it goes back to the question that we were talking about before you came on, which is additional costs that aren't necessarily specifically allocated by the feds that we may need, or that we may want to make those choices about. And it'll be a good question as to what's flexible money coming into us and what isn't, because these nonprofits are all small businesses, and to me, the interplay of their UI getting only reimbursed 50%, which is a challenge, and what they're eligible for. And I mean, could they be totally made whole through the PPP program? Would it, so they
the
qualify.
PPP program does not cover unemployment insurance
Right.
payments.
I understand that, but it does
But they
cover
could
their.
potentially, right, they could potentially use the PPP program to basically as a forgivable loan to get them across the gap. The catch is there's a little bit of uncertainty depending on how long things are shut down for. So if you're going to pay people to keep them on, and you're using it basically, I mean, you can get forgiveness for rent or mortgage interest, payroll costs, and utilities costs. And so they could use it for all of those things. But the thing is it's 8 weeks from the origination of the loan. After that, those costs aren't forgivable. So they could estimate what those costs will be for the next 2 months, but then they may still be in this place 2 months from now if the economy hasn't gotten restarted. I think we're all hoping that the shutdown won't take us, let's see, that would be into the beginning of June. I think we're all hopeful that things will be winding up by then or already wound up, but that is kind of one of the questions. So the PPP program is there. There is potentially a little bit of a delay, just in terms of the time it takes to process the application and to get the money. So that's another concern for those entities. There is I have to look to double check the language of the bill, but there's also the EIDL grants, which is basically the advance of $10,000 on your EIDL loan. And that advance of $10,000 is a grant, even if your EIDL loan is changed over to a PPP loan. I think the catch on the EIDL is it's a little bit higher interest rate, and I don't know the extent to which nonprofits qualify for it.
They qualify and they pay a lower rate. They pay a 2.7 something rate versus the 3.7 rate.
Okay.
Damien,
So there you go.
Damien, it seems like for the most part, it's a very viable, with the understanding that at least buys time for 8 weeks and can relieve the nonprofits of the 100% reimbursement of unemployment costs, because they could just take the money as a loan, ultimately convert it to a grant, and pay people's payroll, not lay them off, and have them work from home or have them do nothing, but still make their payroll. The question, I guess, I have, you said something about a delay, and we all anticipate delay and the need for patience. What's the federal law in terms of the timing of interest and penalty on if they did have some layoffs for a few weeks and didn't submit their reimbursable bills? How long does it take for the state to get a bill out to these people? When do they have to pay it back? And can the state forgive any interest and penalties on paying that reimbursement?
So the bills for reimbursable employers are sent on a quarterly basis. So you'll get a quarterly bill for all of the unemployments paid out in that quarter. Part of the CARES Act, there was direction to the USDOL to provide guidance to state departments on basically providing additional flexibility around payments and reimbursement to the fund. I would have to look at the discretion that we grant the commissioner for late payments. But I would imagine that there is some flexibility there already, and if necessary, we could grant some temporary additional flexibility or waive penalties and that sort of thing temporarily. But I'd have to look into that. I can make a note to just kind of address the issue of what interest and penalty provisions there are and any changes we might need to make if there's not enough flexibility in those statute.
And it would seem at the very least, another option would be that we could set up a temporary interest-free loan with state funds to pay the 50%, 50% of the reimbursement that they have to make to the UI trust fund, because unless somebody makes that payment, you're leaving federal dollars on the table that could come back. So front that money and have some sort of lien on the money that when the Fed money comes in, it comes back to the state. It would be a case if we didn't do something like that, we'd be leaving a lot of federal dollars on the table. It may not solve the problem for the nonprofits that need 100% reimbursement, but at least we would have access to the 50% and not lose that because of cash flow problem by the nonprofits.
Yeah, and I think if you set something like that up, as long as the funds come from sort of state general fund dollars and not from the UI trust fund, then you're free to set up any sort of program that you want along those lines. And I could work with David to set that up.
Okay.
Great.
Anything else that jumps out at you at this point? I guess one question to keep the conversation going, but we need to answer it. And I don't know if any of our other witnesses have joined us yet, because they certainly could answer this question as well, is under the PPP program that we're talking about, can you somehow have your workers in a situation where they could apply for unemployment, but you as an employer can get partial or full PPP payments for payroll? I think not, but I wanted to hear your answer to that.
Yeah, so the PPP program, the loan forgiveness is subject to a couple of potential deductions. Let me just see if, there we go. So the actual amount forgiven, basically you start off by taking the forgivable amounts. So what were your forgivable expenditures? And then you take the proportion of your FTEs during a period before you got the loan, and then the 8 weeks during when you had the loan. And so whatever that fraction is, so employees during the period, the 8 weeks on the loan versus employees from the period before the loan that they use as a baseline. So say you lay off 25% of your employees, your initial amount forgiven is just 75%. And then in addition to that, if you reduce the salary of any of your employees by more than 25%, those reductions also come off the top of that forgivable amount. And in order to qualify for unemployment, you either have to lay off the employees or reduce their hours to a point where they can receive benefits after the income disregard. So the problem here is that you're in danger of reducing your forgivable amounts. The more you lay off employees, the more you reduce the amount you can be forgiven. So you could still get some forgiveness, but you may not be eligible for all of it. And if once you get past a certain point, and I haven't done the math on this, you may lose all of the forgiveness depending on what your expenses are. And I think that's going to be highly case specific because your expenses can all, in addition to payroll, include mortgage interest and utilities and rent. So if you owe a lot of mortgage interest, or you have a high rate of rent or high utilities costs, that can offset some of the loss and forgiveness from layoffs. But definitely the layoffs drive down that forgiveness rate very quickly, even if they're only furloughing people for a couple days a week to reduce your payroll expenses. So the goal of the loan is definitely to get you to keep as many people on payroll as possible.
There's no requirement, as long as you pay the employee their check, there's no requirement if it, for whatever reason, if there's a COVID reason or there's a lack of work reason, there's no reason to have to do any work for the business.
Yeah, exactly. So they're looking at your payroll going out. They're not looking at whether the employees are doing any work to earn that pay. So as far as they're concerned, you may be giving your employees COVID-19 leave at full pay and benefits. And that's fine because you're stabilizing the workforce there, which is the goal here, is to basically provide some stability for people's incomes and for the labor force. And by keeping more people on payroll, it's less burden on the UI system, and it's less people who are unemployed when we start to come out of this. Yeah, the Small Business Administration, for purposes of loan forgiveness, isn't going to look at all at what the employees actually did as long as they were kept on payroll.
Okay, let's talk a little bit while we're still waiting to get our council's thought on the issue that's floating out there about disincentives in terms of unemployment. I know there are reasons that deal with health insurance and people's willingness, wanting to work, people wanting to know they have a security of a job. But other than the comparability of what the UI check is versus what the payroll check is, what are some of the other factors, pro and con, that would lead to continued employment?
So, sorry, there's somebody who's not muted and there's some funny background noise going on. Are other people being bothered by it a little bit? Okay.
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so I think we're all familiar with the potential for your unemployment check, now that there's the federal enhanced payment to basically overcome your income. So if I remember right, let me just do the math out quickly here.
While you're doing that, Damien, do you have any insight as to when that $600 additional benefit is going to start?
I don't.
I know it's retroactive. It's retroactive to March 27th. The simple question is, when does it start?
Yeah, I don't have information. That's something I was hoping the department could tell us.
Right. Well, we asked it. It was one of our questions.
So with the money, basically, if you're earning around $57,000 or less, you could potentially break even or come out ahead with your unemployment check. And Um, so yeah, at $57,000, that's about $1,113 a week, which equals your unemployment check at that rate plus $600. So that's roughly accurate there. It's somewhere between 57 and 58,000. So from a monetary standpoint, if you didn't have any other benefits, so no retirement benefits, no health insurance, nothing like that, at that point, you're kind of doing, from a monetary standpoint, an apples to apples comparison. Right now, because of the virus outbreak, there is not a a work search requirement, although you have to be able and available to work. So then you get to the question of, does the individual have the ability to quit for good cause in order to get that? And we've set it up so that you can quit for good cause if you're sick with COVID-19, or you need to quarantine, or you have a family member who needs you to care for them, or the two that are probably the most important here, you have a child who is out, doesn't have school or daycare right now because of the COVID-19 closures. And there are quite a few Vermonters who are dealing with that. And then the other piece is the closure because of the unreasonable risk at your place of business. And one thing that we're running into, at least anecdotally here, that I've heard about from other members is folks in their districts who cannot get the personal protective equipment that OSHA says they're supposed to have for their employees because of the shortage on that equipment and the fact that it's being sent to the healthcare facilities first. So other areas where there's a lot of person-to-person contact, for example, long-term care facilities, are not able to get enough personal protective equipment for all of their employees. And their employees, a lot of them fall within this range where they're earning less than $57,000. So they'll either break even or potentially come out ahead with the insurance. So then the question for the employee really becomes balancing, on the one hand, their sort of time in that job and commitment to that job and any benefits they may receive through that job versus a slightly larger check, potentially through the end of July if they stay unemployed that long. And then having, whenever the economy starts to recover and the stay home, stay safe order is lifted, having to do a work search at that point, and take a job that they're qualified for, because if they don't meet the able, available, and actively searching for work requirement once the work search is lifted, then they'll lose their unemployment benefits. So certainly in instances where you have a low hourly wage with no benefits and a potentially high risk or high stress job right now, you could see an incentive that people would have to leave their job and take the unemployment on the argument that they're at an unreasonable risk, or potentially their child is home and needs care. On the other hand, I think you'll see with folks where either their employer has that personal protective equipment, so they don't have the potential to say there's an unreasonable risk, or they've got really solid benefits that they don't want to lose. For example, if you have good health insurance, you're not going to want to give that up right now. So there's definitely a balancing act there. We are not permitted, and I mentioned this at the very end of the call last time, and I think it's worth reiterating now that everyone's on. We are not permitted to reduce the amount of our weekly unemployment benefit or the length of unemployment benefits that people are entitled to without losing eligibility for the federally enhanced benefits. That is a
Yeah, I sent that around to the Senate so that people, because there was discussion about that, and I just to clarify, because in face of this, as you know, people were thinking, well, could we lower the UI benefit so that they could, then it would equal their pay? And, you know, there was all that kind of conversation. And so to derail that, I mean, we just needed to be clear to people that we were going to lose the CARES money if we did anything to that.
Right. And so I think at this point, the talk is about, are there ways to encourage people to stay on the job?
Right. That's hard.
So I know there are discussions going on. I don't think there's anything that I can share about that at this point. But I know that that's a topic of conversation, is just, you know, how do you provide an incentive for people to stay on the job if they don't have those incentives necessarily through their workplace, or their employer, you know, can't afford to pay them hazard pay or something like that at this point, knowing that a lot of employers are in a very tight spot financially right now, so they can't necessarily afford to have a 30% increase in their payroll costs.
Right.
So
Damien, this is Becca.
Yeah.
Do you know of any states that are looking at incentives for healthcare workers that are staying on the job, financial incentives at this point?
I don't off the top of my head. I have been tied up with childcare for much of the morning.
Understood.
And I know Jen Carby sent out a resource from one of the large sort of legal research groups, the group that publishes our statutes.
Yeah.
And so I will take a look at that later. I know NCSL has also put out resources, so I will look through that and see if I can find anything. And I know that there's some work going on actively right now to try to figure out options, and whether some of the federal dollars that are coming to the state, you know, could potentially be used to provide you know, some sort of incentive, especially for high-risk workers.
Yeah.
You know, in essential jobs such as healthcare, long-term care, grocery stores, things that we need to basically stay open, and that are really feeling a crunch right now.
Right.
So I have a question. I mean, in addition to the benefits that people get and the job protection they may have by continuing to work, I sort of have I think it's existential and practical at the same time. Where does the fact that for the concept of flattening the curve for all of Vermont, where does that fit in terms of whether we want people to make the choice based upon dollars and benefits, and maybe in some cases you want the choice of them not going into work for their own safety? And you know, I think it's probably less of an issue for first responders and hospital workers, but other businesses, is there an element here where, and I think we've set up the law where if there is an unreasonable risk that they're going to get the disease or spread the disease, that we actually want them to take unemployment benefits?
Right. And I think the law is set up right now so that employers are not disadvantaged if, for example, they're not able to provide a safe workplace, as OSHA's kind of set out the guidelines on that. They're not disadvantaged by their employees taking unemployment right now, because they won't be charged, or their experience rating won't be charged for at least 8 weeks of those benefits. So I think the question for the Senate and the General Assembly more broadly is going to be, if you do create an incentive, how do you tailor it so that it's aimed at folks who are in jobs that are really crucial to public health and public well-being versus, you know, more broadly. And I mean, I think we've we've all heard stories about employers where it's hard to see what their reason for staying open is, asking their employees to continue coming to work versus other employers, the healthcare industry, the long-term care, grocery stores, we're hearing about the crunch that they're all feeling right now and the difficulties that their staff are facing in terms of a lack of protective equipment, extremely enhanced exposure to the virus, and very difficult, challenging working conditions right now, where they're dealing with a very high volume, limited staff numbers, and very high stress work situation. So I think a lot of these are going to be policy questions that you have to consider. And I'm not sure where you draw that line.
So I want to piggyback or go back to Becca's question. I think in this kind of situation, we really need to know what everybody's doing across the country because everybody's facing the exact same problem. It's not just us. We may have a mid-range of our maximum unemployment benefit, but whether the maximum is $450 or $513, the feds put $600 on top of that. That puts this added financial pressure on decision making or complicates it anyhow. So, and I'm sure other states are facing situations with masks and other equipment that make it an unhealthy workplace, nursing homes and residential care homes and those kinds of things. So I hope as soon as we see anything new from other states, we hear about it. I mean, we'll continue to go through, but there's no sense in reinventing the wheel if people are already coming up with some creative ideas. And in my mind,
Right.
I'm not a spendthrift, but we got to get past these 3 months or whatever. And if we need to put money towards the problem to fix it on the back end, we'll figure out how to repay that stuff.
Right. Right.
Right. And I will take a look at what other states are doing. I know some of the discussions are happening offline right now
Yes.
about kind of addressing some of this. But I will start researching that and follow up with the committee once I have a listing of other things, and I'll just plan to keep updating that list as additional sort of measures become public or are starting to get discussed. But I will reach out to NCSL and to also just start going through the resources we've got on that issue.
Right.
And then as soon as I've got a decent list, I will send it to the committee.
So I'm concerned. I think there's, needless to say, some sense of urgency on this because people will be, once they start knowing and understanding this, there may be movement like immediately. And so I think like the evictions, there's a sense of urgency about this for us to figure out fairly soon.
Right. And so just to be clear, I've been working with some of your Senate colleagues on this issue since yesterday. And with the folks at JFO, we have another meeting this afternoon. So this is a priority right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I realize you're doing that. So thank you.
Yeah. And I think this is something that a lot of people are aware of right now, particularly if you have a healthcare facility or a long-term care facility nearby. And I think everybody in the Senate has those in their district. So you're aware of the challenges they're facing.
Some of us even have parents in those facilities.
Yes.
So I don't know, Cheryl, do you have anything you might want to say? I understand that you're on the committee or the task force that's looking at this.
Well, just that, as Damien has said, JFO is working on this and is going to come up with some scenarios that we would look at. So I think that we need to wait until the numbers are in there, and then we can discuss it further. The other thing I've been thinking about, I mean, we've been talking a lot about small businesses, but here in Rutland, GE has just, laid off 50% of their workforce. So what is there, maybe Damien can address this, for large businesses, in the CARES Act? I mean, what can we look forward to there as far as some kind of help so that not all of the benefit are going to be falling on, UI in the state?
So we've talked about the various small business loans that are out there. There was also a significant portion of money in the CARES Act that was dedicated to sort of more industry specific spending. I don't know the details of that. It's not something I've looked at closely. This was towards the end of the bill. It's where I think most of us have read about the airline money, the loans for the airline industry. This also included funding for national defense and other industries that Congress deemed kind of crucial to the national well-being, to try to keep them up and running. But I don't know the details of that. And I know, with folks like the GE plant, I mean, the struggle they're facing is that they may have some money coming in, but it's not business as usual. And so they have to let a portion of their staff go. What we have provided in the UI is some cushioning against their UI experience rating, to the extent that they have to lay off staff related to the COVID-19, emergency order, stay home, stay safe, or something like that. And the governor's order has exceptions for sort of essential businesses, which I think include national security. But to the extent that they have business that's not covered by that order, and they're laying off people, they would have some protection there. Beyond that, though, there's not a lot that I can offer you as far as insight goes. I just haven't had a chance to dig that deeply.
And
it might be something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, my question is, what is there in the CARES Act that would kind of relieve some of the pressures from the state as far as UI goes, where people would be getting benefits, but not necessarily under the unemployment insurance from the state?
So I think the big things in the CARES Act, as far as Vermont is concerned, the biggest impact will be through the small business loans, to keep people on, because most of our businesses, virtually all of the businesses in the state qualify for the small business loans. Unfortunately, our largest employers like GE and other groups like that don't fall under the small business piece. But I'd have to look at the employment numbers, but it's more than 96% of our businesses qualify as a small business.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest thing to cushion the impact on the UI trust fund. The other piece is that for sole proprietors and self-employed individuals, the disaster unemployment assistance, whenever it becomes available, will be there to help as well. It doesn't keep them from laying off any employees they have, but it does help them get a bridge, and it keeps money flowing into the economy to the extent that you can actually spend it right now locally or something like that. But unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do outside of the sort of federal small business loans, except to the extent the state stands up some sort of grant program, which I don't know if there's money available to do, to kind of encourage small business owners or businesses around the state to keep employees on payroll rather than on UI.
Cheryl, your question, which you'd included, I was sort of hoping that Lindsay Curley would get to, because it wasn't, you know, the larger employers and what ACCD is thinking. What are their thoughts about that? So we can get back to that with them at some point, because they may have some thoughts about that that we didn't have time to talk about today.
Okay. Go ahead, Allison.
So we still have no Michael Harrington or Cameron Wood, I take it?
Excuse me, this is Faith speaking. We've just had one of our live videos hacked. So I had to lock down the meeting, which is to not allow participants in. I'm working with Denise to notify the 3 people that you're expecting. We haven't heard from them yet, but I will have to
We've
unlock.
heard from Dirk. We have heard from Dirk Anderson, and he did try to get in.
He has tried to get in?
Right, and I just sent you an email, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, that says, you know, you can call in.
No, they can't call in, Denise. The meeting is blocked.
I thought they could.
No.
Oh, I thought.
So, Senator Sirotkin, would you like us to arrange these next people to join the call, or do you want to pick it up tomorrow?
I think it's 5 minutes before adjournment. We have another call coming up, or I do anyhow. It's Representative Marcotte. So I think maybe we'll close
tomorrow.
But I do want to hear from Allison as to her impression of where we are on landlord tenant. I want to thank her for the excellent job she did on Tuesday. I know that some folks are hoping that we might be able to combine a bill here on landlord tenant in our Senate meeting on Tuesday, where we're going to be dealing, my understanding it could be changed. On Tuesday, we're going to deal with the rule change on remote voting. Obviously, every day we lose on the eviction issue, if we're going to do anything, is not helpful to flattening the curve. So I'd like to hear from Allison. I think we have it on our schedule to talk about again tomorrow at 9:30, but let her bring us up to speed.
Well, it occurred to me, Tom and I had a catch up after our meeting on Tuesday, and then we talked again Wednesday morning. It occurred to me that the Senate is poised to act sooner than the House. And Becca, correct me if I'm wrong, but the House has yet to even be looking at a draft rule about the body voting remotely, I think. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So Tom was thinking if they could get the bill into good shape, which they did yesterday, and I have yet to be able to connect with him today because we just haven't had the time. But I thought maybe Michael, Tom, and I could meet, because if we could create a Senate vehicle and vote it out tomorrow morning, we could have a bill on the floor ready to go next week, our landlord tenant, our evictions bill. So we're poised to take action faster than they are. It struck me we could do that and speed this whole eviction opportunity, you know, the eviction bill along faster if we did it that way. So that is the question. I believe they did. Damien can. Oh no, it was David Hall. Anyway, we need to have that conversation with Tom. But I think we're in pretty good shape for tomorrow morning. And the question is, would we be able to vote on it tomorrow morning and choosing the vehicle that we could do a strike call on and put it on?
Well, it seems to me, though, we had a question the last time that we met, and we sent back Vermont Legal Aid and the landlords to see if they could
Correct.
recognize
Yeah, and they did. They were supposed to do that work for the Wednesday meeting for the House. And that's what I haven't been able to find out if that actually happened.
Yeah, because that would be key in terms of to vote this out. We don't have appropriation. I think they'll look forward to.
Yes, my hope is that, so anyway, I'll email you all once I find out from Tom. And while Michael's talking to Marcotte, I'm going to call Tom because that'll be the first moment I've had.
And we're sort of like, this is more for Becca. We're sort of in this a weird time frame here because I know what I've read and being able to catch up that Tim and the Rules Committee wants us to get permission to be working on something and get permission to vote on a
Not
bill.
permission to work on, Michael, not permission to vote. We're just talking about voting in terms of getting something on the calendar, not permission to work on something at this point.
Okay. So even permission to vote, this is still sort of in a strange area because I don't think that's been formally adopted. But in any event, I'm going to talk to Tim about it. If we're going to do something, this is the kind of thing that the whole purpose of remote voting is to move things along. And, you know, if we have to wait on a vote for this till after the Rules Committee or the rules changes, it's going to delay things. So I'll talk to him. And, you know, my own personal position on this has always been that we should have a moratorium, but we should have a provision for exceptions for emergency. And I think that's where the bill is going. And it shouldn't just apply to filing of eviction proceedings. It should also file to writs of possession that are waiting to be served. So if there's a reason to go forward with that writ of possession that an individual judge finds is worthy, I'm comfortable with the default position being that that all the ones that are pending are stayed unless there's an emergency that a judge feels is necessary, like the classic example of a meth lab, which I don't know if that's a real or not, but that would certainly be something that we might close down. So, okay, so we will reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Keep posted your email.